Section 1 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marie Christian. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Section 1. The Invisible Underground Jungle. There may be as many as 25 million invisible plants and animals in a grain of soil about the size of a grain of sand. It would take 1,000 such grains to make a marble. The population of this microscopic jungle is composed chiefly of single-celled organisms, bacteria, molds, yeasts, and protozoa. Total numbers vary enormously from time to time and place to place, chiefly because of variations in the food supply. Although thousands of species have been identified, the greater part of soil life still remains unknown. This jungle is a place of the hunter and the hunted, of an incessant and merciless struggle for survival. Invisible plants eat invisible animals, and invisible animals eat invisible plants. Plants devour other plants, and animals devour other animals. Giants of this nether world, largely invisible, although the average size is more than 1,000 times that of the bacteria, are thread-like white worms from 1/100th to 1/5 of an inch long. Relatively, they are not very plentiful, less than 6 million to a cubic foot of soil in most places. In both size and numbers in the Earth population, they are like elephants compared to mice. Still, they probably are numerically the most abundant of all animals which consist of more than a single cell. In the entire animal kingdom, only the protozoa outnumber them. These creatures are the nematodes, or eelworms. About 10,000 kinds have been described. There are probably as many more unknown to zoologists. Less than 100 of these varieties cost American farmers and gardeners more than $500 million a year. The rest of those species living in the soil are, so far as known, harmless or even slightly beneficial. Seas and fresh waters are full of other kinds. Still others, some very much larger than the soil organisms, are among the most dangerous parasites of animals and men. The little soil worms, in the opinion of Dr. Geoffrey LePage of Cambridge University, must be considered one of the major menaces of our civilization. Although always invisible, the activities of these countless billions of organisms underfoot can be measured in various ways. For example, carbon dioxide is constantly escaping from the surface of the ground. This comes from the breathing of the unseen animals and plants. Measurement of the gas outflow gives a rough estimate of how many are present. It shows that the numbers vary greatly from hour to hour. The soil organisms are relatively immune to heat and cold, flood and drought. Even when a grain of soil has been made absolutely dry in the laboratory and then crushed to a very fine powder, they still remain. If it is placed in a sterile container filled with some fermentable material, a seething mass of microorganisms will appear in a few hours. Someday this vast unseen mass of life may be harnessed to the service of man. Only beginnings have been made to achieve this end. Some of the microscopic life forms are definitely helpful to plant life, while others undoubtedly are destructive. One service, without which plant life would be unable to continue very long, is the fixation in the soil of nitrogen from the air. One group of bacteria, the azotobacteria, do this in the laboratory, and long have been supposed to be the effective agents in nature. But actual examination of soil samples, say Department of Agriculture specialists, fail to show more than a few thousands of these organisms per gram of soil anywhere, and sometimes none at all can be found in places where it is known that nitrogen fixation is in progress. Some still unknown form of microscopic life must be doing part of the work. Another unknown organism is an agent partly responsible for breaking down the cellulose of dead plants in the soil. The mold, Aspergillus fumigatus, worldwide in its distribution, does this in the laboratory. Nowhere, however, is it found in nature in sufficient numbers to accomplish the titanic job attributed to it. The great invisible jungle, of course, must eat to live. Some organisms demand fresh food and are responsible for root rot in plants. The majority, however, find their sustenance in the enormous mass of dead and dying roots of annual vegetation. Decomposition of annuals is an explosive process involving the development of countless billions of bacteria. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marie Christian. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Section 2. The Self-Perpetuating Sponge. Close to primeval chaos is the sponge, lowliest of animals. It is an animal without a brain, nervous system, heart, lungs, stomach, muscles, or blood. But it has an I am. The sponge is, in essence, an anarchical horde of numberless cells. When the conglomeration is split up, as can be done by a technique of squeezing through fine meshed silk gauze, the cells continue to live as individuals. They crawl about. They take nourishment. But when a few thousand of them are thrown together into a tank of seawater, they will conglomerate again, apparently into the same sponge that existed before the disintegration. If sponge animals of two different species are mixed in the tank, they will combine into two sponges, duplications of the conglomerations from which they came. If cells of two sponges of the same species are mixed, it may be that they will recombine into the two original individuals, but this experiment never has been tried and would be quite difficult to interpret. The sponge is the simplest, most primitive of metazoa, or many-celled animals. It acts as an individual, although there is apparently no central government like a brain controlling the behavior of the millions of individuals constituting the conglomeration. It ranges in size from organisms a fraction of an inch long, by far the most numerous, to masses several feet in diameter. Various species present about all the colors of the rainbow. There are red, scarlet, green, yellow, blue, and violet sponges, especially in shallow tropical waters. Abysmal species tend to be a drab brown. The living sponge, when taken from the water, is a slimy, rather repulsive mass, which has the general appearance of a piece of raw beef liver, perforated with holes and canals. The commercial sponge is merely the skeleton, the supporting framework of the gelatin-like tissues, which is composed of a substance similar in chemical and physical properties to silk, horn, and the chitin which forms the shells of insects and crabs. This material is distributed in a fibrous network, the pattern of which varies for each species. The sponge has the most remarkable powers of regeneration of lost parts known in nature. It can regrow its entire body from a small fragment of itself. Thus, if a sponge were cut into fine parts and each fragment cemented to a bit of rock, each would grow into a complete normal animal. Also, if a sponge is cut or torn away from the sea bottom in such a way that some fragment remains attached, this fragment will continue growing. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marie Christian. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Section 3. Living Stars in Caves. There is a cathedral-like grotto under the earth whose roof is lit eternally by living stars. It is an enormous labyrinthine chamber cut by a slow-flowing river in the base of a limestone mountain. Its dome is like the dome of the heavens on a frosty October night. There shine the Big Dipper, the Southern Cross, and the Belt of Orion. The clouds of Magellan are on the southern horizon. There are millions of pale stars grouped in all sorts of astrological configurations. Some are isolated in space. Some are packed in dense galaxies. There are black voids between them, like the curtain of stardust that hides the center of the universe. They are only a few feet overhead. One can reach up and pluck these stars, one by one, out of the sky. Unlike the heavenly bodies, they do not twinkle. They shine steadily in complete motionlessness. Pale and weird, they illumine a realm of eternal night. It is a domain of absolute silence. Around the walls, the strange starlight falls on carved figures of winged angels, of human faces laughing, and human faces contorted in agony. Each star is a predacious living animal, a flesh-hungry hunter and killer. From it is suspended 4 or 5 foot long strings of shining pearls, so delicate that they shimmer at a human breath. This starlit cave near the little city of Te Awamutu is New Zealand's greatest curiosity, and certainly one of the weirdest and most intriguing spots on Earth. The grotto constitutes about a third of the Waitome Caverns in the center of Maoriland in the North Island, otherwise rather featureless water-chiseled rooms in the depths of a mountain with the customary stalagmite and stalactite formations. The stars are luminous, slimy, dirty gray worms. They are rarely found anywhere else, and never in very great numbers. This is the one spot on Earth ideally adapted to their unbelievably queer life cycle. The worm is the larva of a dainty, dark-winged fly, about twice as large as a mosquito, which looks like a miniature daddy-long-legs. It has no common name. Scientifically, it is classified as Boletophila luminosa, a member of the suborder of Arachnocampa. It falls somewhere between true insects and spiders. There is no relationship between it and any other luminous insect, glowworm or firefly, anywhere. The light is a lure for prey to satisfy a voracious appetite. The lovely strings of pearls are modifications of the spider's web. Nature has provided few other creatures with so intricate and ingenious a food-gathering mechanism as that which enables this nun to survive in its strange environment. Here, evolution has schemed in an unique way to ensure the preservation of a species which apparently serves no purpose in the economy of nature except to procreate a beauty spot. The floor of the glowworm grotto is a subterranean branch of a river. The water is warm and almost absolutely motionless, for no breezes penetrate that far under the mountain. Thus, it is an almost ideal spot for all sorts of insects to lay their eggs. There is a high probability that the great majority of them will hatch. As the young rise from the water, they are attracted by the star-filled heavens overhead. They fly toward them as moths to a lamp. The same is true of many of the small adult insects, some of which are essentially microscopic. Once such an insect is caught on one of the threads, it is lost beyond all hope. There it sticks, struggle as it may. The vibrations caused by its struggles attract the attention of the glowworm, which quickly winds up the hanging thread. If it is not hungry at the moment, it has been observed to play with its victim, drawing in and then letting out the line after the manner of a fisherman. Finally, the prey is drawn into the silken sheath and entirely devoured, chitinous shell and all. It is not merely sucked, as is the fashion of the spider or the fly. The lamps apparently are under an extremely delicate nervous control. The strings of pearls suspended loosely in the air must be extraordinarily sensitive to sound waves. The instant they pick up any sound unusual for the cavern, the lights automatically go out. Stranger still is the fact that the darkening of all the stars is nearly simultaneous. This, of course, is a safety measure. Any disturbance of the cave routine means danger for the transparent caterpillars. In order to see the star-lit heavens effect, the rowboat in which one enters the glowworm grotto must be handled by skilled oarsmen so that there is no sound of splashing water. Visitors are warned not even to whisper, lest some string be disturbed, and instantaneously transmit the warning to all the others. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marie Christian. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Parenthood among penguins. One of nature's miracles is the egg-laying and incubating of the emperor penguin in the darkness of the Antarctic night, at temperatures from 50 to 80 degrees below zero. Dr. Edward Wilson, surgeon of Sir Robert Falcon Scott's 1901 South Polar expedition, found the first emperor rookery and was able to observe it for several days. His account became one of the classics of science. The big birds hatched their eggs, he found, standing on one foot on the ice and holding them against the breast feathers with the other foot. The task evidently was shared by both males and females. The male would take the egg from the female, while she trekked to open water to feed on fish. After a few days, Wilson supposed, she would return while the male went after fish. In 1956, Dr. Bernard Stonehouse of the Falkland Island Dependencies Administration found another emperor rookery and maintained observations for about 10 weeks. The behavior observed was even more of a miracle than Dr. Wilson supposed. After laying their eggs on the ice, Stonehouse noticed the females leave immediately for open water and remain there for 60 days, the full period of incubation. Presumably, they feed constantly during this period. The males take over entirely at the rookery. For 2 months, the husband remained standing on one foot and holding an egg against his breast with the other, presumably shifting his feet now and then. Through the entire hatching period, he eats nothing. When the eggs are about to hatch, the mothers return from the sea, tidy up the nursery, and get ready to take over rearing the chicks. Then the males, who have exhausted their reserve of fat, stagger feebly in their own mass migration to open water to rebuild their reserves on fish. By the time of the Antarctic sunrise in October, the chicks are about ready to fend for themselves. Standing from 3 to 4 feet high and looking and acting deceptively like a human being, the emperor penguin undoubtedly is one of the most remarkable birds in existence. It presumably is confined to the Ross Sea side of the Antarctic continent. The bird, actually it is about 2/3 feathers, remains an evolutionary enigma. Theories have been advanced that it is the last surviving member of the fauna of the Antarctic continent about 50 million years ago when the shorelines were free of ice. It certainly is off any known road of evolution. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marie Christian. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Strategy of Warrior Ants. Total war is the way of life for army ants. The picturesque, devastating drives of their vast hordes have nothing whatever to do with exhaustion of food or anything of the sort. The wars come in fixed cycles, regardless of supplies. There are 2 species of these ants on Barrow, Colorado Island in the Panama Canal Zone. Each species has approximately 50 colonies, and each colony consists of from a few hundred thousands to more than 1 million individuals. At the head of each colony is a single queen who lays all the eggs. There is a new lot of larvae every 33 days, all workers or incompletely developed females. Development is restricted by the amount of food available. Since each brood consists of about 60,000 individuals, a colony theoretically might reach titanic proportions. However, it does little more than maintain its population. The death rate of soldier ants in constant combat is very heavy. Once each year, at the start of the dry season in the tropics, a colony queen produces a sexual brood of about 3,000 males and 6 queens. The rest of the 60,000 eggs laid at this time are incapable of hatching and are fed to the newborn sexed individuals. They apparently have some of the nutritious properties of the royal jelly fed to the queen bees. This sexual brood is produced in what has been called a statutory period, in which the army maintains a fixed bivouac for about 3 weeks. During this time, the new queens develop, and around at least one of them, a new group of workers, about half the whole, tends to congregate. A strange antagonism seems to develop between the old and new groups. Eventually, the colony divides in 2, and each half starts moving in opposite directions. The other new queens are lost in the shuffle. Most of the newly developed males are excess baggage. During the winged or mating stage, they fly into the forest where the great majority of them are eaten by birds. When the surviving ants light on a tree, on the ground, or on some other object, the wings drop off. Then they apparently wander about aimlessly until they come to an army ant trail, which they recognize by the odor, and follow it until they come to the colony which has made it. If this happens to be a colony of their own relatives, they probably are killed by the workers. If it happens to be an entirely foreign colony, they may be accepted. This apparently is one of nature's mechanisms for intruding new genes into a strain. The raiding activities of a colony are carried out during the day from a central headquarters. During the daytime, raiding individuals return to the colony from their forays, and by dusk all have returned. At night, the bivouac is changed, the whole colony moving forward along one of the trails blazed by the raiders. A new headquarters is thus established. A colony moves from 6 to 7 hours before striking a new bivouac. Not infrequently, if no promising site is found, it moves from dusk to dawn. This would seem like constant activity, too strenuous even for the constitution of an army ant. Actually, the individual workers probably get plenty of rest. Each colony is divided into 2 units, the raiders and those that constitute the structural unit. The walls of the headquarters are made up of the bodies of the latter. These living brick do nothing throughout the day. They may be asleep. When the raiders return at dusk, the structural unit breaks up and the members lead the migration to a new bivouac. The erstwhile raiders follow leisurely in the rear, and in turn become the structural unit when a stopping place is selected. When to rest, when to raid. There apparently is an irresistible war rhythm, like the rhythm of the tides, in the basic constitution of these ants. Some have postulated the same sort of thing on a lesser scale in man, who goes to war every so often, but camouflages the war tide with economic or political explanations. These ants are remarkable not only as warriors, but as architects. They build complex, air-conditioned hanging houses out of thousands of their own suspended bodies. Within these structures, the queen is sheltered, eggs laid, young hatched and reared. Much of the time, the houses are constructed anew each night. This home-building behavior is unique in nature, as Dr. T.C. Schneerle of the American Museum of Natural History has pointed out. Without any active excavating and without any manipulating of fallen materials, colonies of these species form a domicile with their own bodies. A typical bivouac is a cylindrical mass hanging from the underside of some projecting surface to the ground. In addition to the sides or undersurface of logs, other typical places are the spaces between gut-tressed tree roots, masses of brush, undercut banks of stream beds, or the overhanging edge of a rock. The characteristic ability to cluster their bodies, as well as the manner of clustering, depends first of all upon an anatomical characteristic, the opposed recurved hooks on the terminal tarsal segments of the worker's legs. The first ants to settle in a new place catch into a rough or soft surface by means of the tarsal hooks, or rather are pushed into this anchored position, as newcomers run upon them as they stand and stretch them out in a hanging position. In fact, the hooks are really anchored by the added weight of others that have crawled down over the body of the first ant, fixing it in place and soon immobilizing it. In the nomadic phase, a new bivouac is formed at the end of each day of raiding. In the advanced and the most complicated stages of raiding in the afternoon, caches of booty tend to be formed at each busy junction of raiding trails, increasing in size as more and more ants are knocked around and forced out of traffic. As darkness comes and raiding ceases, such clusters grow. Several hanging clusters start from elevated ceilings. As each new cluster begins, the initial slender hanging threads may become ropes which extend to the ground. As the ropes continue to grow, they are joined together into a single columnar mass. At first, this mass is small in diameter, but as more and more ants pour into it, the wall spreads outwards from the center, and so a symmetrical cylinder results. In the tropical environment of the army ants, some sort of air conditioning is necessary for comfortable living, perhaps, with this particular species, for any living at all. It has been well developed during the more than 50 million years the insects have been on Earth. Says Dr. Schneerle, the interior of the bivouac, where the brood is sheltered and the single colony queen rests, offers an impressively stable environment to these more susceptible members of the community, as well as a central resting place for the worker population. The hanging cluster traps a cubic area for atmosphere, which does not reach the extremes of temperature and dryness attained by the general forest environment, but in general is somewhat warmer and more humid at night and somewhat cooler and drier during the day. This result is achieved mainly as a result of worker behavior. Workers cluster more closely together at night in reaction to the lower temperature of the forest at the time. The bivouac walls become tighter and thus better conserve heat produced internally by the brood. Conversely, after dawn, when increasing light excites growing numbers of ants to leave the bivouac, as the raid grows, this wall thins out, usually develops small apertures, and is undercut at the bottom. The effect is to increase internal air circulation, as well as to cool the atmosphere of the interior through evaporation, so that the internal temperature of the bivouac does not rise to the height reached at midday in the environs. The incubation properties of the bivouac represent an important factor in echelon life, for with less regular atmospheric conditions in the nest, the stages of brood development could not have their typical regularity in timing. End of section 5.
Section 6 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Uganda's Miniature Dinosaur. A grotesque creature abundant in the Kishasha Valley of Uganda is the three-horned chameleon. It grows to a length exceeding 12 inches, and the males look like miniature versions of the ancient dinosaur monster, Triceratops. 3 curious horns, an inch to an inch and a half in length, protrude from the nose and between the eyes of the males. These are extremely pugnacious animals. They use their horns in fights to the finish. At times, the contests develop into prolonged pushing matches, with the horns interlocked, but a really vigorous fighter can dispose of an adversary in a few minutes. African natives are terrified of these demoniacal-looking little animals. End of section 6. Read by Carrie Adams, your book boys, at Mesa, Arizona on the 10th of February, 2022.
Section 7 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Strange Ways of Spiders. With other classes of animals, and even with plants, man feels a certain kinship. But spiders are not of his world. Their strange habits, ethics, and psychology seem to belong to some other planet, where conditions are more monstrous, more active, more insane, more atrocious, more infernal than on our own. Frightfulness and ruthlessness appear a part of their nature, and we stand appalled when it dawns upon us that they are far better armed and equipped for their life work than we for ours. Thus writes Dr. W. E. Stafford, U.S. Department of Agriculture naturalist. There probably is quite general agreement with his sentiments. One chills at the picture of some other planet where spiders and their kin, who have evolved minds equal to that of humans, are the dominant animals. Once gigantic spider-like creatures ruled this world. They were as big as lions or gorillas. Their realm was the Earth of the Silurian geological era of 350 million years ago, a time of warm, quiet seas which, especially in the northern hemisphere, covered large areas that now are dry land. These creatures were the Eurypterids, or sea scorpions, whose nearest extant relatives are the horseshoe crabs with sky-blue blood that are common along the Atlantic coast of the United States, and the venom-fanged land scorpions. They exceeded in size all living invertebrate animals. Many were 5 to 6 feet long. One was 9 feet long. Presumably, they were free-swimming, predaceous creatures with massive, crushing jaws. Their chief prey, it is believed, were the much smaller, crab-like trilobites with whom they shared a common ancestry. These were shelled animals, the imprints of whose hard shells in mud, which later became rock, are among the most ancient records of animal life on this planet. The trilobites were creatures who crawled on shallow sea bottom. Their only defense was to roll themselves in balls. They appear to have been the dominant form of life for at least 100 million years. They continued a precarious existence after the evolution of the great pseudo-spiders, but were well on their way to extinction. The massive jaws of the eurypterids could crush their thin shells with ease. The dominance of these new masters of the sea would be challenged only by the gigantic mollusks. But for many millennia, they appear to have held their own against these frightful monsters. Their decline had started by the end of the Silurian period, and they were extinct in another 100 million years. The reason for their decline is unknown, but perhaps it was related to some decided change in temperature and distribution of the waters. Remarkably well-preserved remains of the monsters have been found embedded in limestone on Ussel Island in the Baltic. During the Silurian era, life was just starting to emigrate from the oceans and establish a precarious foothold on land. Among the earliest land fossils are those of small scorpions, distantly related to the erstwhile master race. The eurypterids themselves, however, never tried to leave the sea. End of section 7. Read by Max Magnus, Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, Canada. January 2022.
Section 8 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Daryl Nobles. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Worms with 1,000 eyes. There are worms with 1,000 eyes. They are, for the most part, animals of the dank, dark floors of tropical rainforest. They are narrow, brilliantly colored ribbons of slimy skin which glide at a speed of about 6 feet an hour over damp moss and leaves in the everlasting twilight. When alarmed, they can break up instantly into scores of blobs of slime, and in a few hours, each piece will become a complete new worm. One of them can eat 5/6 of its own body and entirely recover. These fantastic creatures are the Terricola, or land planarians, lowliest of worms and one of the lowliest forms of animal life. Only the microscopic protozoa, the slime moles, the sponges, jellyfish, and corals are more primitive. They range from fractions of an inch to nearly a foot in length. They are hunters and scavengers. Nearly all are creatures of darkness and dim light, survivors of the haunted dawn of life on Earth. They probably are quite close to the ancestral form of all worms. All are free-living animals, although related closely to the degenerate flukes and cestiodes, which are internal parasites of man and other animals. They belong to an enormous clan. There are several hundred known species and perhaps as many more still unknown. These worms are found over most of the world, but most abundantly in damp tropical and subtropical rainforests. They are seldom seen in nature, although they are fairly well known in experimental biology classes for which they are purchased from dealers. Australia has about 60 species. America may have many more, most of which remain undescribed. One would be likely to come upon them only by accident. Among these land planarians are some of the most fantastic creatures of the animal kingdom. They have been described as gliding strips of skin. The family includes some of the most brilliantly colored of all living things. They probably represent the earliest traces of eyes and brains in the world. The eyes of the Terricola are black dots arranged in 2 parallel rows along both sides of the back. Some species are two-eyed. Many varieties are eyeless. 100-eyed worms are quite common. The black dots are light-sensitive. Presumably, they represent the beginning of vision. By means of them, the worms can distinguish between light and darkness. They also tell the direction from which light comes. Actually, however, planarians without eyes have the same ability, but they are slower to react. This is demonstrably true for freshwater forms. For most of the land forms, at least exposure to strong sunlight would be fatal. Each of the eye dots has a nerve connection with the brain. It is quite unlikely, however, that the animals actually see anything in the sense of discriminating specific objects in their surroundings. In a few species, however, from 2 to 4 of these black dots nearest to the brain seem somewhat more complicated than the others. As the faculty of vision evolves among animals, these will become actual eyes, and all the other light-sensitive spots will be discarded. In most planarians, however, the number of eyes increases with the age of the animal. Nearly all are predatory meat eaters. They are both hunters and scavengers. Some pursue, kill, and eat living animals, such as earthworms and small mollusks, as big as themselves. They apparently are able to locate their victims at some distance by an already evolved sense of smell. One blind Brazilian species is said to pursue earthworms into their burrows several feet underground. When the victim is overtaken, the planarian first enfolds it in its sheet-like, slimy body. Then, from its mouth, always on the underside of the body, near the middle instead of at the head end, it projects its pharynx, a muscular tube which is part of the digestive system. From this, it exudes a substance of some sort which slowly liquefies the flesh. Then, the liquid is sucked into the body through the mouth. Digestion then is completed within the digestive tract by special cells which engulf minute particles in the same way as they are engulfed and digested by one-celled animals, the amoeba. The nature of the dissolving material exuded from the pharynx is unknown. It is believed, however, to contain a mixture of enzymes such as those found in the intestinal tracts of higher animals. Planarians may attack healthy animals and overpower them in spite of their violent struggles against being enfolded in the slimy skin. They are, however, particularly attracted to the sick and injured, which they apparently locate by smell. Most of these worms are devourers of dead flesh. A common method of capturing freshwater forms is to leave a bit of liver or other raw meat exposed in an area they are likely to frequent. Both water and probably land forms will congregate around it. Then the collector is likely to have a difficult job. As the naturalist William Beebe says about one large Venezuelan rainforest species, to pry one loose and put it in a bottle is like pouring thick, cold molasses mixed with thick glue. To their activities as scavengers of the forest floor, these ancient worms owe their place in the economy of nature. They normally feed several times a week. When kept without food, however, they can stay alive for months. They gradually shrink in size as they digest themselves. The internal organs are reduced little by little as they are absorbed for food. The first to disappear are the reproductive organs. Most planarians have both male and female reproductive systems. Then come the muscles of the body wall. Never, however, do the worms eat their own brains or nervous systems, although the brain may be reduced greatly in size. The I am of the worm can devour its vestments of protoplasm. It cannot eat itself. When food is available again, the organs are regenerated and return to normal size. Instances are recorded where planarians have reduced their length from slightly more than an inch to less than a seventh of an inch in 6 months. Closely related to this practice of eating themselves is the remarkable ability of the terracoli to break themselves into small fragments, each of which will regenerate into a complete worm. This capacity, probably has been a major factor in their survival through the ends since multicelled life began on Earth. What might seem to be their outstanding weakness in the constant struggle for survival, their soft bodies and extremely loose organization, has become their major strength. A planarian can lose at least 9/10 of its body and still preserve its individual existence. This self-shattering phenomena constitutes the worm's chief defense in emergencies. It comes into play when any danger threatens. The regenerating ability, especially of freshwater forms, differs considerably in degree from species to species. Some are unable to regenerate a brain out of fragments of the rear part of the body. Complete in every other respect, the remade worms seem incapable of the typical gliding movements of the race. They remain quiet most of the time, but can move forward slowly. A tendency to move in circles has been observed. Fragments from the head section, however, quickly become complete animals. All planarians actually have heads and a brain of sorts. The latter consists of two minute bits of nerve tissue just behind the front of the body, oval-shaped and enclosed in a tough capsule. It serves as a center for nerve fibers extending throughout the animal. Here are coordinated the stimuli received from light and heat, and possibly those from odors and sound. When the worm goes forward, it moves its head constantly from side to side. Presumably, it is exploring the way ahead for food and danger. A terrestrial flatworm's progress is described as gliding, rather than creeping or crawling. The outer surface of the body has many glands from which it exuded a mucus over which it slides. This mucus quickly hardens. From it can be made slender threads by which the worm, like a spider, can lower itself safely from projections. Because of the glue-like quality of the secretion, it is able to climb perpendicular surfaces. From the hardened mucus, sometimes mixed with sand, it can make for itself a shell into which it can retire for months at a time. End of section 8.
Section 9 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Queer fish, but definitely. There are more than 40,000 kinds of fish in the world. Their habitats range from the profoundest depths of the seas to cold lakes and brooks on mountain timberlines. They show a bewildering diversity in their ways of life. The smallest fish is a Philippine goby, less than 1/3 of an inch long and weighing a fraction of an ounce. The largest is the whale shark, found in all warm seas. Some individuals exceed 20 tons. Some fish burrow in the mud, some swim, some walk, some fly, some breathe air. Some are timid, some bold and bloodthirsty. Some are placid, some easily irritated.
Some are highly venomous. One found in Australian waters weighs nearly 1/2 ton and has poison barbs 1 foot long. Some of the deadliest are among the most beautifully colored.
Freshwater fish can sometimes be cut out of cakes of ice, in which they have been frozen for months at a time and completely revive. Actually, the fish themselves are not frozen. The freezing point of their blood is slightly lower than that of water. They were merely hibernating. This may happen frequently in nature. Some fish seem well on their way to becoming land animals. They can breathe in air better than in water. Surgeon fish are so called because of a sharp spine on the tail, which can produce a cut like that made by a surgeon's scalpel. Parrotfish have beaks like parrots, with which they scour algae from the coral reefs for food. Goatfish have 2 growths under the mouth, which look like the chin whiskers of goats. Porcupine fish, whose skins are covered with sharp spines, and which can fill their sack-like bodies with water, or inflate them with air until they form a ball about twice their normal size. When the bodies are puffed up, the sharp spines are erected to protect the creatures against their enemies. The inflation is a defense measure which takes place almost automatically when the fish is alarmed. Triggerfish are creatures with rigid spines which lock automatically when the animals are in danger so that they cannot be bent. They can be unlocked, presumably by a nerve reflex, only by the fish themselves, or by some scientist who knows the precise spinal process to touch. Squirrelfish are brilliantly colored little creatures with large, deep brown eyes which look like the eyes of a squirrel. Scorpionfish have bodies covered with venomous spines, whose poison is reputed to be sometimes fatal even to man. Flying half-beaks are fish with long, slender upper jaws and practically no lower jaws. They make long glides over the water and may represent an ancestral form of flying fish. The elephant fish is so called because of its very rough, thick skin and apparent extreme clumsiness of its body, both characteristics of the elephant. Elephantichthys might be likened to a thick leather bag, about 8 inches long, stuffed loosely with vital organs. It has a cartilaginous rather than a bony skeleton. It flattens out when laid on a flat surface out of water. It is almost mollusk-like in the softness of its body. Its skin is approximately 1/4 of an inch long. The Aptocyclus, or rattling fish, is a close relative of Elephantichthys in Arctic waters. It also seems to be a haphazard conglomeration of vital organs stuffed in a bag. The fish actually rattle inside when the skin is not filled with water. All fish of this family live at the bottom of fairly shallow water, firmly attached to flat stones by disc-like suckers. Although they have the power of locomotion, they seldom use it, remaining stationary on the bottom and waiting for their food to come to them. Most fish have a tail fin, usually forked, with which they propel themselves, but the ratfish has a body tapering down to a long pointed extension that looks like a rodent's tail. They are dwellers in deep waters all over the world. Some are quite fantastic. One, Macruroides inflataceps, consists essentially of a head and a tail, without any apparent intermediate body. It looks like an enormous tadpole. Pearlfish are minute animals that are sometimes found inside oysters and clams, entirely encrusted with mother-of-pearl. They actually become large pearls shaped like fish. These small, nearly transparent creatures sometimes back into the open shell of an oyster or clam that snaps once the fish are inside. When this happens, the creature perishes, but sets up an irritation that leads to the pearl secretion over it. End of section 9.
Section 10 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tia Wright. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Love life among the spiders. There is love and courtship among spiders as among birds and mammals, but with a unique and fatal difference. An observer thus describes a courtship scene in the Cambridge Natural History. When some inches from her he stood still. She eyed him eagerly, changing her position from time to time. He, raising his whole body on the other side, leaned so far over he was in danger of losing his balance, which he only maintained by sidling rapidly toward the lower side. Again and again he circled from side to side. she gazing toward him in a softer mode and evidently admiring the grace of his antics. This was repeated until we had counted 107 circles made by the ardent little male. He approached nearer and nearer, and when almost within reach, whirled madly around and round her. She joined him in the giddy dance. Again he fell back and resumed his semicircular motion. She, all excitement, lowered her head and raised her body so that it was almost vertical. Both drew nearer. She moved slowly under him, he crawling over her head. Thus the mating was accomplished. A few minutes later, however, the female had eaten her ardent lover. End of section 10.
Section 11 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Lace Weavers. For 300 million years, tiny animals have been weaving delicate lace. They weave constantly, rapidly, and in lovely open mesh patterns. They make a stiff, stable lace. Their own limestone-entombed bodies are the threads. Night and day, millennium after millennium, they weave and weave, for the curse of weaving is forever upon them. Through time they have covered hundreds of square miles with white and green veils. For the most part these are fragile and short-lived, but in a few cases they have been preserved untorn through the ages. These lace weavers are the bryozoa, or moss animalcules, one of the oldest, most abundant, and least known forms of animal life. They have much the same habits as the corals, but the two limestone-secreting creatures are not even remotely related. The weavers are far higher in the scale of evolution than the island builders. Their family associations long have been in dispute. They have been associated with the rotifers and mollusks, and even with some unknown ancestral form leading to the vertebrates. Now, however, it is believed that their nearest relatives are the nearly extinct brachiopods, or lampshells. The two groups started at about the same time in the Cambrian geological period of 500 million years ago, but they followed different paths of development. Both might be considered proto-mollusks, very remotely kin to clams and oysters. For millenniums, the brachiopods flourished in the primeval seas. During the Permian period, about 300 million years ago, they constituted one of the most abundant forms of animal life. Now, they seem close to the end of the road. The weavers are as flourishing and busy as ever. Like a coral polyp or the larva of a clam, the bryozoan starts life as an almost invisibly minute, free-swimming creature, usually less than 1/30th of an inch long. After a few weeks, it settles on some hard surface, usually a stone, and secretes its limestone shell. New individuals rise from the body of the founder of the colony at various angles, depending on the particular design of the tapestry being produced. Each of the buds, after achieving its coat, sends out new buds. This is the weaving process. The outside of the stone coat often is marked with delicate and bizarre designs discernible under a microscope. These designs always are the same for members of a colony and quite similar for an entire species. They make it possible to identify a species in geological formations, and this may eventually be of considerable importance for oil geologists. After death, a colony usually is broken up quickly by wave action. Sea bottom ooze often is filled with the remains. This ooze, over periods of millenniums, becomes compacted into rock. The weaving process may be very rapid. A colony, starting with a single free-swimming larva, may cover as much as 100 square feet. Such colonies have been found on a single stone. They often are found on mollusk shells. At present, the bryozoans are economically important, chiefly as a menace to the oyster industry. Once they have covered an abandoned shell, oystermen believe, no other oyster will make use of it. About their only other importance to man comes from the fact that some freshwater species may clog water pipes by their rapid growth. Every bryozoan in a colony remains throughout its life a separate animal, shut off from its fellows by a wall of limestone and leading an independent existence. Nevertheless, in the species pattern it assumes, each colony acts as if it were a single organism. Moreover, a phenomenon unique in nature, Every individual appears to be two, and in some species, three animals in one. Each leads its own life and dies its own death at its own time, but all make up a single microscopic whole. First is the zooecium, a limestone-encrusted box of tissue. This is the continuing individual. Inside the box is a little tentacled worm, the polypide. It contains all the vital organs, the brain and the nerve, circulatory and digestive systems. It breathes, hunts, eats, and lives quite independently of the zooecium. This polypide usually is short-lived. It has no excretory system. Poisons pile up, it degenerates and dies. When it expires, the cells of the zooecium wall assert themselves. From the dead cells of the polypide, they extract what nutritive material is present. The inside animal becomes a brown speck-like body. Then the zooecium cells sprout a bud, which becomes a new polypide. This lives its normal lifespan and suffers the same fate as its predecessor. Another brown body is the only evidence that it has lived. This process may be repeated 10 or 12 times. Think of a man or any other high animal which could replace over and over again its entire internal system with another made out of its own skin, which had eaten its own defunct brain and heart. The relation of zooecium and polypide, as it exists in one type of bryozoa, the so-called sea mats, was vividly described by the great British naturalist P.H. Gosse. These are not lace weavers. They form a colony which looks like a pale yellow leaf, such as Gosse found in a microscopic study of a mass of seaweed, in which he saw other animals like, quote, exquisitely crimson leaves, thinner than the thinnest tissue paper, with tall and elegant dark red feathers and purple filaments, each as fine as a silkworm's thread. Unquote. Quote, each individual cell, zooecium, of the sea mat, unquote, Gosse tells us, quote, is shaped like a child's cradle. Suppose a coverlet of transparent skin were stretched over each cradle, leaving an opening just over the pillow. Suppose in every cradle there lies a baby with its little knees bent up to the chin, in that zigzag fashion in which children often lie. But the child is moving. A slowly pushed open semicircular slit of the coverlet, and we see him gradually protruding his head and shoulders in an erect position, straightening his knees at the same time. He is raised half out of bed. His head bursts open and becomes a bell of tentacles. This baby is the tenant polypide. The chambers themselves show signs of life. Their front doors suddenly open, gape widely, and shut with a snap. This opening and shutting is repeated over and over again. The polypide emerges from the cell slowly and withdraws like lightning at the slightest alarm. Unquote. As mentioned before, some bryozoans appear to consist of three animals in one. The third is the so-called avicularium, or bird's head, also vividly described by Gosse. Quote, the cells of this particular species are oblong-shaped and look much like a sack of corn. Just below one of the spines that crown the summit of the cell, on one of the edges, is situated a small lump which bears a remarkable resemblance to the head of a bird. It has a strongly hooked beak with two well-formed mandibles, one of which is removable. You observe it deliberately opening, like the beak of a bird, and then closing with a strong sudden snap. The birds' heads are not inhabitants of the cells. They are not even integral parts of them. The cells have their own proper inhabitants, each leading its own life, and each essentially formed on the same plan as that of the baby in the cradle. There is no visible connection between its and the bird's head, which is cut off entirely from the interior of the cell. This head has a muscular system entirely its own. It seizes small animals, but has no means of passing them into its mouth. Unquote. The real function of these avicularia is unknown. They have been pictured as fierce watchdogs kept by the bryozoa for defense against approaching enemies. Gosse speculates that they may serve indirectly as hunters, seizing and killing small animals. The disintegrating bodies of their prey attract hordes of smaller sea creatures, which can be gathered up by the tentacles of the polypide. End of section 11. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, February 10, 2022.
Section 12 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tia Wright. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Ways of Crabs. Crabs that wear clothes, others that carry arms, and still others that march like regiments of soldiers are among the curiosities of Australia's Great Barrier Coral Reef. One crab forces the coral polyp to build a limestone palace for its abode. The female of this species lodges on the polyp when it is in the larval state and causes an irritation which forces the host animal to build up the walls. The resulting house is just big enough for the crab to move about in comfortably. There always is a door through which she obtains her food. Other species merely sits on the end of a sprouting coral which, growing outward, makes a long, circular burrow for the crustacean. Through this it can move backwards and forwards at will. The forward part of its body is enclosed in a hard shell the exact color of the coral, so that when the crab sits at the door of its burrow, it cannot be distinguished from the coral. Still another crab carries 2 sea anemones, one in each hand, wherever it goes. In its first few months of life, it seizes these plant flowers, living animals with stalks and petals like flowers, which ordinarily are attached to rocks under water, about the centers of the stalks. Thenceforth, it moves about like a person carrying 2 umbrellas. The most logical explanation of this behavior is that the anemones serve as weapons, killing or paralyzing small sea animals which come in contact with them. This species of anemone has stinging cells in its disc. These curious weapons are carried by the crab continuously and seem essential to its life. When one of them is taken away, the crustacean moves automatically to grasp it again. When a crab is killed slowly in alcohol, it clings to its weapons even in its death struggles. There are spider crabs, which cut and wear clothes. They cut off pieces of living sponges and place them on their backs. These sponges become entangled in tiny hairs which protrude through the animal's shell, and continue to grow until they protrude several inches over the back. Thin layers also cover the underpart of the body and the legs. Every time a crab sheds its shell, it must make itself a new suit. The practice probably is beneficial to both animals. The crab, living in the forest of sponges, looks like a sponge itself and is thus concealed from its enemies. The sponge benefits by being carried to new food sources. When the shell is shed, the sponge simply attaches itself to a rock and continues to grow. One of the most remarkable cases of commensalism in nature has been found by Dr. Melbourne Ward, Australian zoologist, in a degenerate type of barnacle which makes its way through the thin shell of one of the barrier reef crabs. It wanders through the bloodstream of the crab and finally comes to the surface where it forms a little sac for itself. Here it metamorphoses into another form and sends long, thread-like filaments into every part of its host's body. In some respects, it is like a cancer among higher animals, except that in this case, the malignant growth is that of an individual animal of another species. It lives off the food eaten by the crab, but never kills nor apparently seriously injures its host. The one notable effect for which there is no adequate explanation is that it changes a male crab into a female. The soldier crabs are beach dwellers about 2 inches long. They march across the hard sand in perfect order as if they were under the control of leaders. No officers, however, have been observed. When approached, they burrowed rapidly in waves, like a regiment of infantry. First, the front rank disappears in the sand, followed in order by those behind. The regiment disappears completely in a very short time. The soldier crabs can hardly be driven into the water. When Dr. Ward succeeded in pushing a few of them off the shore, they were set upon by ferocious small fish, which rapidly devoured them. Realization of this danger apparently is instinctive in the animals. Some of the land-dwelling crabs of the mudflats dig very intricate burrows with labyrinthian cross and side galleries. Some species live in a communal life. Each crab has its own burrow, but from each there is a passage into a large central hall, which seems to be a community gathering place. Other species are intensely individualistic. Each excavates an elaborate labyrinth in the mud, considers this its own home, and vigorously defends it. During courtship, some of these mud crabs perform dances like the courtship dance of birds. The male of one variety, after attracting a mate by his dancing, picks her up bodily in one of his nippers and carries her away. Another variety of sand crab seems to have perfected an engineering technique which still evades human skill, that of building a burrow in soft, dry sand. These burrows are about 2 inches in diameter. The crab is able in some mysterious fashion to compress the soft sand into a solid substance with its nippers. In precision of instinctive behavior, Dr. Ward found, these great barrier crabs come quite close to the spiders, their distant relatives. End of section 12.
Section 13 of the Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Ticks with noses in their legs. Ticks, remote spider relatives, smell with their front legs. When these legs are amputated, the tick shows no reaction to odors. It cannot smell blood, but will feed on any sort of liquid sucked through a warm, moist membrane like the skin. Presumably, such a tick in nature recognizes an animal as a proper source of food by smell, while a combination of warmth and moisture from the skin gives a stimulus for feeding. End of section 13. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 10th of February, 2022.
Section 14 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tia Wright. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Fourth Realm of Life. There is a wind-tossed, green-gray ocean between earth and sky. It is a sea on stilts, the world's fourth realm of life. There are plants and animals of the land, of the water, and of the air, and there are plants and animals of the canopy of the rainforest, 1,000-mile-wide broken belt around the world. It covers several million square miles. The jungles of South America extending northward into southern Mexico, the basins of the Niger and the Congo, strips of southern India and Ceylon, much of New Guinea. Life is rather sparse in the perpetual drenched twilight of the jungle floor. It is abundant in the treetops, the habitat of fantastic and still largely unknown plants, mammals, birds, snakes, toads, frogs, and insects. These might be compared to the flora and fauna of an as yet unexplored continent. Rainforest trees are in general tall, straight, and branchless until near their tops, 100 to 150 feet above the ground. There they send out a rich profusion of branches and foliage. This foliage is like a thick, rough, continuous green blanket held up by tall posts, like a net below trapeze performers in a circus tent. The top of the blanket is a place of intense sunshine. Light grows dimmer and dimmer as it penetrates the leaves and the branches. Finally, on the jungle floor, there is only about a 50th as much illumination as on the surface of the canopy. In the canopy, 4 or 5 kinds of monkeys take the place of man on earth as the most intelligent and adaptive animals. Primates from the beginnings of the race, the weird squirrel-like animals of the North American Dawn Age forest 50 million years ago, have been semi-arboreal. Most abundant in the tree land are the pretty, playful, curiosity-driven, human-like spider monkeys, who play tag and throw sticks at each other in the lower branches. Best known, although less likely to be seen, are the big, black, satanic-looking howlers. Both of these species, in the long process of adapting themselves to high jungle life, have made third hands out of the ends of their tails. With these highly sensitive prehensile organs, they not only clutch branches, but sometimes carry out rather delicate manipulations. Weirdest are the black and white striped, woolly furred night monkeys. These little raccoon-like creatures live in holes far up in the treetops. They come out only at night and are seldom seen. They have enormous eyes, which shine like live coals among the leaves when the light of a flash lamp catches them. Probably the most dangerous single animal of the canopy is the tamandua, or golden anteater. It is exclusively a treetop creature, about the size of a rabbit, with golden yellow, soft, silky fur. It lives almost exclusively on termites, which it harvests by sticking its long tongue, covered with the sticky saliva, into their nests. A progressive relative to the sloth, it remains motionless apparently for days at a time, and is a slower, clumsy climber. But woe to anything, jaguar, ocelot, big howler monkey, even man, that runs afoul of it. It strikes suddenly and fast with its long, curved, scimitar-type claws, and always aims at the stomach, which it rips open. No other creature will venture near a tamandua, except by accident. Probably it is voiceless, although natives have attributed to the sinister little anteater a peculiarly weird cry heard in the moonlit jungle. This now is believed to be the call of a bird. Climbing rats are abundant in the jungle top. They feed, for the most part, on fruits. Here also is the abode of pygmy squirrels, which cling, head downward, to the tree trunks with their tails curled over their backs, squirrel fashion. These animals are about 5 inches long, including the tail, whose length is about equal to that of the rest of the body. There is a tiny, climbing mouse with short, broad feet and sharp, curved claws. Bats, mostly small, fruit-eating animals, flutter about in the darkness. Probably there are a few of the big, dangerous vampires in the high treetops. They fare better on the blood of larger, ground-dwelling creatures such as tapir and peccary. End of section 14.
Section 15 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Merritt. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Rubber band worms that stretch and stretch. There is a worm 90 feet long. It is the giant of a family of white, red, yellow, green, purple, and violet worms whose habitat ranges from sea bottoms to jungle treetops. The worms shoot poison-tipped harpoons out of their brains. Most can shrink at will to less than a third of their ordinary length. They always shrink when they die. Some can break up into hundreds of fragments, each of which will grow into a complete new worm. They tie themselves into inextricable knots. They build their houses from the slime of their own bodies. This class is that of the ribbon worms, or Nemertina. There are about 500 known species. Perhaps as many more are unknown. Still, near the bottom of animal life, they represent revolutionary advances from the lowest of worms, the planarians, with which they share many characteristics. They have evolved integrated brains and nervous systems. They have, for the most part, taken on a true worm shape. They have acquired weapons, and in some cases, arsenals of weapons. They have eyes that see. They have a digestive system, a mouth near the front of the body, and closed blood system through which flows a liquid which usually is colorless as water. Perhaps they hear. At the top of the head, in certain species, there is a group of cells with hairs and bristles, which may constitute an organ of taste. Along the way of achieving these advances, they have given up a little freedom and a little immortality for a little more efficiency. Those best known are inhabitants of seashores, especially the Atlantic coast of North America and Europe. They live under rocks, in abandoned mollusk shells, in windrowed masses of seaweed, in thin parchment-like tubes which they secrete from their own skin. Their general appearance is that of a tangled mass of slimy string, but some members of the family have among the most brilliant color patterns known in nature. The most conspicuous organ of these primitive worms is the proboscis, a hollow string which is shot out with great speed and force from the front end of the usually cylindrical body. At the end of the string, in several groups, is a sharp-pointed, barbed, spear-like stylet with which the prey, usually some minute water animal, is speared. The victim then is drawn back into the mouth by the attached hollow thread. Some groups have no stylets. The thread, upon which is a mucilage-like mucus, is used like a lasso and coiled tightly around the prey. The proboscis is associated so closely with the brain that, like the retina of the eye, it has sometimes been considered an extension of it. The thread often is as long as the worm itself. It is shot out with such force that it frequently breaks off and continues to lead an independent life for a few hours. A new proboscis always develops. When coiled, the proboscis rests in the center of the two-lobed brain. It is continuously shot out and pulled in and probes the water around it. Presumably at first it was an extremely sensitive sensory organ by which the brain was kept aware of its surroundings. The attached stylet, an offensive weapon, was a later development. In a few cases, the thread carries a multitude of unattached barbed points, a sort of machine gun arrangement, which can be hurled in all directions in the hope of hitting something. It also carries tiny hooks by which it can be attached to some object. By means of the attached line, the worm pulls itself forward over beach or sea bottom, its ordinary means of locomotion. It is also able, however, to glide like a planarian and to swim. Nemertenia breathe through the walls of the esophagus or gullet. When the tide comes in, shore-dwelling species rapidly swallow and eject mouthfuls of seawater. Oxygen to purify the blood is obtained from the water. The blood circulates in 2 or 3 vessels. It is a colorless plasma in which float both green and red corpuscles. There is little knowledge as to the precise nature of the Nemertean sensory organs. There are, however, nerve cells in all parts of the body, and the animal is quick to respond to any irritation, especially to any chemical change in the water. With an intense stimulus, the body is contracted violently, twisted, and even torn apart. Even a headless specimen will move toward food placed nearby. A severed head may continue to creep restlessly for several hours. The headless body moves only when stimulated. With most mud-dwelling species, it is difficult to secure an entire specimen. The slender, fragile body is likely to break into many fragments when disturbed. Quite commonly, even without any particular disturbance, a large worm will break up into a dozen or more pieces. Each becomes a small new animal. Some regenerating fragments secrete discs of mucus and form cradles in which they may remain for months while new organs are being formed. Eventually the disc ruptures and the new worm emerges. There is a specific tendency in some species thus to reproduce during warm weather, with a brief period of sexual reproduction during the cold months. These worms are extremely tenacious of life. Even without food, they may live as long as a year in the proper environment. Ordinarily, they are quite voracious animals. They eat earthworms, other sea worms, small mollusks, almost anything soft-bodied, which the eternally active proboscis can bring to the mouth. There it is sucked into the digestive tract. The digestive process is very rapid. Some species have distendable mouths. Like snakes, they can devour animals bigger than themselves. Some are cannibals. When times are hard, they can, like planarians, absorb themselves. A case has been known where a nemertean digested all but a 20th of its own body in a few months, apparently without any ill effects. The lost tissues were restored as soon as food again was available. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Merritt. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Frog versatility. Animals of many talents are the frogs. Some grunt like pigs, others cackle like hens, some chirp like crickets, others caw like crows. Still others quack like ducks. There are golden frogs, scarlet frogs that play dead, frogs that build houses. All this assembly is found in one small corner of the world, southeastern Brazil. This particular tropical countryside long has been known for the abundance and variety of its amphibian life. Some of the frogs in this area are particularly notable for their coloring. Two are almost solid gold in color. Perhaps the most notable is Brachycephalus ephepium, which not only is brilliant gold in hue, but has armor plates of bone on back and head, and whose tadpoles are nearly 3 times the size of the adults. All the adults, less than an inch long, have the armor plate strongly developed, although the shape and size shows considerable variation. The general form of the bony deposition just under the skin, in no way connected with the skeleton, appears to be typically that of an hourglass across the back with one or more separate bony islands. Sometimes these islands are fused with the hourglass. The adults hide under leaves and fallen tree trunks in high mountain woodlands and come out in large numbers only in rainy weather. They appear to be rather clumsy creatures. Their gait is a slow walk. The nightly chorus of certain of the frogs sounds like a regiment beating on tin pans. Others have calls that are like the sounds made by winding a watch or filing iron. The tin pan frog is one of the most conspicuous creatures of the region. The chorus of singing males gives a booming metallic sound, which seems at times to be a regular clanging, like that of a blacksmith hammering on an anvil. The tin pan frog builds its own house, a crater-like structure of mud projecting above shallow water, within which its eggs are laid during the dry season. These nests usually are constructed close to the water's edge. Here the eggs hatch, and the young tadpoles are swept into the pond by the next heavy rain. The mud walls apparently protect the eggs from depredations by fish. Adults stay in trees, except at the time of egg laying. The male is said to come to the pond first to build the nest before the female arrives to lay the eggs. The frog that quacks like a duck is a closely related species. It has a peculiar habit of swarming. Hundreds may appear at one time in a single tree. One of the golden frogs is about 3 inches long and almost pure gold in color. Its voice is like the slow grunting of a pig. It sleeps during the day in large leaves of bromeliads, trees of the pineapple family that often hold rainwater in their axils. They sometimes are described as living tubs of water. At night, the frogs come down out of the leaves and go to ponds and streams in the neighborhood in search of insects. Their leaf-sleeping chambers apparently give them complete protection from their natural enemies. One gray and brown Brazilian frog, extremely sluggish by day, when handled, assumes a wooden, dead appearance, with the limbs brought close to the body and the head bent forward, so that it resembles a patch of fungus or a chip of wood. Even when left on their backs for a long time, they continue to play dead. A notable singer among the Brazilian tree frogs is Hylabai punctata, whose call is a high, frequently repeated tit, tit, tit. When many sing together, the chorus is so loud it can be heard nearly a mile away. One brilliant red-legged frog, brought to Washington by the Smithsonian Institution, ate nothing for 7 months and did not change its position for days at a time. Throughout this period, it seemed to lose no weight. At the end of 7 months, it eagerly ate worms and flies. A violet frog that lives in the clouds and sings like a bird has been discovered by Dr. Bertha Lutz of the National Museum of Brazil on the summit of 10,000-foot-high Mount Itatiaia in the Mantiqueira Mountains. This frog, hitherto unknown to science, has a purple back spotted with gold, bronze, and deep yellow. Below the purple is a deep violet blue. Since the Mantiqueira Mountains, the highest in Brazil, are almost perpetually cloud-veiled, the little animal appears to be entirely a creature of cloudland. Its curious colors, perhaps, have been borrowed as camouflage from the sky. It has a weak voice, and its song is very much like that of a bird. It is found in swift mountain brooks, part of whose courses are subterranean. End of section 16.
Section 17 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The horned viper spears other animals. Best known Egyptian cobra is the so-called spitting serpent, or Libyan asp. It supposedly has the ability to spit in the eyes of its enemies, such as dogs, and the saliva temporarily blinds the victims. The cobra was a sacred animal in ancient Egypt. It was associated with the sun and with royalty. It formed part of the headdress of solar deities and was represented in the crowns of kings and queens. Toward the end of the 20th dynasty, when it became the custom to preserve sacred animals, it was embalmed at Thebes. There is a fair possibility that one of the 16 varieties of Egyptian cobras was the asp, with which Cleopatra took her own life. It is more probable, however, that she used an even weirder and almost as deadly snake, the horned viper. This serpent is common on the fringes of the Egyptian desert. It buries itself in the hot sand, only its eyes and the top of its head being visible. Its 2 horns resemble barley seed and attract birds within its reach. When disturbed, it can throw itself forward. It was called aculum, spear, by the Romans because of this darting motion. End of section 17.
Section 18 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winifred Assman. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The World of Insects. The Roman naturalist Pliny wrote of ants in the Himalayas the color of a cat and as large as an Egyptian wolf. Pliny naively had accepted tales of travelers, but the actual curiosities of the insect world are almost as strange as anything he related. There are bugs that live in ice, bugs that are happy only in near boiling water, snow-white bugs that dwell deep in the earth, bugs that make their homes in petroleum pools. None are as big as wolves, but the insect world has its giants as well as its dwarfs. The Atlas moth of India has a wingspread of nearly a foot. An East Indian walking stick is 15 inches long. The Hercules beetle of Africa sounds like an airplane in flight. Enormous forelegs, more than twice the length of the rest of the body, are characteristic of a black wood beetle, which covers a space of 8 inches with all its legs extended. A curiosity of the Malay archipelago is a fly with horns. It has protuberances on its head, which suggest the horns of a deer. A South African fly has eyes which extend on stalks from the sides of its head. The stalks are so long that the measurement from eye to eye is a third more than the length of the body from head to tail. One blood-sucking insect can distend itself with blood to more than 12 times its original weight. As the huge meal is digested, the abdomen contracts like a deflating balloon. The Death Watch beetle, standby for stories of haunted old castles, bumps its head on the top of its tunnels in wooden walls to send a kind of telegraphic message to its mate. Some chalcid flies paralyze caterpillars and lay self-multiplying eggs in their bodies. More than 2,000 larvae may be produced from a single egg deposited in this way. A singular antlion, dweller near the Egyptian pyramids, has a slender and elongated neck whose caliper jaws seem to be held at the end of an outstretched arm. The neck, in many cases, is far longer than the rest of the body. It permits the insects to probe for prey in deep crevices. The goat of the insect world, the drugstore beetle, is known to consume 45 different substances, including the poisons aconite and belladonna. Other beetles feed on cigarettes, mustard plasters, and red pepper. Ants have shown themselves resistant to cyanide. In the case of some insects, a reduced diet slows down growth. Some wood-boring grubs sometimes live in house timbers for years after they have been put in place. In one instance, an adult beetle emerged from a porch post that had been standing for 20 years. The dried timber lacks the nutritive qualities of the living tree, and the growth of the grub is arrested so that long periods pass before it reaches maturity. A carnivorous butterfly larva lives in the nests of an Australian ant, where it feeds on the young. An especially tough outer shell protects it from attacks by adult ants. The rat-tailed maggot inhabits stagnant water. It feeds on the bottom and breathes air through an extensible tube that forms its tail. Like a diver obtaining oxygen through an air hose while working on sea bottom, it is able to remain submerged as long as it desires. The little frog hopper produces its own climate. In spring and summer, small masses of froth often appear on grass stems and weeds. Within such a bubble mass, sheltered from direct rays of the sun and kept moist by the foam, the immature insect spends its early days. For millions of years, it has been employing its own primitive form of air conditioning. End of section 18.
Section 19 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Gigantic Serpents of the Sky. Titanic pink serpents coiled and wheeled in the sky. The earth below was plunged in a chill twilight as they shut out the December sun. These cosmic reptiles were 2 or 3 miles long. They moved at about a mile a minute. They made a noise like a tornado, punctuated with the rat-tat-tat of machine guns. Thus the naturalist John Audubon described a mass passenger pigeon flight over Kentucky which he estimated included more than 1 billion birds. As they came out of the northeast they looked like a gigantic, low pink cloud driven by a hurricane. Suddenly they split with almost military precision into the coiling snake-like formation as predaceous hawks hovered above them. When these hawks came, says Audubon, at once with a noise like thunder they rushed into compact masses, pressing upon each other towards the center. In these almost solid masses they darted forward in undulating lines, descended and swept close over the earth with inconceivable velocity, mounted perpendicularly so as to resemble a vast column, and when high were seen wheeling and twisting in continuous lines which resembled the coils of gigantic serpents. When the birds reassembled from their emergency snake formations, they constituted, Audubon estimated, a column 1 mile broad, passing overhead at the rate of a mile a minute for 3 hours. Thus the solid mass of birds would have covered 80 square miles. Such a monster would have required, the naturalist calculated, about 9 million bushels of food a day. It is more than a century since anybody has witnessed such a phenomenon. Civilization and nature combined to destroy the almost incalculably vast hordes of pink-breasted birds which, acting in a weird unison, seemed to the pioneers like cosmic monsters invading the earth. Hundreds of millions were slaughtered by hunters. Millions perished in one great Atlantic storm, when it was reported the sea over a radius of 3 or 4 miles was covered completely with their bodies. The passenger pigeon long has been extinct. The last survivor of the tornado-like masses now is mounted on exhibition at the Smithsonian Institution. It died in captivity in the Cincinnati Zoological Park at 1 p.m. September 1, 1914. Every year, Smithsonian ornithologists get reports that one of these birds has been seen in some remote forest. Almost beyond question, however, these reports are due to the wish fulfillment of amateur bird watchers. The extant mourning dove sometimes is mistaken for the passenger pigeon. In the West, the band-tailed pigeon has been similarly mistaken. Even expert ornithologists might make such errors from casual observations. Although convinced that the bird is extinct, scientists continue to investigate any plausible clue to its survival. According to Smithsonian Institution ornithologists, there is a popular idea that the passenger pigeon mysteriously disappeared, and that while still enormously numerous, it suddenly ceased to exist. Its annihilation has been attributed popularly to various natural phenomena, and it has even been rumored that the bird migrated to South America. The natural phenomena supposed to have been causative of its extinction are epidemics, tornadoes, early deep snowstorms, forest fires, strong winds while the birds were crossing large bodies of water, which caused exhaustion and death by drowning. Circumstantial reports were published of immense numbers drowned in the Gulf of Mexico, a region well beyond the usual range of the bird. Destruction of the forests undoubtedly was a large detrimental factor in the life history of the pigeons, for the forests supplied their principal food as well as roosting and nesting places. A bird accustomed for ages to living together in large numbers and close ranks, whether in feeding, migrating, roosting, or nesting, might find it impossible to continue these functions with greatly reduced and scattered ranks. It is probably more than a figure of speech to say that under these circumstances such a communist bird would lose heart, nor is it fanciful to suppose that sterility might in consequence affect the remnants. Our continent is so well known that accounts of the presence of living birds must be considered more than doubtful. The mass flights came about once every 10 years in the early winter. The normal habitat of the pigeons was in the great forests of Quebec and Ontario. There they were widely scattered, feeding chiefly on acorns. When snow covered the ground they moved southward, but ordinarily not in great masses. But a periodic failure of the acorn crop, of the extent of which the birds seemed to have some mysterious awareness, caused them to assemble in one body and start a mass migration southward, obscuring the sun for hours as they passed beneath it. Like tornadoes, they wrecked forests in their flights. Says the naturalist Alexander Wilson, the roosting places sometimes occupy a large extent of forests. When they have frequented one of these places for some time, the appearance it exhibits is surprising. The ground is covered to a depth of several inches with their dung. All the tender grass and underwood is destroyed. The surface is strewn with large limbs of trees, broken down by the weight of birds collecting one above the other. The trees themselves for thousands of acres are killed as if girdled with an axe. The marks of the desolation remain for many years on the spot. Numerous places could be pointed out where, for several years after, scarcely a single vegetable made its appearance. After these mass migrations from the north, the pigeons scattered through the forests in search of food, but assembled again in the spring for egg-laying and hatching. Wilson reported, not far from Shelbyville, Kentucky, about 5 years ago, there was one of these breeding places which stretched through the woods in a north and south direction, several miles in breadth, and was said to be more than 40 miles in length. In this tract almost every tree was furnished with nests wherever the branches would accommodate them. As soon as the young were fully grown, numerous parties of inhabitants from all parts of the adjacent country came with wagons, axes, beds, and cooking utensils, many of them accompanied by the greater part of their families, and encamped for several days at this immense nursery. The noise was so great as to terrify their horses, and it was difficult for one person to hear another speak. The ground was strewn with broken limbs of trees, eggs and young squab pigeon, which had been precipitated from above and upon which herds of hogs were fattening. The view through the woods presented a perpetual tumult of crowding and falling multitudes of pigeons, their wings roaring like thunder, mingled with the frequent crash of falling timber. The last great nesting was recorded at Petoskey, Michigan, in 1878. The area covered is said to have been 40 miles long and 30 miles broad. Systematic commercial hunting of the birds reached its height shortly after the Civil War. In 1879, dead birds were sold on the Chicago market at 50 cents a dozen. Pigeon hunters made from $10 to $40 a day. End of section 19.
Section 20 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Raj from California. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry, The Limbless Lizard. A supposedly welcome guest in the underground chambers of leaf-cutter ants is the Amphisbaena, a nearly limbless lizard about a foot long, which looks something like a gigantic earthworm. This creature, seldom seen, ranges from northern Brazil to lower California. When out of the habitat, the Amphisbaena is almost helpless and moves along the ground with feeble wriggles. Some species lay eggs, others give birth to living young. End of section 20.
Section 21 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BKL. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Maddening Tarantula. The tarantula of southern Europe, a large, hairy spider, long was credited with causing a weird, infectious madness by its bite. The first reported effect of its poison, actually quite mild, is said to have been to put the victim into a deep lethargy from which he could be roused only by music, which set into motion an overpowering impulse to get up and dance. Once the victim started to dance, he could not stop until he fell to the ground from exhaustion. Then the condition supposedly was cured for a year. On the anniversary of the bite, however, the dance was involuntarily repeated. From the tarantula's first victim, the dancing mania allegedly spread like a contagious disease through the surrounding countryside. The name still is used both for an Italian dance and for the music which accompanies it. The tarantula is a subterranean creature which hibernates in its burrow during the winter. Bees and wasps are said to be killed almost instantly by its bite. The spider always strikes at the junction of the head and thorax. End of section 21.
Section 22 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Krista Zaleski. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. A flower that grows through solid ice. A plant that drills through several inches of solid ice to bloom in early spring is the blue moonwort of the Swiss Alps. It belongs to the primrose family. In autumn it develops thick, leathery leaves. These lie flat on the ground, expectant of the snow and ice sheet that may cover them to a depth of several feet. When spring arrives and the hot sun melts most of the snow and some of the ice, water trickles down to the rootlets and arouses growth in the sleeping plant. Internal combustion ensues with the floral tissues. The resulting heat melts the ice about the uprising flower buds, and the stem pushes its way upward. More water flows to the roots, and finally the plant tunnels a passage to the air and sunshine. So long as the heat given off from the growing stem and buds is sufficient to prevent solid freezing of the parts, the plant is indifferent to the surrounding ice-cold temperature. It undergoes the usual transformations, is fertilized by early bees, and forms many hundreds of wonderful blue flower groups, which look as if they were beds over a thick layer of transparent ice. The leaves are now no longer thick and fleshy, but thin and papery. They yield up their carbon compounds as fuel to melt a tunnel through the ice, and production of buds and blossoms on a flower stem above the ice mantle. End of section 22.
Section 23 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tony Mead. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Versatile Ant Farmers. There are microscopic farmers whose fields are measured in fractions of inches. They are ants, the most widespread fungus growers in the Western Hemisphere. Their range extends from Florida to Brazil. They are tiny creatures, seldom noticed, who cultivate a species of yeast which is their sole food. The ways of life of this curious ant, with the formidable scientific name of Scyphomyrmex ramosus minutus, have been studied throughout their habitat by Dr. Neil A. Weber of Swarthmore College. The ant, says Dr. Weber,
is versatile in the American tropics, where the humidity is high and the temperatures are uniform. The most common sites are in clay soil on the forest floor. An empty snail shell, a curled dead leaf, or a knotted twig may suffice for a colony of these small ants. Or they may find requisite conditions among roots, or in the dead wood high in the rainforest canopy. During the rainy season in Panama City, there was a nest on a concrete cylinder above ground, which protected a gas meter. The cylinder was 17 centimeters high, about 6 inches, by 36 centimeters in diameter, and was covered loosely by a concrete cover. In the narrow space on the rim under the cover, a colony had walled off an elliptical area, 36 by 17 millimeters, about 4 inches by 3/4 of an inch, in which the entire nest with a fungus garden was formed. During drier periods, the ants will move down into the soil. The workers are usually slow-moving and become immobile at the slightest disturbance. Sometimes, however, they run as rapidly as the average ant when disturbed and seek to escape rather than feign death. In feigning death, the ants quickly curl up their legs and fold their antennae close to the body so that they appear almost invisible bits of dirt when closely examined. The ants spend much time in grooming the forelimbs, antennae, and other parts of the body. Regardless of how dusty an ant may become momentarily, it keeps its antenna immaculate by drying it through its mouth and licking and cleansing it. They also clean one another. In grooming each other, the ants may carefully go over a large portion of the body. In one instance, a slightly callow worker was watched as it groomed another of the same age. The one being groomed turned over on its side like a dog or a monkey. The grooming of each other and the cleansing of the brood is a vital part of their activities, as it removes alien bacteria and fungi, and may also have a nutritive function so far as the brood is concerned. The fungus garden consists of masses from 1/4 millimeter to 1/2 millimeter in diameter, from about 1/100th to 1/60th of an inch. They have their bitter, nearly microscopic enemies. Upon them, as upon elephants, ride a much smaller bareback riding mites, whose acrobatic stunts would be the envy of any circus performer. 7 out of 16 ants so examined, Dr. Weber says, had mites on them. These mites had no difficulty in moving from one site to another on the ants. A transfer of a mite from one ant to another was watched. It had been riding on one ant when another brushed by, waving its antenna over the other as is customary. In a flash, the mite grabbed the tip of the left antenna. The ant did not attempt to dislodge the mite, although it already had 2 others on its body. The mite had a rough ride, but was not dislodged. The peculiar type of fungus grown by the ant does not grow naturally outside the nest. It can be isolated and cultivated, but it quickly is overwhelmed by other fungi in any artificial culture. It is probable that ant and fungi need each other for survival. Possibly, the saliva of the insect is essential for the growth of the primitive plant. Likewise, the peculiarly developed fungus is essential for the well-being, even for the survival, of the ants. It is one of nature's partnerships. End of section 23.
Section 24 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Ostracoderms, Ancestors of True Fish. The race of fish first appeared about 350 million years ago, in the Silurian geological era. It was made up of grotesque, clumsy, heavily armored animals who crawled over the ooze of the sea bottoms with very little, if any, capacity to rise or propel themselves in the water. The ascent from such an unpropitious beginning to the swift, graceful swimmers of today is one of the wonder stories of evolution. These Silurian animals were the ostracoderms. They belonged to the general fish complex, but were not in the direct ancestral line of any extant fish. This race continued in various groupings for at least 150 million years. The earliest forms were worm-like animals whose fossils are found in ancient rocks of Estonia. Their heads and the forward parts of their bodies were covered with bony plates. They had no fins to serve for steering and balancing. In appearance they were close to tadpoles. It is quite obvious that they were bottom-dwelling forms who swam, if at all, awkwardly and laboriously. The evolution into more and more efficient swimming animals can be traced through later and later fossils throughout the life history of the race. The body became more flexible. There was a gradual reduction in the thickness of the external armor as the ostracoderms came to depend more and more on speed and less on invulnerability. At the end they probably were comparatively good swimmers. A little later than the earliest of this long-extinct family came the first representatives of the true fish, probably derived from the same general ancestral stock. They also were bottom-dwelling animals, although from the beginning they appear to have been a little better adapted for swimming. And these also, the head and forward part of the body, were encased in heavy armor. In ostracoderms, however, this had formed a continuous shell, allowing no anterior freedom of motion in the water. In the earliest true fish, it was divided into two parts, the head shield and the body shield. For the most part, however, they could use only the tail and posterior part of the body for propulsion. But through many generations, various diversifications of the race became more and more fish-like in form, shed their heavy protective plates, developed paired fins for steering and balance, and continuously improved as swimmers. We must take it for granted, explains Professor Anatol Heinz, Norwegian paleontologist, that the ancestral forms of the vertebrates evolved in water. Most primitive forms lived on the bottom and had not yet specialized sufficiently to be able to swim. If the oldest vertebrates were bottom-living or burrowing forms, they must have learned to swim, just as later they learned to crawl, walk, run, and finally fly. Among the earliest groups of true fish were the coelacanths, or hollow spines. They left many fossil remains over a period of 200 million years. Supposedly they became extinct about 60 million years ago, at the start of the Dawn Age, when most higher life types known at present first appeared. Through all the vast eons of their existence, the hollow spines changed little. 3 years ago came one of the outstanding events in present-day biology. A living coelacanth was caught by native fishermen off the northeastern coast of Madagascar. It was quite similar to its fossil ancestors, armored head and all. Apparently, the Madagascan fishermen had been capturing similar creatures in their nets occasionally for years, without realizing that they were of any particular significance. To biologists, the news of this capture was as exciting as would have been that of finding a living dinosaur. The coelacanths, in fact, were hoary with age when the earliest dinosaurs appeared on Earth. This fish was a survivor from days when animals first were developing spines and brains. The specimen, however, was practically ruined before it came to the attention of the scientists. Native sailors had sliced it open from snout to tail. All the brain and other soft parts of the head were gone. Other parts were so badly mangled that it was impossible to reconstruct them. Since then, several others have been caught. An intriguing possibility is that of obtaining a female with unborn young. A developing embryo supposedly recapitulates ancestral forms. If one could be found, it would be possible to reconstruct something of the real ancestry of the first backboned animals. Natives report that the coelacanth is extremely oily. Its flesh drips oil. When boiled, it quickly turns to jelly. This fact may have a bearing on the origin of some of the earth's great oil deposits. Man today may be running his automobiles or heating his homes on the fuel produced by vast hordes of these head-armored, hollow-spined fish in the ancient warm seas. End of section 24.
Section 25 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry, Section 25. The Ever Faithful Hornbills. Lady hornbills are trusting wives, and gentlemen hornbills are unbelievably faithful husbands. The hornbills are birds with enormous beaks. They have the size of small turkeys and are usually found in pairs in the forests of East Africa. They are perhaps best known from the curious instinctive behavior of the female. Before laying her annual quota of 2 eggs, she walls herself with mud collected by the male into a hole near the top of some high jungle tree. There, one of the eggs, apparently seldom both, is hatched and the chick reared. The female continues this voluntary imprisonment for 2 months or more. There is always a small aperture in the wall. Through this, the foraging male passes food to his imprisoned mate once an hour or less. Food consists mostly of fruits. Sometimes he brings her what apparently are playthings to relieve the monotony of hatching and chick rearing. A comprehensive report on the behavior of these grotesque birds in the Manga Research Forest of Uganda by Dr. Lawrence Kilham of Bethesda, Maryland, is a classic on bird watching. Hornbills mate for life, and apparently their conjugal life is a model of high morality for the whole animal kingdom. Walled into the tree holes, the females obviously are helpless to protect themselves against any infidelity, and sad to say, there are vampire female hornbills in the jungle whose only thought is to steal some imprisoned lady's spouse. In the case observed by Dr. Killam, however, the male preserved his virtue to the end. By November 8th, he records, the female was walled in, and a more serious attempt at interference was now made by a foreign female. She was following the male and lighted in the next tree when he lighted above his nest hole. On November 23rd, the same course of events took place, except that the male was less tolerant. He fed his own mate, then drove the intruder away. A week later, I saw her fly in close behind the male and light 25 feet from the nest hole. The male gave his mate a piece of bark, followed by some fruit, and then bounced from one branch to another toward the foreign female. The poor fellow was falling, but the female within the nest screamed a number of times. I wondered whether the interloper could seduce the male, but from subsequent observations, it seemed unlikely that she would. The male returned again to the nest hole, and a few minutes later was in the upper part of the tree, knocking about on dead branches until he dislodged a piece of bark. He clamped his bill on the bark until it was largely fragmented. Then he moved toward the foreign female. If he presented the bark, a cherished play object among hornbills, one would suppose that she had some attraction for him. After a moment, however, he changed his direction, flew down to the big limb below, bent over the nest hole, and gave the token to his mate, accompanied by a feeding chuckle. Subsequently, he returned to perch quietly within 8 feet of the intruding female. At 7:30 a.m., the two of them flew away together. As the nesting season progressed, he became less tolerant of her intrusions. On February 3rd, I again watched her fly in behind the male and alight on the nest tree, making considerable noise. The male stopped feeding his mate, swooped at the interloper, and drove her down toward the ground. However, when he flew away, she followed a short distance behind. The vampire was hard to discourage. A few days later, she was observed at the entrance to the nest, trying to break the wall with her beak. Probably there was a sex murder case in the making. But after 5 minutes, the male arrived and drove the foreign female to another tree, flying at her so hard that he knocked leaves from intervening branches. He returned to his nest with a small stick held like a cigar. His mate, who had remained silent, now began her wailing screeches. The intruding female, persistent as usual, had followed the male back to the nest tree. In a few minutes, he flew at her again, flying faster than hornbills usually do as he chased her from one tree to another. But his ordeal of bachelorhood was nearly over. 5 days later, mother and young emerged from the nest. The pair of hornbills were perched side by side on their tree. Not long after, I heard a great flutter of wings. I looked back to see both members of the pair pursuing a foreign female. When the parents later came to our garden, she did not follow. End of section 25. Read by Janani Ram, Chennai, February 3rd, 2022.
Section 26 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BKL. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Ants with Tailor Skills. Ants developed the craft of sewing long before humans. There are species of tailor ants in Australia, Africa, and India that have distinctly ingenious habits. They make nests of leaves sewed together with silken threads secreted by their own larvae, which they use both as needles and shuttles. When the nest is torn in any way, certain soldiers and workers, apparently specialized for this particular job, rush to the scene. The soldiers arrange themselves to protect the workers. These first try to pull the two edges of the rent together. If the gap is too wide for a single insect to reach the other side and secure it with her mandibles, a living chain is formed, sometimes as much as 6 ants long. One holds another in front of her with her mandibles. The second similarly holds a third, and so on, until the other side is reached. Hours sometimes are required before the edges of the tear can be brought together and held in contact. Then several other workers appear, each carrying a larva head upwards. These little worms are carried back and forth like a shuttle, spinning the threads which are pushed through needle holes made by the workers until the rent is securely patched. End of section 26.
Section 27 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tia Wright. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Fiend Symphonies of the Jungle. Out of the green jungle depths at sunrise rises the choral hymn of the damned. It is a symphony of Earth's evil, of ancient dinosaurs and flying reptiles, of vampires and witches. It comes from the throats of jet-black, long-bearded, fiend-like creatures wearing red shawls. They are the howler monkeys. The world's loudest-mouthed bluffers and braggarts are these dwellers in the high treetops. They swear in an ancient tongue evolved over centuries for the effective cursing of hovering white hawks, black vultures, and lurking wildcats. Now they curse, loudly and most profanely, airplanes which sweep low over Panama and Costa Rican jungles. They have not found it necessary to invent any new expressions to convey their contempt for the new monsters of the skies. Their voices are their only weapons. These have proved quite effective throughout the lifetime of the race. The howlers have been able to threaten their enemies with perdition so convincingly that these enemies have believed the threats. Largely as a result, the big black monkeys have been left alone as the dominant animals of the weird, perilous green world at the top of the jungle. They never have had to fight with fist, claws, or teeth. All they have done, all it has been necessary to do, is talk about it. The scream of the howler, hurled defiantly at a possible enemy, or raised in a diapason to the sunrise, or in a ritual of worship to the full moon, is the most fearsome sound of the jungle. As one zoologist has said, it's a combination of the bark of a dog and the bray of a mule magnified 1,000-fold. It can be heard and clearly discriminated 8 or 10 miles away. Some say that the howl not only sounds like the voices of fiends let loose from the pit of Hades, but that the appearance of the animals themselves is just about what one would picture for the infernal beings. The loudness and carrying power is due to the monkey's peculiar throat structure, which enables the sound to reverberate. This throat structure is the weapon which nature has provided for the animal, and it has enabled him to more than hold his own in the endless struggle for survival of the fittest. Even more, it has made him supremely contemptuous of all lesser-voiced creatures, such as men on foot or men in airplanes at whom he howls defiantly. Of all apes or monkeys, the howler probably looks the least like his distant cousin, man. He is at very best a grotesque caricature of a chimpanzee or a gorilla. Attempts have been made to oust him from the monkey race altogether and to degrade him to the pseudo-monkeys, the lemurs. But in biology, there is nothing to justify this. Fortunately for students of animal behavior, the howler is a daylight animal. He usually goes to bed at sundown and stays there until sunrise, except on occasions when the full moon awakens him and arouses some uncontrollable frenzy which finds expression in the weird howling. So about everything he does is open to observation. The creatures remain about the least acceptable of the monkey and ape race in human company. The feeling apparently is reciprocal. The howler is an almost untamable wild animal. He never will dance at the end of a hurdy-gurdy grinder's leash, and seldom will be on exhibit in zoos. He dies quickly in captivity, but only after becoming such a nuisance with the howling of a broken heart that zookeepers are glad to be rid of him. Only one specimen has been kept in captivity at Barrow, Colorado, a baby rescued by one of the Indian guides after she had fallen out of a tree. This happens not infrequently to the little howlers before they have mastered the acrobatics of the forest canopy. They are not climbers at birth, any more than seals are able to swim. In the strange treetop realm among his own, the howler is a much more engaging personality than he appears down below. He is the man of the green canopy 100 feet above the earth. He is the dominant creature, intellectually if not always physically, and he appears to have evolved a complex form of social organization. From 200 to 300 of the big black monkeys inhabit Barrow, Colorado. They are split into groups of from 10 to 20 individuals. These groups are probably extended families, each consisting of 2 or 3 adult males, a few younger males, and the remainder females and babies. Each clan possesses an area of from 250 to 500 acres. This is the hometown and few of the monkeys ever stray across its borders. Within such an area are roads, or paths of long branches and heavy vines by which a troop can pass easily from one treetop to another. These same ways are maintained year after year. The howler requires solid footing. Despite his lofty, wind-tossed habitat, he is not much of a gymnast. For one reason, his body is too heavy. He appears quite clumsy compared with his lighter, more volatile relatives, the spider monkeys, of the same high realm. Howlers, for example, very seldom have been observed leaping from tree to tree. Occasionally, probably only in cases of dire necessity, a swinging vine may be used as a trapeze. Any aerial acrobatics, however, appear far from this monkey's ideas of good sport. Through its allotted area, a group usually moves in single file, the adult males leading the way and the females with young clinging to their backs or breasts bringing up the rear. The treetop roads seldom are wide enough to permit two monkeys to move abreast. When any of the troop drops behind, the procession is held up to wait for him. If he does not appear in a few minutes, scouts are sent back to find out what has happened. About the worst to be anticipated is that a mother has dropped her baby. She immediately will descend to retrieve it from the ground or, as is more likely, from some of the lower branches which have broken its fall. The animals appear to maintain a communistic family life. A family never seems to increase or decrease in numbers. Probably new groups are formed if the birth rate becomes greater than is necessary for replacements. In the absence of epidemics, death rates are not heavy, for the animal has no formidable natural enemies. Its hellish howl is enough to scare away even the strongest, fiercest invaders of its high country. Classes are mutually exclusive, but there are no wars in the treetops. When one group ventures near the border of a range claimed by another, all the inhabitants get together and set up the most fiendish howling of which they are capable. The potential invaders stop and howl back just as fiendishly. After a more or less prolonged session of this bloodless warfare, both factions call it a day and go their peaceful ways. Any actual fight between howler gangs has not been reported by reliable witnesses. End of section 27.
Section 28 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Tyrants of the Polychaete Race. Night warriors and Amazons of the worm world are the Aphroditids. They are the aristocrats and tyrants of the Polychaete race. Like the Oriental Aphrodite, whose name they bear, she was the mythical goddess of love and war, who rose from the sea foam armed with golden spears, which were the rays of the moon and sun she personified. They crawl over the beach sands resplendent in a bristling panoply of gold and green. Heavily armed for both offense and defense, their prey are all living things, remotely their equals in size and strength. For their battles they carry on their feet an armory of harpoons, bayonets, lances, spears, and billing hooks, says the Reverend George Johnston in his catalogue of annelid worms in the British Museum. Were it desirable to have any additions to man's weapons of war, he comments, the Aphrodite bayonet might furnish a model for a new kind as formidable as any we possess. It is armed with a kind of pricker affixed to the end of a musket. This appendage is very sharp, formed with several cutting surfaces, and with a spine below pointed backwards, which gives it the properties and advantage of a harpoon. Hence, having been forced to penetrate the flesh, the point cannot be withdrawn, but is detached at once. This, however, is not the most curious part of the instrument. The bayonet part of the bristle is, in fact, a sheath which encloses another weapon that is exposed only when the scabbard is lost. When we detach the bayonet from the sheath, at the same time we force from its interior a horny stylet with a needle-like point ready to become a good defensive weapon. The terror of the tidal beaches described by Dr. Johnston is a sea mouse, Aphrodite aculeata, an oval-shaped worm from 6 to 8 inches long and 2 or 3 wide. It has from 30 to 50 large feet on each side of its body, each carrying an immense tuft of silky green and golden bristles and spines. Many have commented on the malevolent creature's beauty and capacity for inspiring terror. The very brilliant iridescent hues, Dr. Johnson says, are not equaled by the colors of the most brilliant butterflies. It does not yield in brilliance to the plumage of hummingbirds, or even to the most shining gems, wrote the great French naturalist Baron Cuvier, credited with the original description of the animal. Normally it moves by jet propulsion. As it goes forward, a current of water is projected with considerable force at short intervals from its rear end. Progress ordinarily is slow, but the sea mouse is capable of considerable speed when pursuing a slow-moving prey. It frequently can be observed motionless, watching a weaker worm or mollusk upon which it is prepared quickly to pounce at a favorable opportunity. Some of these animals, Dr. Johnston observes, have 500 feet on each side of the body. Each foot has 2 branches, and each branch at least 1 spine and 1 brush of bristles. Thus an individual has at least 1,000 spines. If we reckon 10 bristles to each brush, it has at least 10,000. The bristles, presumably, are almost entirely for defense, the spines for offense, and admirably fashioned for killing weaker animals. Both types of weapons can be retracted entirely inside the foot when not in use, but thrust out again immediately when needed. Aphrodite hermione, a close relative of the sea mouse, Dr. Johnson points out, has in the dorsal branch of its feet bristles which may be described as lances. They are so small that a magnifying glass is needed to discover the workmanship, which excels in finish the finest instrument of man by the skill of the most expert artificer. A great number of these bristles garnish the extremity of each foot, and as they are stiff and serially arranged, they form a hedge of spears around the body of the worm, placing it within a square of pointed pikes threatening at all points. Other bristles terminate in a knob within which is a barbed lance. Still others are likened by Dr. Johnston to harpoons, produced from the body only as required. They are very sharply pointed bristles, with the point attached to a shaft. The harpoon point, like the bayonet previously described, has a reverted tooth which cannot be withdrawn once it has been plunged into the body of the enemy. It can, however, be detached and left to fester in the wound. Some worms lose all their harpoons in their many fights. There is scarcely a single weapon invented by the murderous genius of man, commented the French naturalist Quatrefages concerning Aphroditids on Bay of Biscay coasts, whose counterpart and model could not be found among these worms. Here are the curved blades whose points present a double and prolonged cutting surface, sometimes on the concave edge as in the yataghan of the Arabs, sometimes on the convex border as in the Oriental scimitar. We meet with weapons of offense and defense which remind us of the broadsword of our cuirassiers, the sabre poignard of the artillerymen, the sabre bayonet of the chasseurs. We have harpoons, fishhooks, cutting blades in every form attached to the extremities of sharp handles. Destined to live by rapine and exposed to 100 enemies, they need such weapons both for attacking and defense. Some Aphroditids swim with ease. The majority, however, are found between tide marks where they burrow in wet sand. A few occasionally trespass in tidal rivers. When placed in fresh water, the animals soon die, in their death throes first ejecting a milky white fluid which turns to blackish green at the moment of death. Despite their heavy armament, the Aphroditids are a favorite food of codfish. They are distributed generally all over the world. The monster of the race in the South Pacific sometimes reaches a length of 5 feet. End of section 28.
Section 29 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by by BKL. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Eating Habits of Spiders. Spiders digest most of their food before eating. They must subsist on a liquid diet. A powerful digestive fluid from the stomach is discharged on the prey. This completely liquefies the soft tissues. So potent is this fluid that spiders sometimes can devour small backboned animals, such as fish and lizards, which they kill with their poison fangs. One African species can liquefy almost completely a fish 2 inches long in less than 3 hours. Another has been observed in captivity to dispose of small snakes in the same way. End of section 29.
Section 30 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tia Wright. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Suicide Instinct of Iguanas. Some iguanas seem to have the ability to commit suicide without any visible means. Some of these lizards, hitherto unknown to science, captured alive and uninjured in Cuba by Dr. Paul Barcht of the Smithsonian Institute, died a few minutes later as if a mere wish to end their lives were sufficient to achieve death. These iguanas are vegetable feeders, Dr. Bartsch recorded in his field notes. They are fairly tame and persisted in chasing the nooses on the ends of our sticks, instead of running their heads through them or letting us place them around their necks. When hard pressed, they finally dashed into holes that looked like huge crab burrows. When near the coast, where there is a hurricane rampart, they seek refuge in crevices of the rocks. We were surprised when we took those we had captured from our bag on board ship to find 4 of them dead. Evidently, they have a way of ending their own lives. On Petit Gonaïves Island, off the coast of Haiti, are large iguanas which, native fishermen say, can be captured safely only by getting them drunk. Travelers are warned that they are extremely dangerous animals when sober. The fishermen pour rum into hollows of rocks along the shore. The big lizards appear to be very fond of this beverage and drink themselves helpless. End of section 30.
Section 31 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Forests that eat meat. Relic groves of the great meat-eating forests of 150 million years ago still thrive on the floors of deep, warm seas. These are made up of plant animals, predaceous trees with red blood and hearts, the crinoids. There are about 700 extant, compared to more than 1,000 extinct, species. For 100 million years they were among the ocean's dominant life forms. Fossil crinoids, or stone lilies, make up great marble beds in both America and Europe. In 1934, the Smithsonian Johnson expedition dredged 19 species, including 2 not hitherto known to science, from the bottom of the great Puerto Rico deep. The crinoids are highly developed animals, though they look like plants. They can by no means be considered as a form of life on the dividing line of the animal and vegetable worlds. Rather, they are animals which have taken on the superficial appearance of plants. They are very highly specialized animals, so much so that there are few places in the world where they can survive in great numbers. In life, they usually are brilliantly colored. Judging from those that are found on the sea bottoms today, one of the ancient meat-eating forests must have presented a very colorful spectacle of red, green, purple, and yellow blossoms. Most of them live in deep water. There are free-moving varieties as well as those that are fixed to the bottom with stems like plants. Until recent years, few were recovered in good condition because of the tendency of one of these plant animals to break itself into pieces when agitated. When brought up from the bottom to the deck of a ship, the crinoid would proceed to break off the feather-like arms which make up the blossoms. This was its natural defense reaction in the depths. Its way of escape, when one of its arms was seized by a fish, was to break it off. Then it could grow another quite easily. As a matter of fact, this is the way the crinoid grows, one of the most wasteful processes of growth in nature. It breaks off one arm and grows two instead, but it cannot increase the number of its arms without discarding an old one. Another difficulty is that the gorgeous colors of the meat-eating flowers are fast only in salt water. They fade rapidly in air, fresh water, or alcohol, so that there can be only a fleeting impression of the true coloration. These crinoids live, for the most part, on diatoms, small crustaceans, and other tiny sea creatures, which they first paralyze with poison from the tentacles which line the grooves of the arms through which food is carried to the mouth. End of section 31.
Section 32 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winifred Assman. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Cave-dwelling birds. True creature of night is the guacharo, or oil bird of northern South America. It is reddish-brown, about the size of a barnyard hen. Excessive layers of fat built up about its abdomen formerly were valued highly by natives for eating purposes, resulting in the slaughter of countless thousands every year. The guacharo spends its days a half-mile or more deep in the interior of mountain caves. Here it roosts and builds its nests in crevices high in the rock walls. It leaves in groups of 20 to 30 shortly after dusk and apparently spends the whole night foraging for food, sometimes covering as much as 200 miles. Like the cave bat, it seems to have no difficulty finding its way in absolute darkness. An explanation of this ability, acoustic orientation, has been reported by Dr. Donald R. Griffin of Cornell University. The birds apparently are guided by echoes of specific sharp clicking sounds which they make. The individual click, Dr. Griffin explains, consists of a very few sound waves, having a frequency of about 7,000 cycles per second. The duration of each click is about a millisecond, 1,000th of a second. The clicks were loud enough to be audible easily, about 200 yards inside the cave. Except for their lower frequency, these sounds are very similar to those used by insectivorous bats for their acoustic orientation. The external ear canals of 3 captive birds were plugged with cotton. They then became disoriented when flying in the dark. They collided with every object they encountered. Before and immediately after this treatment, they flew about in a small dark room, avoiding all collisions with the walls. Their best-known habitat is the Guacharo Cave in Venezuela's Humboldt National Park, where they are rigidly protected. Most of them nest in a vast subterranean hall, more than a half-mile long and 100 feet high. Here, more than 1,000 of the birds greet the intruder instantly with a wave of awesome and deafening shrieks. With the advent of dusk, reports Dr. Eugenio de Bellard Pietri, Venezuelan cave explorer, The birds come out in compact groups, but before the exodus, a preliminary flight is held by a few, as if to make sure that night is falling. Soon they return to the depths of their somber mansion, evidently to give the flock the all-clear signal. Late in the evening, there is not a single adult specimen left in the cave. The flight of these birds is silent and cannot easily be detected. End of section 32.
Section 33 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Manalakis. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Where Snails Become Flowers. The lowly snail reaches an apotheosis, rivaling flowers and butterflies as an expression of nature's artistry in Cuban forests. Delicate sunrise tints of pink, blue, violet, green, and yellow make the shells of 2 or 3 genera of tree-dwelling mollusks like rare jewels. Most conspicuous are snails of the genus Polymita, confined to the Oriente province. Here they cover some trees so completely that the effect is like that of a tree of flowers. Only upon close observation can one detect that the blossoms are shells. The animals live for the most part on a fungus that grows on the bark. The colors of the shells are affected by various chemical constituents of the bark, notably tannic acid, and serve as warning to other creatures. In taste, the snails are very bitter, and no bird will intentionally attack them. The color serves notice that only a disgusting mouthful is to be had. 2 of the most beautiful of these shell forms were recently discovered by Dr. Paul Barch, former Smithsonian curator of mollusks. Fragile, translucent, colored as delicately as the loveliest of orchids, these particular snails are the fairies of the mollusk world in the unconscious artistry with which they have constructed their moving palaces. One, a hitherto unknown species, has a remarkable combination of pale orange, orange buff, deeper orange, and flame color, all shading delicately into each other. The color effect is such as one might find rarely in rose petals. Another has a blending of ivory, olive green, lemon yellow, and orange. End of section 33. Section 34 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Manalakis. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Termites that eat lead. On Barro Colorado Island in the Panama Canal Zone, the Smithsonian Institution maintains an experimental cemetery. It consists of rows of upright posts which look like gravestones, half buried in the soil. The purpose is to test the propensities of the island's 42 species of termites, just about man's most persistent and expensive enemy in the tropics, to eat different kinds of wood impregnated with different kinds of repellents and poisons. To date, approximately 35,000 tests have been made. The longer the work is continued, the more Dr. James Zetek, former director of the station, is impressed with the contrariness and ingenuity of the blind ant-like insects, which achieve subhuman acmes of engineering ability and whose appetites are marvelous. Among Barro Colorado's termites are some extraordinary bugs indeed. One, for example, eats lead. It gnaws its way through the lead sheathings on cables. This is not because it likes a lead diet. Lead, in fact, is indigestible, and the insects starve to death. But their appetites are so insatiable that the little creatures just keep on gnawing, in the hope that there will be wood on the other side. This particular insect is known by the scientific name of Coptotermes niger. It has been known to eat through a concrete floor nearly 5 inches thick. Again, not because of any particular liking for concrete, but because of the expectation of coming eventually to digestible wood. The feat was made possible because the sand used in making the concrete contained many fragments of seashells, which were dissolved by a powerful chemical excreted by the insects. It is very difficult to dispose of termites by poison, that is, permanently. Races have risen here, for example, which seem to thrive on arsenic. The insect lives on the cellulose in wood. It must be digested by certain intestinal bacteria in the digestive tract. If these microorganisms can be poisoned, the termite starves. At first, at least 99% of the bacteria succumb to heavy doses of arsenic. This means that 99% of the termites are killed. But always there are a few exceptionally tough bacteria with a high resistance to the poison. Their descendants in a few generations apparently become almost entirely resistant. With their help, a new race of termites comes into existence. Ordinarily, termites attack only dead or dying wood. Some of them, however, carry fungi around with them to kill their own wood. The canal zone insects can dispose of living trees. Dr. Zetek tells of one attempt to establish an avocado plantation. He warned against it. When the trees had reached the fruit-bearing stage and seemed healthy, he was ridiculed for his warnings. Branches were heavy with avocados, and there was promise of a record crop. He shook his head when shown the flourishing orchard. "The poor trees," he remarked, "they know they are going to die. They are just making one last mighty effort to preserve their species by producing plenty of fruit and seeds." He secured the orchard owner's permission to chop down one tree. The whole inside, he found, was riddled with termite galleries. This tree and all the others in the orchard were dead within a year. End of section 34.
Section 35 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Merritt. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Plant That Eats Animals. There are life and death battles in the microscopic world between tiny shelled animals and flesh-devouring fungi. The phenomenon can be compared to that of a tree catching and eating big turtles. When a culture of diseased plant roots is made, there soon appear great numbers of microscopic plants and animals. Bacteria, fungi, amoebae, nematodes, and other life forms. Immediately, the struggle for survival starts. The animals try to eat the plants, and the plants attempt to devour the animals. Among the animal forms which appear are vast numbers of creatures known as rhizopods. Practically unknown except to specialists, these microscopic creatures play an important part in the economy of life. They are probably the best equipped of all the new arrivals to survive, since their soft bodies are covered with relatively heavy shells. Some years ago, Dr. Charles Drechsler of the U.S. Department of Agriculture reported the existence of predaceous meat-eating fungi, parasitic forms of plant life, which literally lassoed such unprotected animals as amoeba and thread-like nematodes, and proceeded to devour them at leisure by the process of infiltrating their bodies. It would appear that the armored rhizopods are completely protected from these ferocious plants, but the animal has one weak spot in its defense. It must get its mouth outside its shell in order to eat. Apparently, the most inviting forage at hand is the innocent-appearing fungus. The rhizopod proceeds to suck at it with movements which Dr. Drechsler describes as similar to sucking an egg. The rhizopod mouth is small. Once it has sucked in any of the fungus, its fate is sealed. For, explains Dr. Dreschler, to such undiscriminating voracity, the fungus responds by rapidly proliferating from the partly ingested portion a bulbous outgrowth slightly larger than the mouth, so that the rhizopod is held securely. The unfortunate shelled animal is like a fish caught on a hook. It struggles vainly to get away. It rushes, but the fungus simply lets out the line until the rhizopod is brought to an abrupt stop and can be hauled in. The line is a filament connecting the body of the fungus with the bulb in the animal's mouth. Once its prey is secure, the fungus proceeds to send out growths from the bulb through the creature's flesh, literally eating it alive. Very rarely, like a hooked fish, a rhizopod is able to break away. In the course of its life, a single one of these thread-like fungi will capture many of the shelled animals, lining them up securely, mouth to mouth, on both sides of itself. It absorbs their substance at its leisure. Other predaceous fungi have definite external organs for capturing their prey. This particular species, however, has no external appendages and appears completely inert and innocent until it is stimulated to action by the sucking of the rhizopod. End of section 35.
Section 36 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Krista Zaleski. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Ocean's Sound Barrier. A densely woven carpet of life covers the floor of the world of light under the sea, just below the level reached by the most penetrating rays of the sun. It is a carpet of many colors and of flashing lights, the strands of its texture rapidly moving, predaceous, warring organisms. They probably are a mixture of lantern-carrying fish, 10-tentacled squid with malevolent red eyes, and small, luminous, shrimp-like creatures known as euphasids. Their nature can only be deduced by the echoes of sound from their bodies. This carpet, about 300 feet thick, is the sea's false bottom. It was discovered by Navy ships making depth soundings during the war. Such soundings depend on the time taken for echoes to be reflected to the surface from the ocean floor. Recorded on a ship's instruments, they represent an extremely precise procedure, perfected to the point where a continuous record of depth can be obtained with an accuracy of a few inches. But, using certain wavelengths of sound, echoes were received from depths between 1,000 and 1,500 feet, whereas the sea itself was known to be 2 or 3 miles deep at these places. The only plausible explanation was that there were vast multitudes of floating or swimming objects of some sort, constituting almost a solid surface at the depths from which the echoes came. The mystery was increased by the fact that the false bottom existed only during daylight. The carpet was laid shortly after sunrise and rolled up at twilight. The indication was that the echo-producing objects rose to the surface at the beginning of darkness, a clue which has given rise to much speculation and argument. The carpet is under all the oceans, even the nethermost Antarctic. In some areas it seems practically continuous over thousands of square miles. In others it is broken up into smaller areas, like scatter rugs on a floor. The false bottom is almost as much a mystery today as when it first puzzled the Navy's navigators. All are agreed that it must be composed of vast hordes of animals. They are not directly observable by any known technique. Some indication of their size and abundance, however, can be deduced from the wavelengths of sound which they echo. There must be, it has been calculated, from 10 to 20 of these organisms in each cubic meter of water. They echo only long sound waves. High-frequency sound passes through them like light through glass, and is bounced back from the true sea bottom. They have been a mild nuisance, but never a peril, to modern navigators. Whatever the organisms may be, they evidently cannot endure any light. At dawn, they sink immediately from within about 100 feet of the surface, through the zone of moonlight pale green illumination, which represents sunshine's deepest penetration of seawater. Chief proponents of the theory that a preponderance of them are squid are oceanographers of the Navy's Hydrographic Office. It is well established that the deep sea abounds in these fantastic mollusks. They are rarely seen at the surface. They move through the water very rapidly by a kind of jet propulsion, gulping water in the mouth and shooting it out explosively from the rear. They are little affected by changes in hydrostatic pressure, as are fish with air bladders. When the false bottom rises at sunset, it comes to the surface at a rate of 40 to 50 feet a minute. No swimming fish, it is maintained, could rise so rapidly through the decreasing pressure. It would get the bends, like a human diver brought to the surface in too great a hurry. These squid range in length from 3 or 4 inches to more than a foot. They are of about the right size to return some of the echoes which have been observed. The faintly luminous euphysid shrimps are also known to be very abundant in the depths. Presumably they provide most of the squid's food. The principal investigations have been carried out by the Navy's Electronics Laboratory and the Scripps Institute of Oceanography of San Diego. An outstanding difficulty hitherto has been that the echoes have been known only from the false bottom as a whole. They have covered a wide spectrum of sound wavelengths. A recently developed technique is to lower a hydrophone connected with a sound-producing mechanism into the depths in order to record echoes from individual objects at distances of a few feet. Indications to date are that some of them are from a foot to 18 inches long. Too large to be squid, and far too large to be shrimp. They can only, it is deduced, be deep-water fish. If a great number of fairly large fish are indicated, this false bottom might turn out to be the richest pasture in the ocean for the production of food for man. Navy divers have swum through the false bottom at night when it was within less than 200 feet of the surface. They have observed enormous numbers of euphysids and other small organisms, but very few fish. This, however, is only suggestive. There is no good reason to believe the carpet has the same texture at night as by day. It is quite likely that the organisms disperse widely over the surface waters. End of section 36.
Section 37 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tia Wright. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Snakes that act and look like worms. There are snakes that look like snarls of 6-inch long pieces of wrapping twine. These worm snakes are the world's closest imitators of worms. Among the most secretive of living things, they rarely come in contact with man. When they are seen, they usually are mistaken for worms. Only zoologists can put them in their true families. These living strings live exclusively under the earth, sometimes in tangled snarls of scores of individuals. They are the smallest of snakes. Their closest relatives, however, are the gigantic boas and pythons. Judging from their wide distribution, on such isolated spots, for example, as Christmas Island in the Indian Ocean, they are quite ancient reptiles whose wanderings started about 50 million years ago. They are found most often in termite nests, where they eat the eggs and possibly their larvae. Small earthworms and other soil creatures add to their diet. The worm snakes are almost toothless. Eyes are buried under skin, are only faint spots, and probably only can discriminate light from darkness. The tail looks somewhat like the head, a likeness presumably developed as a camouflage. They retain a snake's scales, but these are highly polished so they can be of no help in crawling. These Typhlopidae and Glauconidae, as the two major groups are known, are extremely active. When they are exhumed, they start at once to burrow back and have been found as much as 2 feet underground. Occasionally, they may be found in mole holes or in rotten wood where they feed on insect larvae, and also, it is likely, to get some warmth from the decay process. The snout is used in burrowing. They are hard to hold in the hand owing to the high polish of the scales. There are approximately 100 species scattered over the world, 2 coming as far north as the Texas border. They have teeth in only one jaw, the upper jaw for the Typhlopidae, the lower for the Glauconidae. End of section 37.
Section 38 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Krista Zaleski. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. A porcupine of the sea. Among the weirdest creatures of the deep is also one of the latest to become known to science, the sea urchin, closely related to the starfish, Astropyga magnifica. It is the largest sea urchin yet found in the Atlantic. It has approximately 200 bright blue eyes arranged in double rows. The body is covered with several hundred sharp, barbed black spines, nearly a foot long. That so conspicuous an animal, living in such a densely populated region, one of the most intensively studied in the world by biologists, should have remained undiscovered so long probably is due to 2 reasons. First, if its habits are at all comparable to those of its nearest relatives, it is strictly nocturnal and comes out to forage on the coral sands of the shallow sea bottom only after light has ceased to penetrate the water. During the day, the creatures remain secluded, often congregated in great numbers, in holes and caves of the seafloor and under the coral. Second, it is quite similar in appearance to another smaller member of the sea urchin race, with spines as much as 18 inches long, which is greatly dreaded and is even reputed to have caused the death of children who have fallen on it. Anybody coming upon a daytime bedchamber of these fantastic creatures would be likely to leave them strictly alone. This particular sea urchin is especially interesting in the development of its eyes. These appear to be true sight organs. If a hand is placed in the water near one of the animals, the long barbs immediately are pointed in the direction of the intrusion, and as the hand moves, the barbs move. Such a creature is practically impregnable. It never, however, takes the offensive. It cannot throw its barbs, but they enter the flesh easily and can cause painful local irritation. Some species inject a virulent poison which may even kill a human being. There is no evidence that this species is toxic. Astropyga magnifica, which has more the appearance of a porcupine than of any other land animal, is a scavenger of the sea bottom. It gathers and devours the accumulated debris that falls through the water. It never kills its own food so far as is known. It has 5 sharp teeth in its mouth, located on its undersurface, with which it can chew away the flesh of dead animals. This sea porcupine has a peculiar system of locomotion in common with most of its relatives. It has literally thousands of sucker-like feet, which are hollow and attached to tubes within its shell. It moves by forcing water through the tubes and into the particular feet which it wishes to use. When these are out of use, they are contracted by withdrawing the water. Being a radially symmetrical animal, the creature can move with equal ease in any direction. It has no head, that is, the development of its nervous system and the direction of its locomotion are not fixed in a forward direction, as in the case with vertebrates and insects. Some members of the sea urchin family have hoof-like formations on the ends of some of their spines, with which they are enabled to walk over the sea bottom without using the suction discs. About the only enemy of these fearsome nightmares of the deep is man. Some species are used extensively for human food, notably among the Mediterranean coast and in the West Indies. The developing eggs are taken from the body and eaten either raw or cooked. Even if it should prove suitable for human food, it is unlikely that the sea porcupine will ever be a rival in this respect of its rival, the sea rabbit. It is too secluded in its habitat. End of section 38.
Section 39 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Worms that are unkillable. In nematodes, life may have reached its greatest capacity for survival. The remarkable persistence of these soil worms has been studied by C.W. Macbeth, researcher of the Shell Oil Company. One form, he reports, has been known to survive after 25 years in a glass bottle in a laboratory. Another, a pest of wheat kernels, apparently came back to life after 28 years in laboratory storage. A nematode which had invaded a rye plant, collected in Kansas in 1906, revived after 39 years of complete dehydration in a herbarium. Those which live as active feeders in the soil, however, are not particularly long-lived. Each species depends on a plant type and must starve if this is not available. The recently introduced golden nematode of potatoes, a particularly obnoxious pest, is known, however, to survive as much as 10 years in soils where no potatoes are planted. A great mass of eggs is produced, but not laid. They are retained in the body of the mother, who dies. Her skin remains, a bag filled with eggs. This stays in the soil, apparently unharmed by changing conditions, until potatoes are planted again. Then some mysterious influence, as yet unexplained, causes the eggs to hatch, and the whole nematode cycle begins once more. Due to such a strange tenacity of life, this nematode is about the hardest of pests to control. It refuses to stay dead. Other species, likewise, are specialized in one or more ways of survival under adverse conditions. Because of the complexity and minuteness of the nematodes, it has been very difficult to determine the effects of heat, cold, flooding, and drying on different species. These vary for each. One nematode species, especially resistant to drying, has a skin consisting of 9 layers. The ability of the skin to hold moisture inside the minute body undoubtedly is an important defense mechanism. Some species are entirely marine, others are parasites within the bodies of other animals. It has been found that both of these varieties possess skins which are much more permeable to moisture. The original home of the phylum probably was in the sea, but a moisture-proof cuticle has been developed by those which have invaded the land. The whole body structure of the plant nematode is almost ideally suited to life in the soil. The typical eel-shaped body is well adapted for moving in the moisture surrounding soil particles. Deviations from this eel form in certain stages of some species, usually in mature females, are found only in sedentary stages. The larvae and males retain the ancestral shapes. Another deviation is found in the so-called ring nematodes, which have short, plump bodies incapable of locomotion in the typical whip-like fashion. Movement is accomplished by alternate expansion and contraction of the body. A majority of nematodes spend a greater part of their lives in the soil. A few, however, are carried from plant to plant by insects. Although moisture is necessary if the tiny animals are to remain active, the soil seldom becomes too dry for them, except in the top 2 or 3 inches. Their structure is well adapted for moving up and down. End of section 39.
Section 40 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Remarkable Brachiopods. A part of the fantastic living world of 200 million years ago has been dissolved out of about 30 tons of yellowish-brown limestone by a Smithsonian paleontologist. The rock comes from a low mountain range in southwestern Texas, the Glass Mountains, about 250 miles east of El Paso. During the Permian geological period, when some of the earliest known forms of animal life appeared on land, the site of the Glass Mountains was a muddy bottom, probably close to the shore of a warm sea. A bewildering array of animals lived in that sea. They died, and eventually were buried in the mud. In some cases their bodies were covered with silica. In others, silica replaced the shells. When these rocks are placed in hydrochloric acid, the limestone is eaten away, but the silica shells remain. Years of skilled labor would be required to chip out of the rock what is obtained in a few days in the acid bath. Most abundant animals of the ancient Texas Sea were the brachiopods or lamp shells, essentially shelled worms. The broad road of life is strewn with derelicts, stragglers, and deserters. Among the most notable among them are these obscure creatures which, in numbers and apparent prosperity, seem to have been close to the dominant animals in the world in the days when giant amphibians, remotely related to present frogs and toads, and monster scorpions were establishing themselves on dry land. Brachiopods were among the first animals to leave any traces on Earth 500 million years ago. Even at that time they were complex creatures, with nerves and stomachs which indicate a long ancestry before they left any fossil remains. In the tepid Permian seas they reached their climax in numbers and variety. They survive today, but only in a few places. For all practical purposes, they are now among the most obscure animals in existence. In the whole world, there are about 110 extant species compared to nearly 500, which Dr. G. Arthur Cooper, Smithsonian Institution Curator of Invertebrate Paleontology, and his associates have obtained from one small area of the Glass Mountain limestones. The existing brachiopod might be mistaken for a small clam. Zoologically, it is an intermediate form between mollusks and annelid worms, and somewhat closer to the latter than the former. Its way of life actually is nearer to that of an oyster than to that of most worms. It now is believed to be most closely related through some unknown common ancestor to the bryozoa, or lace weavers. In the past, both were classified together. The brachiopod never has become a colonial animal. Its body is enclosed completely in a shell, secreted by the skin or mantle, except for a muscular, stalk-like extension, the peduncle, by which it attaches itself to the sea bottom. Inside the shell, folded around the mouth when the animal is at rest, are 2 arms or tentacles, with which it can probe the water and obtain minute food particles. It also apparently breathes through these tentacles, which have a rapid blood circulation. Most numerous of the extant brachiopods is a curious animal, the lingula, which is nearly worldwide in distribution, and whose peduncle is used for food both in Japan and the Philippine Islands. Along the Atlantic coast, it is present from Chesapeake Bay to Florida. It makes a nearly vertical burrow in mud or sand, from 2 to 12 inches deep, within which it lives, attached to the bottom by the peduncle. On this foot-like appendage it can lift itself until the front part of the shell-enclosed portion of the body is above the surface. This is withdrawn into the burrow instantly, on the slightest alarm. The animals apparently have a quite sensitive, although very primitive, nervous system. The extant brachiopods are usually small animals, but in their Permian heyday some attained a length of more than 6 inches. For essentially 200 million years they were without much competition in the mud burrows to which they had resorted. During this time arose clams, sea snails, and other mollusks, which were free to move about and competed with them for the available food supply. The brachiopod was unable to meet this vigorous competition, and in a few million years the race was well on its way towards extinction. Most species disappeared. A few, including the lingula, survived into the age of the great dinosaurs, and their descendants constitute the species living today. They are now obscure creatures and a poverty-stricken group compared to their ancestors. In the Permian seas they had surplus energy to expend, not only in variation of form and habit, but in shell artistry. Some of the specimens obtained by the Smithsonian paleontologists are like glittering gems, surrounded by silvery hair-like spines. These spiny brachiopods constitute about 2/3 of all fossils obtained from the Glass Mountain rocks. Although the most abundant, they were far from the dominant animals of the Permian Sea. They always were defenseless little creatures, dependent on their hard, spiny shells for protection. The sea monsters of the day, creatures related to the present chambered nautilus, and some of which were nearly 2 feet in diameter, unquestionably were the lords of this marine creation. But they were free-swimming predators who had little reason for concern with humble mud-dwellers. Next to the brachiopods in number and variety, and probably their chief competitor, were the ancient lace weavers. Both shared forests of sponges, which grew like small trees up to the heights of 4 feet and 4 to 6 inches across. Clams, some of which reached the size of giants, were beginning to claim dominion of the offshore mud, and the brachiopods were near the end of their prosperous days. Like sedentary worms and most mollusks, the brachiopod starts life as a minute, free-swimming, worm-like larva, top-shaped and extremely active. During this period, the mortality of the tiny unprotected creatures is very great, but once the mud-dwelling phase of existence has started, the race is secure from most enemies. End of section 40.
Section 41 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Feathers on birds adapt to the seasons. There is a definite seasonal variation in the number of feathers on most birds. It amounts to a natural adjustment in dress to the needs of the season. This fact has been determined through the laborious process of actually counting the feathers of birds of the same species at different seasons. The number of feathers declines steadily from early spring until the end of summer, when the so-called postnuptial molt takes place, after which the bird gets a new coat to last it a year. The bulk of the new feathers are acquired at the same time, but some are added progressively as the weather gets colder. An exception to this is found, however, among those birds which migrate south early. These apparently get a complete new outfit for their journey, since they will not be obliged to experience any noteworthy change of climate. End of section 41.
Section 42 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Krista Zaleski. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Why the dodo became extinct. Smithsonian ornithologists have rebuilt a dodo. The dodo was a large, pigeon-like flightless bird which was abundant on Mauritius and neighboring islands in the Indian Ocean during the 17th century. It became a symbol, first of stupidity and later of extinction. In its restricted environment, it apparently had known no serious enemies prior to the coming of man. It had grown heavy, taken to a ground existence, and lost the ability to fly. It showed no fear of man, and, because of its clumsy movements, was easy to catch and slaughter. But its flesh was tough and tasteless, even for sailors who had gone for months without fresh meat. Dutch navigators called it the nauseating fowl. Dogs brought by the sailors killed great numbers of the stupid birds. They might have survived despite their slowness and stupidity, however, had it not been for the pigs and the Ceylonese monkeys which came to Mauritius with the first settlers. The rooting swine destroyed the bird's eggs, and the monkeys devoured its young. It was entirely extinct at the start of the 18th century. End of section 42.
Section 43 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tia Wright. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Shark of the Soil. There is a protozoan, worm-like monster of the microscopic world, seen only about 40 times in 2 centuries, which gobbles up its fellow one-celled creatures 100 at a time, walks backwards and forwards at once, and hunts in packs. It is 50 times the size of the most familiar of one-celled animals, the paramecia, which constitute the dominant population in numbers of the invisible creation. It moves among the paramecia like a giant flesh-eating dinosaur among humans. It is a cumbersome, slow-moving mass of protoplasm. 2 or 3 get together and completely surround a large school of paramecia, and these are divided as meals for the captors. The creature was first described by Swedish botanist Linnaeus in 1775. He called it chaos. It consists of a single cell, but differs from other one-celled animals in having 3 cell nuclei instead of a single one. To reproduce, it splits in 3 parts, each a new animal. Chaos moves by stretching itself out into a ribbon-like form and proceeds by a series of tugs of war, with one end or the other winning out. The animal supposedly is very rare and has been seen only about once every 10 years. It may be a missing link between single and multi-celled animals, or it may be an entirely different evolutionary tract. End of section 43. Section 44 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tia Wright. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Sleeping Habits of Mammals. The tiny elephant shrew, its elongated nose gives it the appearance of a miniature elephant, apparently never closes its eyes. It is a desert animal continually exposed to danger and must see even when it is asleep. Soundest sleepers are the burrowing animals, even when they take their naps above ground. They are conditioned through innumerable generations of safe slumber in their subterranean chambers. Sleeping pocket mice and hamsters can be picked up without being awakened. Sleep habits appear to be well adjusted to the needs of each species. Most bats, for example, sleep hanging head downward, suspended by the nails of the hind feet. This places them in a good position for sudden flight at any alarm. They have only to let go of their toes and spread their wings. Curious sleepers are the armadillos. They tremble almost continually in their sleep. End of section 44.
Section 45 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Eerie Eyes of Animals at Night. Eerie lights shine in the silent blackness of the jungle night. There are red lights and green lights, orange lights and yellow lights. They are reflections from the eyes of all sorts of animals. This weird phenomenon has been observed closely for some years by Ernest P. Walker of the National Zoo in Washington. The shining of eyes is a fairly well-known phenomenon, but most of the observations have been made in the wild. The owner of the eyes is usually unknown, and it is virtually impossible to observe the animal again. Mr. Walker has concentrated his observations on caged animals. He uses a reflecting headlamp similar to a hand flashlight, worn on the forehead and connected with a 3-cell battery in his pocket or attached to his belt. This is necessary because the rays of reflected light must parallel closely the line of sight of the observer. The shines range in color from pale silvery through silver, blue-green, pale gold, gold, reddish-gold, brown, and amber to pink, with a range of intensity from dull to very brilliant. The eyes of alligators and crocodiles give the impression that he is looking into a brilliantly glowing pinkish opening in a dull-surfaced bed of coal. Most eye shines of mammals have the appearance coming from highly polished metal surfaces. Sometimes, explains Mr. Walker, it is like looking into an incandescent globe of the color indicated. Often pronounced light rays seem to emanate from the eyes. With some eyes, such as those of the smaller rodents, the effect is that of looking into an illuminated piece of amber. In the case of animals that have eyes that glow, it appears that we look into the eye through the pupil as if the reflection came from the front surface of the retina. In those animals that give a reflection as if from polished metal, I gain no impression of looking into the eye. In most cases the reflection is not obtainable closer than from 8 to 20 feet, a distance which prevents one from observing which surface reflects. The reflection from alligators and crocodiles can be seen when the observer is within a foot of the animal. Most animals stare at light, or barely move their heads. There seldom is any startled response when a beam is flashed upon them. There is no shine in the eyes of higher apes and monkeys. There have been reports of something of the sort from human eyes, but no definite proof has been offered. There was a faint suggestion of a reflection from the ring-tailed lemur, a close relative of the monkey family. On the other hand, the most brilliant eyeshine of all was from two tiny members of the lemur tribe, the slow loris and the pato. The majority of rodent eyes shine dully in brown, hazel, or amber. Porcupines are an exception. Their eyes are very brilliant, generally silver and reflecting over a wide angle. Whether snakes have any true eye reflection is questionable. Light is reflected, however, from the surface of the scales over the eyes. End of section 45.
Section 46 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tia Wright. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. World of the Blind. There is a fifth realm of life, the wet, heavy, black darkness of limestone caves, whose chambers, ponds, and streams harbor almost 100 species of worms, pseudo-worms, fish, insects, and salamanders, which have become adapted to life in this cheerless world over millions of generations. Nearly all are white and blind. Blind white fish chase and eat blind white worms. Blind white spiders spin nets to trap blind white flies. All are sluggish creatures. Kentucky's Mammoth Cave alone contains approximately 50 species. Latest to be classified scientifically are small, rather gruesome white worms of the sort one might imagine feeding on the dead. They live in water, clinging to the bottoms of rocks. Most spectacular of cave animals is the spectral Proteus, found in limestone caves in Dalmatia, Carinthia, and Carniola in southeastern Europe. It is a kind of salamander related to frogs and toads. It looks and acts like a big white worm. The creature is about a foot long and pure white except for its gills, which are vivid red. There are 3 pairs of these gills which look like coarse feathers just behind the head. The Proteus spends its whole life in total darkness at an almost constant temperature of 50 degrees Fahrenheit. The body is slender and decidedly worm-like, but there are 2 pairs of very feeble, inconspicuous little legs, placed quite far apart. Nature has made the Proteus a true creature of darkness, perhaps more so than any land-dwelling worm. As described by the late Dr. Austin H. Clark, Smithsonian Institute biologist, the Proteus is almost as sensitive to light as a photographic plate. The light of a candle at some distance is strong enough to make it restless. If it is kept in a place from which light is not entirely excluded, its white skin turns cloudy with the appearance of gray patches, and if it is kept in an ordinary lighted room, it eventually turns jet black. Proteus is eyeless. It seems feeble and helpless, yet it is well adapted for its life in dark caves. Most of the time it lies at the bottom of pools, completely motionless. But says Dr. Clark, any small living thing in the water attracts its immediate attention. It advances toward it, snaps it up, and eats it. It seems to be guided mostly by the movements of its victims in the water, possibly also by a sense of smell. In the deep caves, food naturally is scarce, and the animal often must go for a considerable time without anything to eat. In captivity, individuals have lived for months with no food at all. Ghostly dweller in the everlasting darkness of the limestone caves in the Ozarks is the Typhlotrician, a blind, worm-like white salamander of the same general family as the Proteus. It is a long, slender, nearly transparent creature which has evolved a long way towards complete blindness. The newly hatched young have functioning eyes, but these degenerate in the adult so that it does not seem able to discriminate light from darkness. It is barely able to stand on its thin, barely visible legs. It lives on blind crustaceans and apparently spends most of its life crawling through the small underground streams which seep through the limestone rocks of the Ozark foothills. A quite similar creature of the same family was discovered in 1896 in Texas during the boring of an artisan well. A subterranean stream was struck at the depth of about 200 feet. From it, this white, worm-like creature was shot out, together with some remarkable crab-like animals. A single specimen of a similar animal since has been found in Georgia. Both these organisms are more worm-like even than Proteus. They apparently have lived for millenniums in streams flowing hundreds of feet below the earth. Both, it has been conjectured, are larval forms of a well-known salamander of surface waters, which have become permanent larvae. They have lost the ability to undergo metamorphosis, like the change of a tadpole into a frog or a caterpillar into a butterfly. Most numerous of American limestone cavern animals are white, blind grasshoppers, the cave crickets. They are small insects with antennae about an inch long. With these, they feel their way over the dank walls upon which they swarm. Best known are 3 species of cave fish, minnow-like and from 2 to 3 inches long. They have not lost their eyes entirely, although these long since have been sightless. They have compensated for the loss of sight by an extremely acute sense of touch. The slightest movement of the water will send a school of them scurrying for shelter among the rocks. The blind white worms are supposedly their chief food. None of the cave animals are very aggressive. Their chief nutriment is believed to be organic matter carried by water, which seeps into the dank chambers from the world above. But how they make use of this is unknown. All are quite primitive types which have remained very conservative after their first migration from the world of light into the world of darkness. They are old both racially and in their behavior as individuals. Secure in the black depths, some of them are quite likely to be the last living creatures on Earth. End of section 46.
Section 47 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gina Nelson. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Remarkable Clamworms. Fantastic giant of the Nemertinian race is Cerebrallatus lactus, commonly known as the clamworm, along the Atlantic coast from Florida to Massachusetts. It is from 10 to 12 feet long, can contract to 2 feet, and is an inch wide. Its favorite dwelling is a burrow 6 to 8 inches below the surface, usually in an old mussel bed among broken shells and stones, where it is almost impossible to sink a clam hoe. Outside the burrows, it is seldom seen except occasionally at high tide, gliding among seaweeds or in the shade of rocks in tidal pools. It is unlikely that any burrow is occupied very long, as the Nemertinia is moving about constantly through mud in search of food. The animal is highly specialized for burrowing. Ordinarily, its head, or front end, is broad and rounded. By a muscular contraction, however, the shape of the head can be made pointed and is thrust forward in the mud when its normal contour is resumed. Then again comes the muscular contraction, the pointed head, and another thrust forward. This occurs over and over again. The contraction waves follow each other so quickly that the drilling process appears constant. The proboscis does not seem to be used in the actual drilling operation, but is kept probing for points of least resistance and turns aside at the slightest obstacle. The favorite food of Cerebrallatus lactus is said to be another abundant burrowing worm. The Nereid, which is nearly as large in diameter, belongs to a higher order and has powerful biting jaws. The victim always is swallowed tail first. Its burrow is a U-shaped tube in which it is unable to turn around. The Nemertean probes through the mud for the tail end in such a burrow. The Nereid, seized from behind, cannot bring its fighting apparatus into use. Actually, however, it never appears to struggle against being swallowed, a remarkable fact since Nereids fight fiercely among themselves. The reason, it has been postulated, is that the victim's nervous system is paralyzed by the poisonous slime excreted by Cerebrallatus. When a minute drop of this is placed on the tongue, it parches the whole mouth, and the intensely bitter taste remains a long time. The worm requires about 10 minutes to swallow a Nereid, but by that time the prey is half digested. The flow of this mucus is quite copious. When several healthy worms are placed in a pail, the bottom is soon filled with a hardening mass of it from which the animals must be cut or pulled. When crawling, the worm exudes a mucus trail like a snail. A comparable Mediterranean species, Nemertes borlasi, was described by the French naturalist Quatrefages. This gigantic worm is from 30 to 40 feet long, brown or violet, and shining as varnished leather. It lurks under stones and in hollows of rocks, where it may be met with, rolled into a ball and coiled in 1,000 seemingly inextricable knots, which it is incessantly loosening and tightening by contraction of its muscles. The animal is nourished by sucking a kind of small oyster, which attaches itself to various substances underwater. When it has exhausted the food around, it extends its long, dark-colored, riband-like body, which is terminated by a head bearing some likeness to the head of a serpent. It pauses gently, moves from side to side, as if endeavoring to investigate the ground, and finally succeeds in finding a stone to suit its purposes about 15 to 20 feet from its former retreat. It then begins to unwind its coil and arrange itself in a new domicile. In proportion as one knot is loosened, another forms at the opposite extremity. A report of the Gatty Marine Laboratory of St. Andrews University in Scotland tells of the species Cerebrallatus angulatus, which was mistaken for a fish. But when the fisherman stretched out his hand net to capture it, instantly, to his astonishment, it shot out to more than a yard long. In the laboratory, it swam with undulatory up and down movements, as an eel swims laterally. The Nemertinia are a progressive race. Some have invaded the deep sea and some the dry land. They have been obtained from depths of more than 6,000 feet. The deep-sea species have undergone peculiar adaptations for a life of swimming slowly or floating idly at whatever depths they have chosen for their habitat. They have lost their eyes and their brains are quite rudimentary compared with those of their land or shallow water relatives. All have increased greatly the amount of gelatinous tissue between the internal organs so that they have a low specific gravity. The deep-sea forms thus far collected are broad and flat. Some have taken on the appearance of small fish, with outgrowths on the sides of the body which resemble fins, and with the rear end flattened like a fish's tail. Some have developed tentacles around their mouths. Most of the ribbon worms of the open sea are nearly transparent. Some, however, are among the most brilliantly colored of the Nemertinia race, with coat patterns of yellow, orange, red, and scarlet. Most of these creatures are small, measuring only a fraction of an inch in length. The largest is about 6 inches long, thus, as one biologist points out, comparing to the smallest like an ox to a mouse. These pelagic species are found in all the oceans. They are carried around the world by deep-sea currents. About 12 species have abandoned the shore for dry land where they lead active lives and seem to have become almost independent of water. They cannot, however, endure being completely dried out. They do not make their own burrows, but in periods of drought, It is believed they make use of earthworm burrows. Some have been found under the dead, damp bark of tropical trees. Their chief food consists of earthworms. End of section 47.
Section 48 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Winged reptile. The largest flying animal the world has known was a winged reptile, the pterodactyl, of 100 million years ago. It had a wingspan of more than 20 feet, supporting in the air a body which would hardly have weighed more than 30 pounds. Its head was nearly 4 feet long, with a dagger-like, narrow, pointed, toothless beak. It lived around the ancient sea, which once extended northwestward from the present Gulf of Mexico through most of Kansas. Presumably it lived entirely on fish, and made long gliding flights over the water. The structure of this reptile, insofar as it could be realized from fragmentary fossil bones, was studied carefully by Dr. Samuel P. Langley while he was at work on the early models of his airplane. Did the pterodactyl, Dr. Langley asked, in a somewhat pessimistic progress report, represent the best nature could do in the way of flight? Could man hope to do better than nature? End of section 48. Section 49 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Vicious fire ants. One of the most vicious insects is the fire ant of South America, a small red ant whose sting burns like the point of a red-hot pin pushed into the skin. Hordes of these creatures have forced the populace to abandon Brazilian towns. The soil of a village can be completely undermined by the ants. The ground is thoroughly perforated by the entrances to their subterranean galleries. The houses are overrun by them, says Edward Bates in A Naturalist on the Amazon. They dispute every fragment of food with the inhabitants and destroy clothing for the sake of the starch. All eatables must be suspended from rafters in baskets, with the cords well soaked in balsam, the only known means of preventing the ants from climbing. They seem to attack persons out of sheer malice. If we stood for a few hours in the street, even at a distance from their nests, we were sure to be overrun and severely punished. The moment an ant touched the flesh, he secured himself with his jaws, doubled his tail, and stung with all his might. End of section 49.
Section 50 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Architectural Genius of Birds. Birds rival ants and termites as architects. One species builds nests as big as small human dwellings, as much as 25 feet long, 15 feet wide, and 10 feet high. This is the sociable weaver bird of the desert western areas of South Africa. Such an apartment house, woven out of sticks and straw, may contain as many as 95 individual nests. It is the community product of a flock of from 75 to 100 pairs. The sheer bulk of the nesting material gathered is striking evidence of the impelling year-round urge of the building instinct. This bird, says Dr. Herbert Friedman, curator of birds at the Smithsonian Institution, is about as sociable as any bird could possibly be. It is always found in flocks, feeds in flocks, and breeds in the large, many-apartmented compound nests. With this extreme sociability and sedentary habit of life, the territorial relations of the species have been modified in a way that is quite remarkable, perhaps unique, among birds. Instead of each pair having its own breeding territory, each flock seems to have a definite territory whose boundaries are seldom crossed by individuals of other flocks. In an area of approximately 1,000 square miles, I found only 26 nests. The flocks ordinarily do not live in very close juxtaposition to each other. The nests are so large, so conspicuous at great distances, and the trees so relatively few in number, that I am quite certain I found practically every nest in the area. In spite of the highly developed communal life, Dr. Friedman notes, there appears to have been no breakdown of the family. Whether each male has one or several mates, however, is unknown. In the construction of the apartments, there is some evidence that each family builds its own individual nest, while the whole flock cooperates in constructing a roof over the whole. The structures often become so heavy eventually that they crash to the ground and all the work must be done over. Woodpeckers that carve apartment houses out of hardwood tree trunks have been observed by Dr. Alexander Wetmore in the dark, rain-drenched forests of the La Haute Mountains in Haiti. On one occasion, he was astonished to find a dozen pairs going in and out of nests in a single dead tree trunk standing in an open space, the holes being from 3 to 10 meters from the ground, and in some cases less than a meter apart. There was no question that the woodpeckers were colonizing, as the trunk was a veritable apartment house with the birds climbing actively over its surface and flying back and forth to the nearby woodland. In the same mountains, Dr. Wetmore found another apartment builder, the palm chitchat. It is a gregarious species that lives in small bands, each being made up of several pairs having a communal nest as the center of its activities. The largest bands frequenting a single nest do not appear to contain more than 20 birds. The nests are constructed of twigs about the size of a pencil and from 10 to 17 inches in length. The bird itself is only 7 or 8 inches long. Yet it is able to carry these heavy timbers 30 or 40 feet from the ground. One of the nests examined was about the size of a bushel basket and evidently was occupied by only a few pairs. There was a roughly defined central tunnel 4 to 5 inches in diameter leading through the mass of sticks and opening to the outside at either end. Near each end was a slight accumulation of bark that made a little platform. The apartments opened from the tunnel on each side. There was a central chamber, supposedly a community room, about 5 inches in diameter, its floor carpeted with fine shreds of bark. Each nest was a separate unit, with its own door to the outside. There were, however, roughly defined passages running through the interlacing twigs at the top of the nests that permitted the birds to creep about under cover. One of the most intricate of all bird nests is that of the South African pennuline titmouse, distantly related to the American chickadees. It is made of a wool-like plant fiber, very intricately and delicately woven. The form is that of a small bag hanging from a thorn bush. It has one visible opening, a false one which leads nowhere and apparently is intended entirely as camouflage. The real entrance is skillfully hidden, its location known only to the builder. When the mother bird enters the nest, she lifts a concealed flap, slips through, and closes it behind her. She again closes it just as carefully when she leaves the nest. There is not the slightest indication on the surface of the finely woven fiber of the existence of the flap. The Ceylon tailor bird, Orthotimus sutorius, makes its nest by actually sewing large leaves together in the shape of a horn, using its bill as a needle. As described by the British naturalist A.G. Pinto, the first thing she did was to make with her sharp little beak a number of punctures along each edge of the leaf. Having thus prepared the leaf, she disappeared for a little and returned with a strand of cobweb. One end of this she wound around the narrow part of the leaf that separated one of the punctures from the edge. Having done this, she carried the loose end of the strand across the undersurface of the leaf to a puncture on the opposite side where she attached it to the leaf, and thus drew the two edges a little way together. She then proceeded to connect most of the other punctures with those opposite them so that the leaf took the form of a tunnel converging to a point. The undersurface of the leaf formed the roof and the sides of the tunnel. There was no floor to this, since the edges of the leaf did not meet below, the gap between them being bridged by strands of cobweb. When lining the nest, the bird made a number of punctures in the body of the leaf, through which she poked the lining with her beak, the object being to keep it in situ. All this time, the margins of the leaf that formed the nest had been held together by the thinnest strands of cobweb, and it is a mystery how they could have stood the strain. However, before the lining was completed, the bird proceeded to strengthen them by connecting the punctures on opposite edges of the leaf with threads of cotton. She would push one end of a thread through a puncture. The cotton used is soft and frays easily, so that the part of it forced through a tiny aperture issues as a fluffy knob, which looks like a knot and usually is taken as such. As a matter of fact, the bird makes no knots. She merely forces a portion of the cotton strand through a puncture, and the silicon in the leaf catches the strands and prevents them from slipping. Sometimes the cotton threads are long enough to admit of their being passed to and fro, in which case the bird uses the full length. The leaves are not killed by the tailoring process and remain green. Hence the nest is almost impossible to detect. End of section 50. Read by Benjamin Grange. Section 51 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Grange. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Ferocious Leechworms. Armies of billions of ferocious worms defended and preserved a fabulous 1,000-year-old Arabian Nights kingdom for 3 centuries. This kingdom was templed Kandy in the center of Ceylon, encircled by low, densely forested mountains. It was the site of one of the most picturesque ancient civilizations of the Orient, which had degenerated into a brutal despotism when the first European invaders, the Portuguese, came to the island early in the 16th century. Armed with arquebuses, the white man established missions and trading posts on the coast with little difficulty, but the forested mountains proved impassable. The Portuguese soldiers were hard put to pitch their camps in deep jungle bush and in bug-filled marshes. Grass and bushes swarmed with little green worms, extremely nimble creatures about an inch long which subsisted on the blood of warm-blooded animals. They seemed to prefer human blood. They attacked the soldiers night and day. Clothes were no protection. The worms dropped in streams of blood from eyelids and ears. They swarmed on all sides in ever-increasing numbers as the invading forces penetrated further into the jungle. With no defense against this unanticipated enemy, the Europeans were forced to retreat long before the temples of Kandy were in sight. They made no further effort to conquer the ancient kingdom. The Dutchmen who followed the Portuguese were content to remain in their barricaded coastal trading posts. A century later came the British East India Company with a small army of sepoys commanded by British officers. The ruler of Kandy, quite secure within his green worm defenses, was Raja Sinha, one of the cruelest of Oriental despots. He spurned all overtures at negotiation with officers of the trading company. Once again his kingdom was invaded. During the march into the mountains, the sepoy soldiers suffered so badly from the attacks of the worms that some died and many others deserted. The force was so badly depleted that further advance became impossible. Only when British regulars took over the invasion years later was an armed force of white men able to reach Kandy. Previously, only individuals, chiefly Portuguese Franciscans, had been able to cross the terrible green worm barrier. Sir Emerson Tennant, British historian of Ceylon, describes these worms as normally about an inch long, slender as needles, and able to stretch their bodies to double the ordinary length. Ceylonese natives had been able to protect themselves to some extent by smearing their bodies with lemon juice and tobacco ashes. On descrying the prey, says Tennant, they advance rapidly by semicircular strides, fixing one end firmly and arching the other forward until by successive advances they can lay hold of the traveler's foot, when they disengage from the ground and ascend his dress in search of an aperture. The wound they make is so skillfully punctured that the first intimation is the trickling of blood or the chill feeling of the worm as it begins to land heavily on the skin. These worms, hirudinae or leeches, are remotely related to earthworms with a quite similar internal structure, but highly specialized for an exclusive diet of warm blood, which they take from any mammal that comes within reach. The blood-sucking species, not all species are this type, have triangular mouths with extremely sharp chitinous, of the same material as the shells of insects, teeth. The bite, so rapidly and skillfully administered that it seldom is felt, has been described as resembling the movement of a circular saw. Hemodipoa, the Ceylon species described by Tennant, reportedly has 5 pairs of keen eyes and as many as 100 body segments. All the blood eaters have 2 suckers, one on the front and one on the rear of the body, by means of which they cling to their victims. All have the ability to contract the body to a plump, pear-like form and extend it to a worm-like form. The green worms are as much of a terror as ever to travelers in Asian jungles. A species akin to that of the Kandy defense armies guards the thickly forested approaches to the Himalayas in Nepal. It is described by Dr. George Moore, chief of the United Nations Medical Mission to Nepal. These leeches, little segmented worms about 2 inches long, were particularly provoking and troublesome until our team reached an altitude of 14,000 feet. Along the trails, on each ledge leading to the pass, leeches would lie in the shade and moisture until nearby footsteps vibrated their sense organs. Then they would inch from rock to rock at incredible speed, traveling their entire length toward the sound in about a second, and then stopping to perch on the rock with their front ends sticking in the air. Immediately they touched a human body, they would fasten themselves to it in search for warm skin. Often they would drop from trees. They could penetrate eyelets of shoes and pores of socks by lengthening the entire body. Huge clots of blood would be found on the skin where the greedy worms had fattened themselves to a fragile bursting point. The leech encountered by Dr. Moore's mission long has been notorious as one of the most vicious animals on Earth. It has made some areas of the Himalayan foothills uninhabitable. Travelers and hunters are terrified by it. It exists in incalculable numbers and attacks at least all warm-blooded animals. Horses are driven wild. Cattle and dogs sometimes are blinded, and the young and sick killed. It has been known to attack the deadly cobra, striking at the eyes and blinding the reptiles. The respect in which it is held is indicated by its zoological name, Montevindictus, or Defender of the Mountains. Its stronghold is the highly humid zone at the foot of the Himalayas between altitudes of 4,000 and 6,000 feet. Its period of activity occurs during the rainy season, when it can move freely without danger of drying out. At other times it seldom is seen except at night when grass and bushes are wet with dew. The worm lurks at the bases of plants. It is stirred to action by the slightest movement of stems or vibration caused by footfalls. An inherent impulse, or geotropism, then impels it to climb any plant or vertical object with which it happens to be in contact. At the top, it extends its body horizontally and probes the surroundings. Once a victim is found, the hungry worm seeks a thin patch of skin richly supplied with blood capillaries. There it attaches itself by means of the cup-like sucker at the front end of its body. Immediately behind this cup are 3 radiating ridges or jaws, each provided with about 70 sharp teeth. With these 3 rows of teeth, it cuts 3 duplicate slits in the skin, meeting at a common center. From the star-shaped wound, the warm blood is sucked. Meanwhile, from its own glands, the leech secretes hirudin, a substance which prevents blood coagulation, and also some as yet unknown substance which preserves blood. The blood is pumped into a storage tank in the leech's stomach. At a single feeding, the animal can store up as much as 3-fold its own weight. Then it can live as long as 3 months without another meal. End of section 51.
Section 52 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Complex Spider's Web. A single strand of a spider's web may consist of several thousand separate filaments. On the creature's abdomen are 4 to 6 teat-like organs. Each secretes through several hundred extremely minute tubes a viscous fluid which hardens immediately when exposed to air. The spider attaches its abdomen to some solid object and pulls out the threads by moving its body forward. The hind feet are used to bring the hundreds of filaments into a single thread. End of section 52.
Section 53 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Monsters of the Deep, the Great Squids. Giants of the mollusk family, and about the most loathsomely fantastic creatures on earth, are the great squids. One may weigh as much as half a ton. The largest known specimen, a replica of which is among the Smithsonian Institution exhibits, was 55 feet long. It had 10 arms, 2 of them approximately 35 feet long and 2.5 inches in diameter. Its eye measured 7 by 9 inches. Many strange sea serpent stories have been told by persons who merely saw a writhing arm of one of these creatures on the surface. In recent years, however, there has been no reliable report of an encounter with such an animal, and it may be close to extinction. Normally, it is a denizen of profound depths and darkness, and presumably shuns light. It is associated chiefly with the North Atlantic, especially around Newfoundland. There are not more than a dozen entirely authenticated accounts of seeing the monster. Just after the middle of the last century, Reverend Mr. Harvey of St. John's, Newfoundland, began to gather sea devil reports from fishermen, and these constitute a substantial portion of the literature on the subject. He reported that in 1874, 2 St. John's fishermen in an open boat observed an object floating in the water, which they thought to be wreckage. When they approached, it reared its parrot-like beak, big as a 6-gallon keg, with which it struck the bottom of the boat violently. It then shot out from around its head 2 huge, livid arms and began to entwine them around the boat. One of the men seized an axe and cut off both arms as they lay over the gunwale, whereupon the creature moved off and ejected an immense quantity of inky fluid which darkened the water for 200 or 300 yards. Early in the morning of November 21, 1877, Harvey informed Professor Addison E. Verrill of Yale, a big squid was seen on the beach at Trinity Bay, still alive and struggling desperately to escape. It had been carried in by the tide and a high inshore wind. In its struggles to get off, it plowed a trench or furrow 30 feet long and of considerable depth by the stream of water, which it ejected with great force from its siphon. When the tide receded, it died. The body was 11 feet long, with tentacle arms 33 feet long. The shorter arms were about 11 feet long. In 1878, Harvey reported, Stephen Shuring, a fisherman residing in Thimble Tickle, was out in a boat with 2 other men. Not far from shore, they observed some bulky object, and supposing it might be part of a wreck, they moved towards it. To their horror, they found themselves close to a huge fish with large glassy eyes, which was making desperate efforts to escape and churning the water into foam by the motions of its immense arms and tail. It was aground and the tide was ebbing. Finding the monster partially disabled, the fishermen plucked up courage and ventured near enough to throw the grapnel of their boat, the sharp flukes of which, having sharp points, sunk into the soft body. To the grapnel they had attached a long rope which they carried ashore and tied to a tree to prevent the fish going out with the tide. His struggles were terrific as he flung his 10 arms about in dying agony. Ever and anon the long tentacles darted out like great tongues from the central mass. At length it became exhausted, and when the water receded it expired. The body measured 20 feet from the beak to the extremity of the tail. The fishermen, knowing no better, proceeded to convert it to dog meat. At about the same time, H.T. Bennett of English Harbor, Newfoundland, wrote a newspaper account quoted by Professor Verrill. A giant cephalopod was run ashore at Coombs Cove, whose body measured 10 feet in length and was as big around as a hogshead. One arm 42 feet long and about the size of a man's wrist. The other arms were only 6 feet long, but 9 inches in diameter and very stout and strong. The skin and flesh were 2.25 inches thick and reddish inside as well as out. The suction cups were all clustered together near the extremity of the long arm, and each cup was surrounded by a serrated edge, almost like the teeth of a handsaw. I presume it made use of this arm for a cable and the cups for anchors when it wanted to come to, as well as to secure its prey. This individual, finding a heavy sea was driving it ashore tail first, seized hold of a rock and moored itself quite safely until the men pulled it ashore. It was probably a female. The monstrous 10-tentacled mollusk fights terrible battles with whales, and sometimes large parts of tentacles are spewed by Leviathan in its death agonies. So far as known, only one such battle ever has been witnessed and described. The British author Frank T. Bullen in The Cruise of the Cachalot tells of seeing in the South Indian Ocean a very large sperm whale locked in deadly conflict with a cuttlefish almost as large as himself, whose interminable tentacles seemed to enlace the whole of his body. The head of the whale seemed a perfect network of writhing arms. It appeared as if the whale had the tail part of the mollusk in his jaws, and in a businesslike, methodical way was sawing through it. By the side of the black columnar head of the whale appeared the head of the great squid, as awful a sight as one could well imagine in a feverish dream. I established it to be as large at least as one of our pipes, which contained 350 gallons. The eyes were very remarkable from their size and blackness contrasted with the livid whiteness of the head. They were at least a foot in diameter. All around the combatants were numerous sharks, like jackals round a lion, apparently assisting in the destruction of the huge cephalopod. The occasions when these big cuttlefish appear on the surface must be very rare. From their construction, they appear fitted only to grope among rocks at the bottom of the ocean. Their normal position is head downward, with tentacles spread like ribs of an umbrella. The 2 long ones, like the antennae of an insect, rove unceasingly around seeking prey. In the center of the network of living traps is a chasm-like mouth with an enormous parrot-like beak. Insatiable nightmares of the sea, the French philosopher Michelet called the creatures. Nothing is known, of course, of their numbers or of their ways of life in the dark depths. The few seen or captured probably have been sick or badly injured. It has been estimated that one female may lay as many 40,000 eggs in a season, but the mortality of eggs and young must be enormous. It is doubtful if 1 in a million ever becomes a mature animal. A scarcely less fantastic animal, but more familiar and far less fearsome, is the 8-tentacled octopus. Some of the largest are found off the coast of Alaska. The largest known had arms 16 feet long and a radial spread of 28 feet, but the central body itself was not more than 6 inches wide and a foot long. Most familiar of the race is the Mediterranean octopus. Its tentacles often are sold for food in Sicilian markets. The largest known was 9 feet long and weighed about 50 pounds. This animal reportedly was captured by a fisherman with his bare hands. One specimen found dead on a beach near Nassau had tentacles 5 feet long and weighed more than 200 pounds. It is a rather sluggish, timid animal which seeks shelter in holes and crevices among offshore rocks. It feeds mainly on clams and oysters. When frightened, it surrounds itself with a cloud of ink-like fluid. There is no reliable reason to believe it ever attacks man. End of section 53. Read by Andrea Kotzer.
Section 54 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Vanishing Whippoorwill. Probably not one person in 1,000 has ever seen a whippoorwill. Its melancholy song is one of the most familiar chords in the symphony of the summer evening, but to the majority of listeners it is only a disembodied voice in the dark. The singer has come about as near to achieving invisibility as any living creature. The whippoorwill is a migrant bird, spending its winters in Florida and its summers from March to October in the north. It travels entirely at night, sometimes in large flocks. It builds no nest, but lays its flecked eggs on the ground, depending on the flickering shadows of the woodland over the background of dried leaves to conceal them. The bird is masterfully camouflaged by nature, and usually selects a spot for its eggs where the woodland floor is free of underbrush and the trees are spaced far enough apart to cast an uneven shade. The male presumably sleeps all day, while the female sits on the eggs or broods the newly hatched young. But at night he stands guard, may take his turn on the nest, and hunts insects for his mate. The chick, almost exactly the color of the dead leaves among which it lies, remains essentially invisible. Nests are found only by accident. Whippoorwills live almost exclusively on night-flying insects, especially moths and mosquitoes. They have been recorded, however, as sometimes hunting for worms, beetles, and ants under bark or on the ground. The bird makes no particular effort to conceal itself from humans. Apparently it does not regard them as dangerous. There are cases where it actually has lit on the head of a man standing motionless in the dark. The female has been observed to fly about, carrying her young between her thighs. She also, it has been reported, sometimes carries them in her bill, but there is no satisfactory evidence of this. The whippoorwill is fond of taking dust baths. Sometimes one is caught by the lights of an approaching auto as it dusts itself in the middle of a country road. The bird is remarkable for the regularity of its song, and for the number of times the melancholy refrain is repeated without pause. From 150 to 200 is not unusual. The naturalist John Burroughs claimed once to have counted 1,058 such repetitions. The song is continuous from dusk until about 9:30, and from about 2 until dawn. It is heard rarely in the intervening hours. The whippoorwill, it is pointed out in a Smithsonian report, has come to depend almost exclusively on darkness for its protection. For this reason it has suffered little, as have many other birds, with the cutting away of the forests and the advance of cities. Its enemies in the dark are some hawks, owls, and foxes, but has exceptional powers of flight which often enable it to escape even when discovered. The birds linger in the north only until the first killing frosts which destroy or drive into shelter the insects on which they feed. Then they start their night migrations southward, which sometimes carry them as far as Central America. End of section 54.
Section 55 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winifred Assman. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Ants can smell almost anything. The sense of smell is remarkably acute in all ants, at least equaling that of dogs. The outstanding ant odor is that of formic acid, which is somewhat like that of illuminating gas, exuded from the bodies of all species. But this is only the smell of the race. It must be subject to an infinite number of variations, to most of which ants alone are sensitive. They know their comrades, even after a long separation. Famed naturalist Sir John Lubbock once returned some ants to their old nest after a separation of 21 months. They were amicably received and evidently recognized as friends. On the other hand, if a strange ant is placed in a nest of her own species, she is at once attacked. Dr. William M. Wheeler insists that even the human nose can detect some different species, and even, in a few cases, different castes, by their odors. Thus, over and above the formic acid smell, the smell of one species suggests ether, of another lemon geranium, and of still another rotten coconuts. At least one species of ant has 3 distinct odors. 1. A scent deposited by the feet, forming an individual trail by which she retraces her own steps. 2. An inherent odor of the whole body, which is identical for all of the same lineage and a means of recognizing blood relatives. 3. A nest odor, consisting of the commingled odors of all members of the colony, used to distinguish their nest from the nests of aliens. Evidently, the odor of ants changes with age. It has been pointed out that a cause of feud between ants of the same species living in different communities is a difference of odor arising out of difference of age in the queen, whose progeny constitute the communities. Ants apparently not only differentiate the innate odors peculiar to the species, sex, caste, and individual, but also the incurred odor of the nest and environment. As worker ants advance in age, their progressive odor intensifies or changes to such a degree that they may be said to attain a new odor every 2 or 3 months. End of section 55.
Section number 56 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Fish that fish for fish. There are fish that fish for fish with worms. That is, they use worm-like appendages of their own bodies, developed through millennia of evolution, to catch worm-eating fellow fishes. This curious quirk of fishing fish is revealed in a bulletin of the International Oceanographic Foundation. The practice is confined to the pediculate known as anglerfishes. The best known of them lies on the bottom, partially concealed in sand or mud. One of the spines of its dorsal fin is extended in the form of a jointed fishing rod. At the end there is a fleshy lump with a striking resemblance to one of the most tasty marine worms. The fish lies perfectly still with its enormous mouth closed, while the worm-like end of its rod waves to and fro. Other fishes approach the lure until they come within striking range. Then the great mouth opens with remarkable speed and engulfs the prey, which is prevented from escaping by backward-directed teeth. Some other deep-sea anglers have luminous lures at the tip of the rod, somewhat like a small light-emitting fish. In the total darkness of deep waters, this is fatally attractive. Because of the huge size of the angler's mouth, the prey may be almost as large as the fisherman. Other deep-sea fishes dispense with the rod but have light-emitting organs on the sides of the body. These must play some part in attracting other sea animals. Some of these luminous fishes are able to swallow other fishes many times their own size because of their ability to distend their mouths and throats. About all the ways man has devised for catching fish have been devised by fishes themselves long before man came on the scene. Traps, for example. There is a fish in Florida waters known as the greater sand eel. It lies buried in the sand with its great mouth open. A relative, the lesser sand eel, when frightened, dives into what seems like an opening in the sand. The result is that the greater sand eel is nearly always found with the lesser sand eel head down in its stomach. The ways of fish are being studied with the possibility of finding something human fishermen have not yet thought about. Thus far, nothing strikingly new has developed. There recently has been much interest, says the report, in electric fishing, either stunning fish or directing them into nets by means of electric currents. But it is pointed out the fishes themselves have long ago adopted this for their own use. The electric ray on each side of its flat, round body has an area in which numerous cells are modified to produce electricity. This is not really so amazing when we consider that electrical impulses are generated normally in small amounts by both nerve and muscle cells. In these particular fishes, however, the electric impulses are considerable, and the arrangement of cells, like those of a battery, builds up a total electric potential sufficient to stun or even kill smaller animals in the surrounding water. In only one case has man been able to use fish to catch fish. This has been by means of the remora or sucking fish, which has the habit of attaching itself by means of suckers to other fishes. In 1494, Columbus witnessed the use of a captive remora for capturing turtles. It still is used for this purpose in parts of Australia and China. The suckerfish has quite strong powers of adhesion. In the ordinary course of its life, it attaches itself to sharks or other large fishes and enjoys a free ride until it comes across food. When used for fishing, it is fastened with a line around its tail and tethered to the canoe. The native paddles are close as possible to the intended victim without disturbing it. The remora then is thrown into the water toward the turtle, to which it automatically attaches itself. Once the remora is securely fixed to the turtle, the fisherman carefully plays his light line until the reptile is brought into the boat. This must be done with care because of the diving habits of turtles. They are likely to run away with lines, suckerfishes and all. End of section number 56. Read by Avni.
Section 57 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Krista Zaleski. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Worms that are flowers. There are carnation worms and chrysanthemum worms. There are fairy gardens of worm asters and cornflowers at the bottom of the sea. Pink, red, purple, green, and yellow petals are tentacles of worms, whose tube-encased bodies, stems of the flowers' animals, are buried in inshore bottom ooze or mud-filled rock crevices. Among these worms are masons and architects that build the houses in which they pass their lives, brick by brick and pebble by pebble, with an exquisite craftsmanship hardly rivaled among animals. The blossoms in architecture have, so far as known, no utilitarian function. Nature is a painter and a poet. Forever she probes with intellect, instinct, and emotion to capture fleeting fragments of colors, lights, and harmonies of the ineffable, which can be woven into the material garments of life. Among her notable successes are the sabellids and serpulids and terephalids. They are tube-dwellers, thus distinguished from their free-wandering kin. Polychaetes, such as the fearsome Aphrodites. Many of them have been given the names of the golden-haired nymphs who, mounted on seahorses, formed the retinue of Poseidon in mythology. Loveliest of these nymphs was Amphitrite, who became the bride of the sea god and queen of the coral-forested deep. Quite appropriately, among the fairest of the sabellids is the amphitrite, essentially worldwide in distribution. These worms are especially facile as builders. One, for example, makes the brick with which it erects the cylindrical house that is its home for life. Extending from its head are 16 tentacles, 8 on each side, fringed with petal-like outgrowths. These tentacles are joined by membranes at the base, so that, when extended, they have the appearance of 2 fans. When the fans are brought in contact, they form a funnel with which the animal collects mud. At the bottom of this funnel is a singular organ by which the mud, mixed with the cement-like secretion of the worm itself, is molded into pellets. These pellets are laid, one by one, like bricks, to form the walls of a flexible tube from 12 to 15 inches long, and about as thick as a goose quill. This particular British sea worm, Amphitrite ventilabrum, is almost as notable for the beauty of its blossom as for its masonry. Each of the tentacles has about 1,000 of the petal-like processes, and each of these, it is claimed, is capable of some degree of independent action. It is no exaggeration to affirm, wrote the 18th century British biologist Sir John Dalziel, that the will of this lowly, defenseless creature is fulfilled by control of at least 20,000 living parts. The color of the petals is basically straw yellow, dotted and banded with brown, rouge, red, and green. While dredging in the River Roach, Dalziel reported, "I have come upon banks where these worms existed in hundreds of thousands, and appear in masses of large extent growing erect like standing fields of corn." Of another British tube builder, which builds tubes of cemented shells or pebbles near the roots of large seaweeds, Reverend Richard Johnson says, "Sabellarid angelica is a timid, lively, active creature, whose most prominent ability is that of constructing a dwelling for itself from sand grains. It is firm, durable, and capable of great resistance. They are not easily crushed. Some appear much more brittle. Most of the dwellings are lined with a soft, silky substance formed of exudations from the body. The worms have a great preference in building materials. They always prefer sand or shells. Powdered glass is used reluctantly and soon rejected. Some tubes are short and confined, others considerably prolonged so as to afford safe retreats in danger. Some architects seem to persist in prolonging the fabric as long as material can be found. They never weary of working. Grains of sand are selected and adopted for precise spots, and gelatinous matter secures them in the tube walls. Perhaps the most notable of all the worm builders is a 5-inch-long species found in South African waters, Pectinurus capensis, described by Sir John Mackintosh. The beautiful straight tube formed by this animal was composed of the spicules of sponges, in short lengths placed transversely and fixed by secretion, so as to form a perfectly round tunnel gently tapered from the wide to the narrow end. The spicules appeared of the same size throughout the tube. The inner surface was as smoothly formed as the outer. The labor involved in selecting and fitting with such marvelous skill the sponge spicules composing so large a tube must have been very arduous. One tube lasts the animal for life. Mackintosh tells of another South African architect worm that builds out of grains of sand arranged in a single layer like miniature masonry and bound together by waterproof cement. There are, however, widely differing degrees of artistry among the tube-dwelling polychaetes. Some tubes are rough, fragile, long, bent in various directions, and united in colonies several inches to a foot across. Sometimes tubes 3 to 4 inches long are attached horizontally to the undersides of rocks. A large and singular terabellid is Amphitrite ornata, 12 to 15 inches long, with orange-brown tentacles capable of being extended 8 to 10 inches. These are kept in constant motion gathering food and material for building. The bodies of these worms are filled with blood, but there is no circulatory system. The blood, however, apparently can be forced into any part of the body by muscular contractions. The tentacles can be turned voluntarily in any direction by forcing blood into them. Tube-building flowering worms excited the wonder of quatrefages as he observed them along the Bay of Biscay in the 19th century. On these coasts, so violently beaten by waves, we often observe small hillocks of sand pierced by an infinite number of minute openings. These little hillocks, which look very much like thick pieces of honeycomb, are in reality populous cities, in which live in modest seclusion tubiculous annelids, the hermelas, sabellarids, as curious as any that fall under the notice of the naturalist. The body, about 2 inches in length, is terminated in front by a bifurcated, two-forked head bearing a bright double golden crown of strong, sharp silk threads. These brilliant crowns are not mere ornaments, but are the two sides of a solid door, or rather true portcullis, which hermetically closes the entrance to the habitation, when, at the least alarm, the worm darts with the rapidity of lightning within its house of sand. From the edges of the head of this worm issue 50 to 60 slender, light violet filaments, which are incessantly moving about like numerous minute serpents. They are so many arms which can be lengthened and shortened at will, and which, seizing the prey as it passes, bring it to the hollow funnel-shaped mouth. On the sides of the body appear little projections from which issue bundles of sharp and cutting lances. Finally, the back is covered with cirri, recurved like circles, whose color varies from dark red to deep green. Most conspicuously flower-like among the worms are the serpulids, little snakes. Found the world over, they furnish passable imitations of practically all the flowers in an old-fashioned Virginia garden. Among them, for example, are the animals of inshore South African waters, described by Professor McIntosh. Their wreaths of branchia look like pinks, but in some varieties are purple at the base, with narrow bands of bright red and pale green. In one variety the blossoms are yellow or orange, and the body is usually greenish-yellow. The instant it is disturbed, McIntosh says, this worm withdraws its lovely wreath into its tube, and closes the aperture with a curious plug, funnel-shaped and placed at the end of a rather long pedicle. Reverend D. Johnson describes a British flower worm, one of the sabellids, about 1 inch long, whose 8-inch-long tubes grow together, attached at the bottom to a stone or abandoned shell. This tube has a silk-like lining. Into this tube, says Johnston, it can withdraw with lightning-like rapidity when alarmed. Extending across its back is a row of microscopic hooks, or 14,000 to 15,000 teeth. These are used to catch the lining of the tube and draw the worm back. The filaments which form its blossoms, he says, are comb-like, arranged in 2 rows, one on each side of the mouth. They form a coronet. Under low magnification, each is seen as a pellicid, cartilaginous stem from one side of which springs a double series of secondary filaments, through which red blood can be seen flowing. Some of the most conspicuous flower worms are found alone. The Atlantic coast of the United States. On diving into Chesapeake Bay, one encounters tiny colored clusters of feathers that are really gills of annelid worms. They flick instantly out of sight as their owners withdraw into tubes in the rock crevices. The blossoms are bright orange, each surrounded by a white haze caused by thousands of minute tentacles straining the water for the tiny organisms upon which they feed. From New Jersey to Cape Cod is to be found a purple-blooming serpulid, with white stems of calcium carbonate 3 to 4 inches long and 1/8 of an inch in diameter. A widely distributed family related to the serpulids are the Fabricinae, or feather dusters. These animals, only a few millimeters long, live in the upper layers of mud in tidal basins. They are so thoroughly covered with slime and debris that they are likely to be completely overlooked. The body is thread-like except for the crown of tentacles, with from 70 to 100 feather-like filaments. In some varieties these are white, in others translucent. End of section 57.
Section 58 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tony Mead. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Section 58. The Heavy Toll of Bird Migrations. A migration that takes a toll of millions of lives takes place every year between North and South America. Dr. Alexander Wetmore of the Smithsonian has had the experience of standing on a lonely beach on the coast of Venezuela and actually watching North American birds arrive at the end of their grueling journey, exhausted and emaciated. Every day over his camp on the shore passed familiar birds from home: sandpipers, yellowlegs, bobolinks, barn swallows, and warblers. There was brought to me more definitely than ever before, Dr. Wetmore reported, the tremendous loss of life that this journey entails. The wastage of modern human battlefields, though terrific beyond words, is nothing in comparison. On this open shore, small feathered migrants often made a landfall in a state of evident exhaustion. In the early morning, I found little groups of them feeding on the short herbage. Some obviously had barely made a landfall after an exhausting sea journey. In some of those that I handled, the flight muscles that move the wings were reduced to thin bands through which the angular ridges of the breastbones protruded. It was easy to visualize the hundreds of thousands that had wandered over the water until they fell to drown, and hundreds of others that arrived only to succumb to the strains imposed by their exhausting journey. End of section 58.
Section 59 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Deadly snakes that take life easy. Deadliest of serpents are the Pacific sea snakes. A bite almost certainly would be fatal to a human being. Yet native children of the Palau Islands in the South Pacific play with these reptiles with complete impunity. They pick them up and toss them from one to another, just as American children play catch. Natives of the Palaus look upon the reptiles with complete indifference. The term sea snake is somewhat of a misnomer. Actually, the creatures spend most of their days asleep among rocks on beaches. They are excellent tree climbers and like to sun themselves in crotches of branches. At dusk, however, they move out to the reefs where presumably they spend most of the night pursuing small fishes, their principal food. They are excellent swimmers and their bodies have been somewhat modified, with flattened, paddle-like tails for sea life. Fortunately, on land at least, they are sluggish and non-aggressive. They hardly can be induced to bite and will suffer almost any indignity without retaliating. About the only way a person would be likely to be bitten would be by stepping directly on the head of one of these snakes with bare feet. This is an unlikely event, for the sea snakes do not spend any time under shallow water where they would be a peril for bathers. Some are quite beautiful, about 5 feet long and banded with black and white. Their capture is easy. It is simply a matter of pinning down the head with a stick and picking up the snake by the neck. Throughout the entire sea snake area in the Pacific, there are only 5 or 6 instances reported where the serpents have bitten humans. In every case, the victim has died. There is no anti-venom against the sea snake toxin. Some years ago, Dr. Herbert Clark, former director of the Gorgas Memorial Laboratory, dove off a boat in Balboa Harbor and swam ashore, a distance of about 200 yards. As he neared the shore, there were alarmed cries from the deck he had left. Dr. Clark looked around. He found he had unwittingly swum through a school of several thousand black and white serpents, each about 2 feet long. None had touched him. End of section 59. Read by Andrea Kotzer.
Section 60 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Weird Plant Animals. Near the bottom of life's pyramid, there is a weird race of plant animals. They are among the closest of all many-celled living things to the primeval protoplasm from which all life arose. They are the slime molds, found on decaying logs and tree stumps in damp woods, or on piles of rain-soaked dead leaves in shady gardens. The nightmarish Mycetozoa, botanists call them Myxomycetes, are timeless survivals out of living creation's dank, warm cradle. Some of the weirdest imaginings of malevolent life on other planets picture it in the form of gigantic slime mold aggregations, undifferentiated masses of naked protoplasm endowed with a malign intelligence which has evolved without the intermediaries of nervous systems or brains. These organisms can be considered one of nature's probing experiments towards higher forms of life. The experiment was a failure, but unlike most of nature's discards, these organisms have survived. Even now they may be engaged in a process of evolution all their own. Biologists are not entirely agreed in which kingdom to place the organisms, although they are usually classified with the plants. They start life as spores, like the dust of molds or toadstools whose single-celled particles serve the same reproductive function as seeds in higher plants. From each spore arises 1 to 4 animal-like organisms, hardly distinguishable from the one-celled protozoan animal, the amoeba. Each swims about freely for a time by means of tentacle-like arms, the flagella. These free-moving living particles are known as swarm cells. Each is an individual with a film-like skin separating it from all other individuals. That is, the protoplasm of each cell is enclosed within a boundary, and in the center of each is a nucleus. These one-celled animals wander about freely for a few days. During this time, they may mate as individuals. More commonly, each loses its flagella and splits into several fragments. Each of these fragments becomes a complete organism. These mate with complete fusion of their bodies. The result is a double plant, or animal, depending on whether it is observed by a botanist or a zoologist, known as a zygote. The fragments are extremely voracious little creatures, devouring greedily the one-celled plants or bacteria which they encounter. When the fusion is complete, the zygote in turn starts to split up into single-celled organisms, but after a few divisions, hundreds of these single-celled animals coalesce into a tiny ball, like the seed pod of a plant. In a few days, thousands of these spheroids collect into a so-called plasmodium. The hitherto individual pseudoprotozoans, meanwhile, have lost their cell walls. The primeval substance of millions is mixed together into a slimy mass full of cell nuclei. This is an aggregation of naked protoplasm. It is hardly to be compared with the body of any higher plant or animal, where each cell retains something of its individuality, however closely its activities may be coordinated with those of its fellows in the same community. The mass proceeds to behave like a voracious animal. It moves and feeds as a unit, and apparently with a purpose. Within the naked protoplasm, there is apparently some incomprehensible sense of fellowship, which eventually evolves into consciousness and intelligence, developing nerve and brain on the way upwards. It would be hazardous to say that this evolution could have taken no other path. From the central body, great numbers of thread-like filaments are sent out to penetrate the substance of rotting wood or the surface of a dead leaf. These threads seem to be like an army's scouting parties, pushed ahead to locate supplies when advancing troops are living off the country. When a supply is found, they are drawn in, and the whole slimy organism acts once more as a coordinated whole. The plasmodium moves forward steadily for about 50 to 60 seconds, pauses for a few moments, and then reverses itself and creeps backward, but never quite so far as it previously had gone ahead. Then, after another pause, it crawls forward again. Thus there is an overall slow advance, and at the bottom of life the slime molds laid down the pattern of progress recapitulated in human societies and civilizations, as well as in the lives of individual men and women. They merit consideration in the philosophy of history. The advancing mass of raw protoplasm acts like an animal and grows like an animal as it ingests food, with constant splitting of the cell nuclei which it contains. There are vacuoles within the protoplasm in which the food particles are ingested. They then are digested by means of enzymes, body chemicals, as in higher animals. Such a plasmodium can be taken from its damp habitat and dried. Then it will roll up into a ball and pass into a resting stage, from which it will completely revive in a few hours when supplied with moisture again. The ball may keep its vitality for several years. Some species pass as much as a year in the active plasmodium stage, and some a few days. At the end of this phase of its existence, the mass of raw protoplasm breaks up into fragments, sometimes as many as 100. Then, as the process is described for one common species, in an hour or two, each of these fragments has risen into a pear-shaped body with a narrow base, a dark stalk being just apparent through the translucent white substance. In about 6 hours, the black, hair-like stalk has grown to its full length and bears at its top a young sporangium consisting of a globule of viscous plasma with a diameter about a fifth the length of the stalk. This globe is about the size of a mustard seed and ranges in color from pure white through golden yellow, light crimson, violet, purple, and black. A pink flush now begins to pervade the sporangium, caused by the formation of branching threads. The nuclei in the plasma still present the same appearance as those observed in the streaming plasmodium. In about another hour, these nuclei show the beginning of division. As this process develops, the plasma becomes separated in masses of 2 spores capacity. An hour later, the nuclei have divided and the young spores are forming. Their color rapidly changes. In about the first 20 hours after the first concentration of the fragments of the plasmodium, they have matured and present the appearance of minute black pins standing in regular order on wood. The ripe fruit, or sporangium, then dries and breaks. On placing the spore in water, its membranous wall slips off and the naked contents lie for several hours without apparent change in an ellipsoid form. Constriction then takes place, and the ellipsoid splits into 1 to 4 globular bodies adhering together and exhibiting slow amoeboid movements. Each globular body now develops a flagellum, a long whip-like extension, and the cluster swims away by means of these flagella. Now, the whole life process is ready to be repeated. There are more than 400 species of these slime molds, and they are distributed over all the temperate and tropic zones. If only the spores and the stalked little ball containing them are considered, the slime mold would be placed squarely in the kingdom of plants. But when the protoplasm escapes from the spore and starts moving about ingesting bacteria, the behavior is that of a one-celled animal. When these cells unite to form a plasmodium, there's a close likeness to a many-celled animal. End of section 60. Read by Winston Smith.
Section number 61 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Weird Ways of Birds. Among the most fantastic forms of animal behavior is that of the hunting guides, African birds distinctly related to the American woodpeckers. They guide men, baboons, and rattles to the nests of wild honeybees, supposedly so that these nests will be broken open. Throughout the 3 centuries since the unusual behavior of the bird was first reported by a Portuguese missionary, it has been the subject of many fantastic accounts, some of which attribute a far higher degree of intelligence to the birds than they possibly could possess. A long-continued study of this behavior has been made by Dr. Herbert Friedman, Smithsonian Curator of Birds. Dr. Friedman himself has observed at least 23 instances of the habit and has collected much other well-authenticated data from African associates. He describes the behavior from his own observations. When the bird is ready to begin guiding, it comes to a person and starts a repetitive series of chirring notes, or it stays where it is and begins calling these notes and waits for the human to approach it more closely. These chirring notes are very similar to the sound made by shaking a partly full, small matchbox rapidly sidewise. If the bird comes to the person, it flies 15 or 20 feet from him, calling constantly and fanning its tail. It usually perches on a fairly conspicuous branch, chirring rapidly, fanning its tail, and roughing its wings so that at times its yellow shoulder bands are visible. As the person comes to within 15 to 50 feet, the bird flies off with a conspicuous initial downward dip and then goes off to another tree, not necessarily in sight of the follower. In fact, more often out of sight than not. Then it waits there, chirring loudly until the follower again nears it, when the action is repeated. This goes on until the vicinity of the bee's nest is reached. It waits there for the follower to open the hive, and usually until the person has departed with his loot of honeycomb, when it comes down to the plundered bee's nest and begins to feed on the bits of comb left strewn about. The time during which the bird may wait quietly may vary from a few minutes to well over an hour and a half. African natives regard the bird as an almost infallible guide to honey. They try to attract it by grunting like a ratel or chopping on trees to imitate the sound of opening a nest. The habit is apparently instinctive. It presumably originated before human beings appeared, perhaps starting with the ratel or some of its honey-eating ancestors. Curiously enough, the honey bird does not seem interested in the honey, per se, or in the grubs of bees found in the nests. It has an insatiable appetite for the wax, which it will take wherever it can be found. The first account of the bird was of an individual which fed on the wax candles of a church. It appears to have a peculiar ability to digest wax, presumably to extract the nutritive elements contained. End of section number 61, read by Kevin Waters, Spring Hill, Florida, February the 15th, 2022.
Section 62 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Krista Zaleski. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Fantastic Seahorse. A fish with the head of a Lilliputian horse, the tail of a monkey, the shell of a beetle, and the pouch of a kangaroo. A creature that reverses the ordinary course of nature in that childbearing is exclusively a function of the male. Perhaps in no other animal have been packed so many anomalies as in the little hippocampus popularly known as the seahorse. These weird creatures are almost worldwide in their distribution through ocean waters, where there are growths of sea vegetation. They have provided the models for some of the monsters of human nightmares. Actually, they are small, feeble, almost defenseless creatures. The head unquestionably is similar to that of a miniature horse in general outline. The neck, however, is not a neck at all. Fishes have no necks, and hippocampus is no exception. What looks like a neck is the upper part of its abdomen, considerably contracted. The body is covered with a jointed chitinous shell, like many of the insects. This peculiarity left early naturalists in doubt as to whether it was actually a fish, or some sort of monstrous water bug. It is, of course, a true fish with no insect affiliations. The hard shell makes it a feeble, inefficient swimmer. It is able, in fact, to swim at all only because of a large air bladder, so delicately adjusted to the specific gravity of the animal, that if a gas bubble the size of a pinhead is let out by a puncture, the seahorse sinks to the bottom. There it can only crawl about clumsily until the wound is healed. Because it is so poor a swimmer, the hippocampus must have other means of adjustment to its saltwater environment. This is afforded by a prehensile tail, which it can wrap around the stems of water plants. This kind of a tail is found among few mammals, notably the smaller monkeys. So far as is known, no other fish has anything of the sort. The animal is most frequently observed in a state of rest, its tail wrapped around a plant, and its body standing nearly erect in the water. Its food consists of tiny crustaceans and other sea organisms of like size. Because of its poor powers of locomotion, it must wait for those which come within reach of its jaws, which work with lightning-like speed, or for those which will wait accommodatingly for it to come and get them. Hippocampus can move its eyes independently of each other, thus looking backward and forward at the same time. It would be rather difficult for a predaceous organism to take it by surprise. But on the other hand, it would have little ability to fight back or flee if attacked. Some species, at least, have considerable ability to change color to blend with the environment. Bright red, pink, or yellow specimens, when caught, fade rapidly to normal mottled gray. Probably the greatest anomaly of the hippocampus family is its way of reproducing the species. The male actually gives birth to living young. The process, so far as is known, is unduplicated in nature. Unfertilized eggs are laid by the female. She places them, a few at a time, into a pouch-like organ on the underside of the male's body. In some fashion still unknown to biologists, they are fertilized in the transfer. Within this pouch, the eggs are incubated, and there the young remain for several days after they are hatched. Then, fully equipped to take care of themselves, they are expelled into the water. So far as has been observed, there is no further parental interest in them. This male pouch might be considered as filling the double function of the womb of the placental mammal and the pouch of a marsupial like the kangaroo. The seahorse also has the distinction of being one of the species of fish that talk. In recent years, talking fish have become a matter of considerable interest to the Navy because of the confusion they cause in the interpretation of underwater sounds. They give every indication of talking to each other. They produce loud clicks similar to the snapping of a finger. These also have been compared to the clicks of a telegraph. They were especially notable when an animal was first placed in the tank and apparently was confused by the new environment. It would cruise back and forth across the container, standing upright and its prehensile tail curled over its back, emitting the characteristic sounds at intervals of from half to 3/4 of an hour. When two seahorses were kept in separate jars adjacent to each other in an experiment, it appeared as if they were trying to converse. First, one would emit a series of clicks. Then the other would answer. The sounds are produced by snapping the jaws together. In nature, these are probably mating calls. End of section 62.
Section 63 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Manalakis. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Great Seal Migrations. The great annual northward migration of the seals is one of the most remarkable phenomena of animal life. It seems to be without organization and without leadership. Yet toward the end of March each year, the hundreds of thousands of cow seals and pups, scattered over thousands of square miles of water, start at about the same time in 3 great groups, bound for 3 specific places. It has been the same for centuries, perhaps millennia. Each animal moves at about the same rate so that all arrive within a few days of each other. They do not move in compact masses like birds. The American herd of about 1,500,000 is by far the largest of the 3. It goes straight to the Pribilof Islands, where it goes ashore on 2 almost barren islands, St. Paul and St. George. The Japanese herd, numbering about 40,000, makes for Robben Island, off northern Japan. The Russian herd, now estimated at about 200,000, goes to a few rocky islands of the Commander Archipelago off Kamchatka. The moving herds consist almost entirely of females and young. The bulls winter further north, tend to be solitary during the winter, and precede the cows to the summer homes. The breeding season lasts for about 2 months. During this time the bull never eats or touches a drop of water. He never leaves the land. He arrives sleek and fat from the ocean pasture and is able to survive entirely on stored energy. This keeps him alive even when he fights scores of terrible battles with younger rivals. Towards the end of summer, he naturally is a sorry-looking creature. One day, actuated by some common impulse, cows and calves depart. Then the bulls, their arduous labors of race propagation over for 10 months, draw back among the rocks and spend 2 or 3 days in sound sleep before returning to the sea to replenish themselves. Cows have very little reserve energy and must return to the water every 2 or 3 days, leaving their nursing pups ashore. On her return from one of these feeding expeditions, a cow goes straight to her own pup among the thousands on the rocky beach. Presumably she locates it by the odor. Few animals grow more rapidly than the seal pup. Within a few weeks after birth, it is almost as large as its mother. This is an essential provision of nature, for it must have sufficient size and strength to care for itself in the open sea once the southward migration starts. It is fully the size of the mother when it comes back the next year. There is an old idea that seal pups must be taught to swim. This is denied by government observers at the Pribilof breeding grounds. When thrown into the water for the first time, they swim ashore without difficulty. They will not, however, venture into the sea voluntarily, but must be pushed off the rocks by the mothers. St. George and St. Paul Islands are the only two spots under the American flag, except for certain atomic energy and military installations, which are absolutely barred to visitors without special government permits. These, as a rule, are given only to scientists studying the behavior of the seals. On each island there is an Aleut village whose inhabitants attend to the butchering of the animals each summer. This is confined entirely to 3-year-old males who congregate by themselves. The only other killing permitted is by Aleuts along the coast, for whom sealing is the traditional means of livelihood. But this now is so restricted that the animal toll is very small. The sealing must be done from an open boat, use of firearms is prohibited, and the Aleuts cannot be under contract to furnish skins. End of section 63. Section 64 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Manolakis. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Monsters with Buzzsaws. But if, retaining sense and sight, we could shrink into living atoms and plunge underwater, of what a world of wonder would we form part? We would find this fairy kingdom peopled with the strangest creatures. Creatures that swim with their hair, have ruby eyes blazing deep in their necks, with telescopic limbs that now are withdrawn wholly into their bodies, and now stretched out to many times their own length. Here are some riding at anchor, moored by delicate threads spun out from their own toes. There are others flashing in glass armor, bristling with sharp spikes or ornamented with bosses and flowing curves, while fastened to a green stem is an animal convolvulus that by some invisible power draws a never-ceasing stream of victims into its gaping cup and tears them to death with hooked jaws deep down in its own body. The Rotifera, by C.T. Hudson and P.H. Goose, London, 1886. The rotifers, or wheel animalcules, are fantastic creatures. They were first seen by the Dutchman Antonius van Leeuwenhoek, credited with being the inventor of the microscope. On the 25th of August, he wrote to the Royal Society of London, with which group of savants, patronized by Charles II, he was in regular correspondence. I saw in a leaden gutter on the front of the house for a length of 5 feet some rainwater had been standing, which had a red color. It occurred to me that this redness might be caused by red animalcules. I took a drop or two of the water and looked at it under the microscope. He found a confusion of red-eyed monsters armed with teeth like those of the balance wheel of a watch, which appeared to be projecting forward towards the head. They seemed to whirl around with a very considerable velocity, by which means a rapid current of water is brought from a distance to the mouth of the creature, who thereby is supplied with many invisible food particles. This discovery is of considerable significance in scientific history because, more than any of his previous findings, it caused the Amsterdam spectacle maker to question the then widely held belief in the spontaneous generation of living things. They can, he wrote the Royal Society in 1774, continue many months out of water and be dry as dust, in which condition their shape is globular, the bigness exceeds not a grain of sand, and no sign of life appear. Notwithstanding being put in water, the globule turns itself about, lengthens by slow degrees, becomes in the form of a lively maggot, and most commonly in a few minutes afterwards puts out its wheels and sweeps the water in search of food. But sometimes it may remain a long time in the maggot form and not show its wheels at all. Such tiny organisms capable of such long periods of suspended animation, Leeuwenhoek held, could be blown by the wind for long distances. Thus the sudden appearance of living animals in supposedly lifeless water did not indicate that they had been born or created there. The microscope designer had found, moreover, a hitherto unknown race, giants of the microscopic world and among the most fantastic of all animals, the rotifers. These usually invisible animals with buzzsaws on their heads, the largest not more than a quarter-inch long and the majority less than a 20th, seem to have gone further beyond life's normally accepted frontiers than any other animals. One species lives comfortably in hot springs where temperatures go above 120 Fahrenheit. Others can be frozen in solid cakes of ice for weeks and show no ill effects. Sudden changes in temperature, however, often are fatal. On tops of Antarctic mountains projecting out of ice 2 miles thick, the little rotifers are found among sparse growths of lichens, the only animal life which approaches closely to the South Pole on land. There is no reason why they should not thrive in the hardly less hospitable mountains of Mars. They might have been carried there in light-propelled earth dust. The majority are freshwater creatures. A few live in damp moss, and a few species have obtained a foothold in the sea. Some live in immense colonies, permanently attached to stones. Some are free-living individualists who crawl like leeches or swim rapidly. Some are parasites in the cells of water plants or in the gills of freshwater crabs. Others cling to floating plants or to water animals to be carried from place to place. One highly social group lives in free-moving communities of 40 or more individuals attached to each other by their tail ends and radiating from a common center like wheel spokes. The usual color is reddish, and most rotifers have one or more glittering red eyes. In a few cases, these eyes are inside the bodies of transparent species. Despite their minuteness, these predatory giants of the world invisible are highly developed animals. Each has a body divided, like that of a mammal, into 3 major segments: head, trunk, and extremities. In some, the skin is hardened into an armor-like covering. Some have a panoply of defensive spines and bristles. Inside the skin is a cavity full of watery fluid. It contains no corpuscles like blood, in which float the more important vital organs. In most animals there is tissue of some sort in which nerves, muscles, and glands are embedded. In rotifers, however, there is very little of this connective tissue. Under a microscope, one generally can see with some clearness each individual cell. These cells can be counted, for at the most there are only a few thousands, compared to the millions of millions that make up the bodies of larger animals. The muscles are not banded together, but consist of isolated strands, whose job is to pull the head inside the armored trunk when faced with any threat, and to bend the body in various directions. All rotifers have 2 organs unique to their race. First is the buzzsaw. This is a crown of tentacles, quite similar in appearance under low magnification to a circular saw, which is constantly whirling. Its purpose is to create eddies in the water which will bring food particles to the mouth, a funnel-shaped opening on top of the head. In free-living species, the saw may have some function as a propeller. Second is the mastax, or chewing stomach. Every rotifer has 2 stomachs, one for masticating and one for digesting. The mouth opens directly into the first. It is provided with 2 horny, serrated jaws which crush toward each other and tear to bits the minute animals and plants which are the creature's food. The jaws are provided with several hard parts, adapted for biting, crushing, holding, and tearing. In the permanently anchored rotifers, the rear of the body is prolonged into a stalk, from the end of which a cement-like substance is secreted. This permanently attaches the animal to something, usually a stone. In some of the free-living forms, the foot is replaced by 1 to 12 leaping spines, by means of which the owner can spring suddenly forward several times its own length to capture an unsuspecting victim. This is more often some floating one-celled creature of the water-drop jungle, such as a protozoan elephant. The male rotifer is usually much smaller than the female, sometimes nothing more than appendage she carries about with her. The fantastic worlds of all sorts of rotifers are predominantly feminine worlds. For some species, in fact, males never have been found, but there is little doubt that they exist. End of section 64.
Section 65 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Two-headed snakes aren't rare. Two-headed snakes probably are quite common. About 200 cases have been reported. Dr. Bert Cunningham of Duke University, who has studied several living specimens, has this to report about such snakes. The heads play together, fight over a morsel of food, even though it will go into the same stomach through either mouth, attempt to swallow one another, and sometimes fight fatal duels. Each head has a brain of its own. Few grow to any size. In this case, two heads are not better than one, especially when they disagree, when a second means escape or death. End of section 65.
Section 66 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Fantastic Sea Creatures. Coral-forested waters around the Gilbert and Mariana Islands in the Pacific are yielding some of the most fantastic sea creatures known to science. Extensive collections have been made since the war by Dr. Leonard P. Schultz, Smithsonian Curator of Fishes. Notable in the collections are snake, worm, and moray eels, all bottom dwellers in tropical waters. Snake eels are, as the name indicates, superficially almost indistinguishable from serpents. On their tails they have hard points, which are used as drills. They burrow straight downward in the bottom sand, tails first, until only the heads protrude above the surface. The worm eels belong to the same general group, but are much smaller and slenderer, about the diameter of a lead pencil, and reaching lengths up to 2 feet. Larger worm eels have been reported. Both of these groups consist of relatively timid, inoffensive creatures. Far different are the moray eels, members of a closely related family. They are as much as 10 feet long, have razor-like teeth, and are described by Dr. Schultz as about the most vicious creatures in the sea. In disposition, they are probably worse than the worst sharks, and can easily bite through a man's hand. Probably the most poisonous creature in the collection is a variety of stingray, weighing about 200 pounds, which was speared at the bottom of 20 feet of water. This animal, like all stingrays, has a tail armed with long, poisonous barbs. The venom could be lethal to a man. After it was speared, the ray remained very much alive, and the problem of bringing it to the surface was difficult. This finally was accomplished by 2 of Dr. Schultz's collaborators. First one would dive, grasp the handle of the spear, and lift the creature a few feet, always holding it far enough away to be clear of the barbs. After the first man became exhausted, the other would relieve him while he came up for air. Thus, the specimen was finally gotten on board through a series of relays. Curiosities of the collection are the cardinal fishes, brilliant red, very active, and including some of the smallest of marine fishes. A few species attain full growth at about 3/4 of an inch. These are the most notable of the mouth breeders. The female lays the eggs, and the male carries them in his mouth until they hatch. Inch-long males sometimes carry as many as 400 eggs, nearly all of which hatch. Other curiosities are the pipefishes, hard-shelled animals which look like bits of small segmented pipe. They range from 2 inches to a foot long and are related to the more familiar seahorses of temperate waters. They are sluggish burrowers in coral reefs. As among seahorses, the male gives birth to the young. The eggs are deposited in pouches on the male's belly where they are carried until they hatch. End of section 66. Read by Winston Smith.
The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Varieties of the Raven Language, read by Christian Aboko. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. While nevermore apparently is not in the vocabulary of the raven, this big black bird of the wilder parts of the country has a considerable variety of sounds, nearly as ominous. Raven language has been intensively studied by the noted ornithologist Dr. Arthur Cleveland Bent. Citing various bird observers, he lists the following calls: a distinct, hollow, sepulchral laugh, haw, 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 which may be heard at almost any time. A series of croaks sounded while on the wing, interspersed with a musical note that sounds like gillick gilly. A strange call, like thing thung thung, which is similar to the mellow twang of a tuning fork. Another expression has a metallic, liquid-like quality, similar to the song of the red-winged blackbird, although greatly magnified in volume. Ravens have a large range of notes, from the melancholy croaks with which they are chiefly associated, to striking imitations of other birds, such as geese and gulls. One of these birds will talk to itself for hours with a curious gargling sound. He becomes so absorbed in his own conversation that it is often not difficult to steal up on him during such a soliloquy. The raven, Dr. Bent observes, is one of our most sagacious birds. Crafty, resourceful, adaptable, and quick to profit by experience. Throughout most of its range, it is exceeding shy and wary. It is almost impossible to get within gunshot of one in the open, yet it knows full well where and when it is safe. About northern villages, where it is appreciated as a scavenger and seldom molested, it is as tame as any barnyard bird. This is especially true in Greenland, where ravens infest American air bases, although in the north the raven frequents the seacoast and villages. From Pennsylvania southward, it is entirely a mountain bird, usually living above 3,000 feet. From these heights, the birds sometimes descend to the valleys, or even islands along the coast, to forage among the colonies of seabirds. Most of them prefer to dwell among rocks, and resort to perpendicular cliffs, and to escarpments thrust above forests on the flanks of mountains. End of section 67.
Section 68 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Worms with hypodermic needles. Despite their microscopic size, nematodes, soil worms, are highly organized animals. They have muscles, quite specialized organs for feeding, a digestive system, a nervous system with a brain, and a well-developed reproductive system. Sexes are clearly differentiated. The creatures have evolved a long way from the primeval worm. Eggs may be deposited in the soil or in the plant on which the nematode feeds. In these eggs, the immature forms, the larvae, develop and eventually hatch. If appropriate plants are available, they may begin to feed immediately. They develop through several distinct stages. At the end of each of these cycles, a molt occurs. Many of the forms which have been studied closely have a minimum life cycle, from egg to egg-laying female, of several days to several weeks. The maximum duration of life, however, may be much longer, since sexual maturity is not reached until the nematode begins to feed on the living plant. Up to this time, it remains in the larval stage and lives on a reserve food supply originally derived from the egg. The time this reserve lasts depends on circumstances. In damp, warm soil, the nematode will be very active and use it up in a few weeks. In cool or dry soil, the supply lasts much longer and can extend to many years. The little worm's life is a perpetual struggle for existence. It has many enemies in the soil, insects, fungi, and other free-living nematodes. Certain of the soil fungi have traps especially designed to catch nematodes. Some of these are shaped like loops which are pulled tight as the worm starts to crawl through. Others are sticky surfaces on which the victims are captured like flies on flypaper. In either case, the fungus grows into the body of the worm and kills it. Nevertheless, the nematode population is never in any great danger of extermination. A single female root knot nematode will produce about 300 eggs in a couple of weeks. Allowing 4 weeks for a generation, and assuming half the offspring are females, this implies a theoretically possible 50 trillion individuals at the end of the 4 generations of a single summer. Practically all roots are attacked by some kind of nematode, but many species appear to specialize on one type of plant and will not touch a different variety, even if no other food is available. Plants immune to one species may be highly susceptible to some other. A few kinds of these worms, however, appear to eat almost anything they can find underground. All the root eaters have a feeding organ, which is much like a hypodermic needle. This is pushed into the tissue, and, it is believed, a digestive juice of some sort is injected. This liquefies and partially digests the food. Then the nematode sucks it through the needle into its mouth. The largest of the nematodes, a parasite of whales, can reach a length of 27 feet. The smallest, a marine form, is a little more than a 3,000th of an inch long. End of section 68. Read by Winston Smith.
Section number 69 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The fatal black widow spider. The venom of the dreaded black widow spider is approximately 15 times more potent than that of the rattlesnake. The comparison has been established by determining the amount of rattlesnake and spider venom necessary to kill rats of the same weight. The extreme toxicity of the spider becomes of considerable significance since it has been reported from every state in the Union and may be increasing in numbers on the edges of cities. Probability of being bitten, however, is slight. The black widow is a timid creature, except towards her natural prey. At the first molestation of her web, she retreats quickly to her central nest and does not venture out again for hours. She makes no attempt at defense, to say nothing of aggression. Her reputation is so bad, however, that in some cases, pickers have refused to work in vineyards, which she infested. End of section number 69, read by Kevin Waters, Spring Hill, Florida, January 31, 2022.
Section 70 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tia Wright. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Plants that are animated. Among the curiosities often sold in American stores are so-called air plants. Plants that will grow on air alone without sunshine or water. This is true after a fashion. The plants actually are dried skeletons of marine animals. They belong to the group which includes the jellyfish, sea anemones, and corals. Their skeletons have a striking resemblance to plants. The species most commonly sold is sea moss or Neptune's fern, an animal abundant in the North Atlantic, especially in the English Channel and the Gulf of Maine. A closely related species, the squirrel's tail, is abundant in the eastern Pacific where its silvery colonies often are washed ashore by storms. Dry beach material of these colonies is easily collected, dyed, and sold as Christmas decorations. These are colonial forms consisting of thousands of individual animals, according to the Chicago Museum of Natural History. Colonies of 2 species of sea squirrel may be 12 inches or more long. Those of some species may be several feet in length. Usually, they are attached to rocks or other substrata by a root-like base, from which spring the delicate branched stems bearing hundreds of minute polyps. Most of these are hydranths, feeding polyps, that capture microscopic organisms. The reproductive polyps are less common, usually larger and different in shape. The common stem is made up of external non-cellular material, mostly yellowish or brown in color. End of section 70. Section 71 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tia Wright. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Tomato, Cinderella of Vegetables. A remarkable chapter in the history of agriculture is the story of the tomato, which now constitutes one of this country's major crops. It appears to have first been used as a food by the Aztecs. It was introduced into Spain early in the 16th century, and a century later was grown widely in England as an ornamental plant. Not until the next century, however, did it have any standing as a food. It was known as the love apple and was considered mildly poisonous. Folks ate one now and then on dares. Then it caught on as a food in Italy, and by the start of the 19th century was being grown on a field scale. So far as known, it was absent from the gardens of colonial America, unless as a rare ornamental plant. Not until the middle of the 19th century was it reintroduced into its native Western Hemisphere as a food crop. For a long time it acquired no great popularity. A few vines in the family garden were considered enough, since there was no tomato market. A U.S. Department of Agriculture report calls the tomato the prodigy of the vegetable world. Its present success is due in large part to the discovery of vitamins. Although used as a food for little more than a century, it now is almost as widely distributed as wheat, a food plant which has been cultivated for at least 5,000 years. Today, the tomato crop covers about 500,000 acres in the U.S. alone. This crop consists of more than 20 million bushels of fresh tomatoes and more than 300,000 tons of canned products. There are now about 150 known varieties adapted to all sorts of purposes. End of section 71.
Section number 72 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Holiest Place on Earth. The summit of Adam's Peak in south-central Ceylon, wrapped perpetually in priestly robes of gray clouds, is one of the holy places of the earth. There, through many centuries, the prayers of millions belonging to warring creeds have worn thin the curtain between the affable and the ineffable. It is a shrine of 4 of the world's great religions. In the rock is a depression that looks like a giant's footprint. Hindus believe it was made by snake-haired Shiva, the destroyer. Muslims say it is the footprint of the first man, Adam, who was exiled to this mountaintop after he was thrown out of paradise. Buddhists believe that it could have been made only by the great Gautama. Nestorian Christians maintain that it is a relic of the disciple Thomas, who brought the gospel of Christ into the East. To this spot, braving the road through leech-infested forests below and the perilous ascent along gale-swept ledges, have come generation after generation of devout pilgrims to voice a common prayer in different tongues through different intermediaries. The pilgrim, standing by the footprint of Adam, looks down upon the forest-covered hills to the eastward. Over all the land spreads the gray shadow of the supernatural. Below him is one of the most imposing spectacles on earth. The middle slopes scarlet with the blossoms of dense forests of gigantic rhododendrons, the deep blue patches of mountain lakes and canyons which no human has entered, their mysterious depths hidden by wind-tossed fog. Great waterfalls roar over vine-covered cliffs. Strange sounds arise from jungles of white-stemmed palms. It is a wild land of ghosts and demons, watched over by the holy mountains. In this unearthly country, native legend from ancient days has placed, most appropriately, the Death Valley of the Elephants. There, in a pleasant hollow beside a lake of clear water, reached only by narrow paths with high-walled precipices on either side, these animals make their way from all over the island when they feel the chill drowsiness of approaching death. It has been an interminable procession of the doomed since time began. To the stricken old elephant, the coming of death brings an irresistible nostalgia which draws his faltering feet homeward to this mist-shrouded valley piled high with the white bones of his ancestors. It is his haven of rest from the weariness and disillusion of living. The belief has deep roots in the ancient folklore of Ceylon. It is spread all over the East. It is embodied in the Arabian Nights. No man ever has entered this vale of death since Sinbad the sailor, who was carried there in the trunk of a huge elephant after he had been knocked senseless when the tree in which he was hiding was uprooted by a herd of the animals. Sinbad at last found himself in this valley piled high with bones and knew that he was in the long-sought death place of the elephants. Another Ceylon elephant cemetery is concealed in a dense forest near the ancient sacred city of Anardhupara. It is so well hidden that no man knows its exact location, although all know that it exists. Unless there are such cemeteries, the natives ask, what becomes of the remains of dead elephants? The death of the jungle elephant remains a fantastic mystery. No very serious efforts have been made to provide a solution. Remains of these creatures that have died natural deaths seldom have been found either in Asia or Africa. Yet obviously the great beasts are mortal, subject to various fatal ailments, and to the inevitable decay of age. Evidently, when one of them feels death approaching, it retires to a place of the dead where it quietly breathes its last and adds its bones to those of the vast multitudes of its race that have gone before it into the unknown. The belief is so strong that there has been a persistent search for these elephant Golgothas for the past century. Such a discovery, especially in Africa, probably would mean inestimable wealth in ivory. But, except for one or two questionable instances cited below, nobody has ever found such a place. Natives sometimes claim to know an approximate location from tradition, although they never have seen it. Zoologists naturally frown upon the idea because of its very weirdness. They explain that the remains of very few tropical animals ever are found, and that the elephant, for all its bulk, need be considered no great exception. Vultures, jackals, hyenas, and other carrion eaters soon would tear the flesh from the bones. Insects would bear away the fragments they left. Jungle vegetation rapidly would cover and hide the naked skeleton. Some credence is given to the native belief by Lieutenant Colonel Gordon Casserly of the British Army. A persistent elephant hunter during years of service in India, he never came upon the carcass or bones of one of these animals which had met a natural death. The idea of a vast death place of these modern mammoths, hidden in the remote recesses of the Himalayas, he states, did not seem a far-fetched one to me when I lived in the shadow of those mighty mountains and heard at night the great elephant troops pass by the little outpost that I commanded on the frontier of Bhutan as they clambered up towards the snow-clad peaks from the forest below. The British elephant hunter W.D.M. Bell once thought he had found one of East Africa's elephant cemeteries in the country north of Lake Rudolph. He had followed an elephant path to a grassy plateau strewn with skulls and other elephant bones, some partially buried. None of the remains, however, were recent. Bell tasted the green water of a nearby pool and found it bitter with natron. The indications were that large numbers of elephants had been driven to this pool to drink during a time of drought and been poisoned by the water. Major P.H.G. Powell Cotton tells of finding another spot strewn with bones in the same general region, which might answer the specification for an elephant graveyard. Here I was surprised, he reported, to find the whole countryside scattered with remains, the fitful sun lighting up glistening bones in every direction. In all my journeyings through elephant country, I do not think I have ever come across before a skeleton of one of these beasts for whose death the guides could not account. My guide called this place the place where the elephants come to die, and assured me that when the elephants fell sick, they would come deliberately for long distances to lay their bones in this spot. I had heard of these cemeteries from Swahili traders who told me they had occasionally found more ivory than they could carry. The place was well known to the Turkana, who regularly visited it to carry off the tusks. End of section number 72, read by Kevin Waters, Spring Hill, Florida, January 31st, 2022.
Section 73 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Vanishing Golden Carpet. The rarest plant in North America, found only 4 times by botanists, is a ground-hugging desert flower, the gold carpet. The plant appears, on rare occasions, in California's Death Valley. Its appearance is that of a rosette of yellow leaves, sometimes as much as 10 inches in diameter, lying flat on the ground. From this rosette arise innumerable tiny golden yellow blossoms, so that the whole seems like a patch of golden carpet in the brown desert. The reason for its rare occurrence is that its seeds can germinate only after a good rain. Such rains are rare in its habitat. The plants must spring up within a few days. Ordinarily, even then, they die with the increasing drought before blossoming, thus forming no seeds. In order for them to produce the seeds for another generation, there must be another rain following shortly upon the first. The seeds become buried in the desert soil, and in the course of evolution, have developed the capacity of suspended animation over a number of years. In the old days, it is probable these seeds retain their fertility only for a single season. Now there may be several years between rains sufficient to spur them to germination, and even longer periods between double rains which will enable them to form seeds. The strange little plant first was discovered in 1891. There were only 2 specimens, and search failed to reveal any more. 2 years later, however, at about the same place, another single plant was reported. No others were revealed by an intensive search through the entire area. In 1931 and 1932, Dr. Frederick V. Coville of the U.S. Department of Agriculture and French Gilman, a California botanist, again made an intensive search but could not find a single plant. They came to the erroneous conclusion that the plant might be native to the mountains, from which occasional seeds were washed down after heavy rains. A few years later, Mr. Gilman again took up the search and succeeded in locating the plant in 4 places. He found 14 individuals altogether and watched their growth carefully. Only 3 became large enough to flower and produce seed. The others dried up and died when they had only a few leaves and no branches. Later, however, Gilman found many specimens of the gold carpet scattered over low hills in the neighborhood. These little hills all were whitish in color. This led to the idea that the chemical composition of the soil might have something to do with the appearance of the plants. Analysis, however, showed there was no basis for this assumption. In the distant past, the gold carpet may have been a very abundant plant, germinating and flowering annually in a reasonably moist climate. Probably a few individuals developed the capacity of producing seed which would remain fertile over a lapse of years. When the climate changed, these had a decided advantage over their fellows. Apparently, the gold carpet is a plant in the process of extinction. The continued existence of the species depends on the dormancy of a sufficient number of seeds to carry it over unfavorable years of inadequate or inappropriately timed second rains. If Death Valley becomes drier and drier, and years with suitable double rains become more and more infrequent, the vitality of the seeds in the soil eventually will be insufficient to span the long periods when no seeds are produced. End of section 73, read by Andrea Kotzer.
Section 74 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Merritt. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Evolution of the Bird. It's a long call from the birds with teeth that hovered over the strange world of the dying dinosaurs 150 million odd years ago, to the chorus of sweet singers whose music opened sleepy eyes on May mornings of the present. The long and devious road can be traced from the grotesque Archaeopterycus and Archaeonus, nightmare-like and long extinct flying creatures of the dawn, to the living wren and blackbird. But however complicated, the family tree of birds is simple compared to that of the reptiles or the mammals, since avian evolution has been confined within narrower lines. Up to the time that the monster reptiles were beginning to disappear, it seems probable that all birds had teeth. Gradually they disappeared as the group advanced into the dawn age of present life forms. First were the ancestral birds, the Archaeoniths. They were essentially winged reptiles. Following them came the toothed true birds of the New World, known from very fragmentary fossil records. They included the Hesperornis, the Hagaria, and the Ichthyornis. Then, representing a long advance, came creatures of the ostrich family, probably the most primitive of living birds. They are true birds, but have not reached the typical modern pattern. At the top of the family tree, the highest branch of bird evolution, is the great suborder of songbirds. It includes 50 families, ranging from the larks to the finches and buntings. End of section 74.
Section 75 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Speed Ace of the Air. The swiftest bird flight ever recorded accurately is in the neighborhood of 175 miles an hour. Ordinary unhurried flight averages from 20 to 40 miles an hour. The fastest flyer, according to official records, is the California duckhawk, whose speed was measured with a stopwatch from an airplane. Eagles, apparently, are much slower. Among the more reliable bird flight speed measurements are those of herons, hawks, horned larks, ravens, and shrikes. Rates range from 22 to 28 miles an hour. Flight in all these cases was normal and unhurried. Other speeds reported by the Smithsonian are crows, 31 to 45 miles an hour, starlings, 38 to 49 miles, geese, 42 to 55 miles, ducks, 44 to 59 miles, falcons, 40 to 48 miles. When frightened, most birds probably can nearly double their normal rate, but they cannot keep it up very long. When cruising about in search for food, they fly so as not to waste their strength. This is particularly true on the great annual migrations. Considering 10 hours as a fair day's flying time over land, the measured speeds would carry crows from 310 to 450 miles between sunrise and sunset, and ducks and geese from 420 to 590 miles. Considering that they fly in straight lines, this means they make very good time from point to point. It is highly probable, however, that most migrating birds proceed in a leisurely manner and that after a flight of a few hours they pause to feed and rest. End of section 75. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 24th of February, 2022.
Section 76 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Merritt. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The remarkable instincts of the silkworm. The silkworm's brain has an instinct center contained in a speck of nerve cells with a mass of less than a millionth of an ounce. This center is a microscopic so-called mushroom body found in both sides or hemispheres of the brain. The discovery, with possible far-reaching philosophical implications, came out of some of the most delicate conceivable microsurgery in which the area was destroyed almost cell by cell, by means of an invisibly fine electric needle. Doctors Carol Williams and William Vanderkloot of Harvard have made minute studies of an American silkworm, the Cecropia, common along the Atlantic coast, which spins as strong and delicate threads as the Japanese or Italian domesticated silkworms. The cocoon is a marvel of apparent ingenuity, made of a single thread, almost a mile long. It is made in 3 layers, roughly after the design of a thermos bottle. The outer layer is a tightly woven waterproof silk bag. Inside this is a layer of loosely spun material which serves as an insulating layer. The third layer, woven around the body of the worm itself, is a bag of exceedingly fine, soft silk. Through each layer, a hatchway is provided directly in front of the creature's head. These must be placed one in front of the other with mathematical exactitude. Through them, the self-imprisoned animal must escape when the time comes, and the slightest error would probably make it a prisoner forever in a coffin of its own creation. Inside the cocoon, the worm remains adequately protected from cold and damp for 9 months. It emerges as a winged moth whose sole function in life, apparently, is to lay eggs to produce more silkworms. Spinning such a cocoon with its 3 quite different layers requires extreme precision of movement. Nature has not allowed for any possible variations, yet the masterpiece obviously is not the result of any thinking, education, or practice. The little worm's lifespan, for one thing, would not allow for any training. Every movement must be instinctive and presumably unconscious, directed by the same part of the nervous system into whose structure the pattern has been built by nature. The house building must start at precisely the right time. Until that time, according to the Harvard physiologist, the responsible area of the brain is held in restraint by a hormone secreted from 2 tiny glands in the head. At the foreordained instant, this inhibiting secretion ceases, and the mushroom body can go into action. The spinning can be started at any time, however, by destroying the glands. Williams and van der Kloot tried effects of 2 gases, carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide. Both acted as potent brain depressants, but in quite different ways. The first eliminated the spinning behavior entirely and permanently. The worms wandered about aimlessly, apparently trying in vain to remember what some overwhelming internal drive was pushing them to do. The automobile exhaust gas, carbon monoxide, fatal to humans, but without any lasting effects on invertebrates, because of the lack of red cells in the blood with which it combines in higher animals, caused them to spin a worthless and meaningless flat layer of silk as long as the effect continued. When this ended, the worms started to spin what remained of the mile-long thread in the customary pattern, starting from the point it normally would have reached had it not been gassed. The biologists then resorted to their unbelievably delicate surgery. They proceeded to destroy the silkworm's brain, a few score cells at a time. The brain contains hundreds of thousands of cells. The destruction had no effect on the spinning behavior until they reached the mushroom body. When a few cells of this area were killed by the electric current, the worm no longer could spin a cocoon, but continued to wind and weave its silken thread into 3 flat sheets, corresponding to the 3 normal capsules. The weaving continued, with the destruction of a few more cells, but only in a single sheet. When a few more were destroyed, the entire cocoon-making behavior came to an end. Thus, Drs. Williams and van der Kloot concluded they had located a physical unit of behavior. Within it was capsuled the whole memory of the silkworm race with respect to spinning. More than a century ago, this mushroom body was discovered by the French physiologist Dujardin, who called it the seat of instinct. At that time, this was only a wild speculation on his part, without any supporting facts whatsoever. The instinct center is found in the brains of all insects, in whom group instinctive behavior has manifestation. In the honeybee worker, intellectual giant of the insect world, it reaches its greatest size. In drones and queens who do not display much behavior of any sort, the area of the brain is quite small. End of section 76.
Section 77 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lynn Marie. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Strange World of the Sea. Under the tossing surface of southern seas is an inferno-like realm of everlasting darkness, inhabited by multitudes of strange animals which exist almost altogether by the laws of beak and fang. Some of them are grotesque beyond the reaches of a nightmare. Countless generations ago, their ancestors, driven by hunger and competition, abandoned the familiar, sunlit world for the perpetual night of the abysmal depths. Then, with each family, it was a case of survival of the fittest and variation of form and structure to fit the environment. Here is the stark struggle for survival with the mask of sunlight. Green fields and flowers discarded. It is not different in kind, but in degree, from the struggle that goes on continually between living things at the surface of the ocean and on the land. Down there, all must eat flesh. There is no plant life intermediary between beast and beast. Plants cannot grow below the light line of the sea depths. Out of this fierce war for existence have come creatures mostly conspicuous for their defensive and offensive equipment. Some of the fish seem to have become little more than enormous mouths with rows of long, razor-like teeth with which they seize and kill. The bodies attached to these mouths are small and slender. Such a creature is mostly head, and the head is mostly mouth. Nearly all the fish carry light organs of some kind near the mouth with which other animals are probably attracted within grabbing distance. One of the largest collections of deep-sea animals was assembled a few years ago near the Puerto Rico Deep, the deepest part of the Atlantic Ocean, by a Smithsonian Institution expedition led by Dr. Paul Barsh. This collection constituted a fair representation of the sea life at depths of about 3,200 feet, nearly 2,500 feet below the farthest reaches of the sun's rays. There were shrimps with long, sharp claws which fold up after the fashion of an old-fashioned straight razor. Any small creature which came within striking distance of such a razor probably would be an immediate victim. There were strange mollusks with shells like corkscrews, and eels like darning needles with long, sharp beaks. Among the most fantastic was the needlefish. Its jaws are prolonged into extraordinarily slender points, like fine needles, so that the head is nearly as long as the rest of the body, that is, about 6 inches. This fish was lured to the net by an electric light. A group of flatfish or flounders was obtained, all of which have 2 eyes on one side of the head and none on the other. Instead of right eye and left eye, there is upper eye and lower eye. Other strange forms in the collection. The hunchback fish, a creature whose strangely shaped body suggests its name. The lance fish, with long, backward-reaching spines suggested of lances just behind the eyes. The forceps fish, one of the most aberrant of all with its greatly extended forceps-like jaws. There is apparently but a single genus and species in existence. The family of snout fish with snouts almost as long as the rest of the body. At the end of the snout is a mouth. Another strange creature taken out of the depths by this expedition was Johnsonia irioma, the big eye fish. Each of its 2 eyes is about 1/5 as long as the diameter of its body. A man's eye in the same ratio would be about 1 foot long and protrude about 8 inches from its socket. It also has 2 false eyes on its sides near the tail. They are of the same size and approximately the same pattern as the true eyes. They probably are indistinguishable from them by other fish. They are, however, only color spots and have no visual function. They constitute a feature hitherto unknown in the fish world. The purpose of the false eyes is unknown, unless they are intended to deceive the creature's enemies. Since it is a slow-moving fish, these color spots probably create the illusion of fast movement. which would fool a predatory animal of the abysses. This fish is the second of its family ever found in the Western world. The other was discovered a half-century ago. The genus have been found in Asiatic waters. This eye fish was obtained from a depth of between 150 and 300 fathoms, just about on the borderline of eternal darkness where eyes would be of no use. Fish of the depths have evolved in two directions, toward enormous eyes and toward greatly diminished ones. The first represents a struggle to see in the strange dusk. The second trend denotes giving up of a futile struggle on the part of the race. This trend is noteworthy among fish of the greater depths. Another strange denizen of the depths is Peristadion bartschii. Named in honor of Dr. Bartsch, it is an armored gurnard, of the family sometimes known as sea robins. The shell-growing tendency among fish is largely confined to certain freshwater catfish of South America. This creature obviously is a bottom dweller. Its entire body is covered with spiny plates, which probably would make it safe from any enemy. Each plate bears a very sharp spine, about a 1/4 inch long. There are nearly 100 of these on the body. This fish would probably be about the most unappetizing morsel any predatory animal ever swallowed. It is bright red. Still, another species obtained by the expedition was one of the lanternfish group. These are small, minnow-like creatures who live only in the open ocean. While most fish either remain near shore or have at least an association with the bottom, these are found only in deep water, far from land, and never near the sea floor. Most of the millions of them in the sea doubtless live and die without any realization that there is either bottom or shore. All have rows of luminous spots along their sides, which probably serve as recognition marks. End of section 77.
Section 78 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tia Wright. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Cannibal Birds of the Pacific. Hordes of big black birds, about the nearest creatures imaginable to the harpies of Greek mythology, nest on desert-like South Pacific islands. These are the vulture-like frigate birds, the Polynesian evas or thieves, which are found by thousands in branches of the most prominent shrubs, the 8-foot-high, white-flowering scaevola bushes. They are truly creatures of evil. They carry in their feathers as parasites creatures nearly as malevolent in appearance as themselves, louse flies which look like giant, flattened, black houseflies. When these are shaken off, they sometimes fly to small black automobiles which they mistake for their hosts. The nests of the frigate birds are coarse, soil-cemented affairs constructed haphazardly of twigs and driftwood. During showers, the cement of the filthy building material dissolves away, allowing eggs to fall to the ground. Nesting material evidently is rare and highly prized, giving rise to theft. A bird in flight occasionally filches a loose piece from a carelessly guarded nest. The eva will stoop to murder and cannibalism, flying off with an egg or newly hatched young to eat on the wing. There usually is one egg to a nest, entirely white and a little larger than a chicken egg. Both sexes take turns sitting on the egg and later brooding the growing chicks. This is necessary not only to incubate the egg and keep the chick warm in cool weather, but also as protection against too intense sunshine. At the incubation time, the males are resplendent with blood-red, semi-transparent throat pouches blown out like balloons. These extend forward to the beak and downward to hide their breast. The color is due to innumerable blood-filled capillaries in the tissues of the pouch. Not far from the rookeries of the evas are those of the stupid, red-footed boobies, or ganets. The name booby is from the Spanish word bobo, meaning idiot. At times, the rookeries of the aggressive marauders and the boob victims overlap at the edges. The frigate birds, according to a report of the Pacific Science Board, escort the stupid spoon-billed gannets out to feed on schools of squid and small fish. When the gannets get craws full and set sail for home to feed their young, the cruel, curve-billed evas dive screaming after them, seize them by the tails, and sling the food out of the mouths of the smaller birds. This the evas scoop up on the wing. This goes on from dawn to dusk. The war cries of the frigates and the plaintive screams of the fleeing gannets quiver down the trade winds like the wailings of lost souls. It is commonly reported that frigate birds, lacking webbed feet, never land on the surface of the water because they cannot take off again. This is not true. Small flocks are frequently seen landing playfully on the Canton Island lagoon, floating and rising again seemingly without any effort whatsoever. The birds nesting in the Scaevola, says the report, are tame or, depending on the point of view, too innocent or stupid to fly from their nest when approached. The explanation for this habit is their nesting from time immemorable in areas where no predatory animals, two or four-legged, ever have existed. This, by the way, is a notable characteristic of bird life in the Antarctic. The notorious skuas, with whom even the frigates could hardly compare for bloodthirstiness, will not even bother to move when men pass through a flock of them on the ice. Tame birds were not killed off but lived to reproduce their kind. Now, unfortunately, Pacific Islanders employed as laborers occasionally club the nesting birds at night preparatory to a feast. Such vandalism and resulting pandemonium in the rookeries should be stopped by legislation. The ancestors of these and other kinds of seabirds have inhabited the islands during the nesting seasons for millenniums, catching fish and other sea life as food for themselves and their nestlings. End of section 78.
Section 79 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. Eagles as Indian Pets. The proud eagle was once kept as a domestic animal. Memories of this practice have been obtained from the Shoshone Indians of the Nevada desert. As recently as 50 years ago, individual Indians owned eagle eyries in the mountains. These constituted about the only private property recognized by the tribe, and rights were zealously maintained. Expert climbers who scaled the cliffs took the young eagles from their nests. They were subsequently reared in cages or tied to rocks. The purpose was to harvest their feathers for arrows, decoration, or magical rites. The birds were fed pocket gophers and young groundhogs. When the birds were full grown, the feathers were plucked. Then the captives were taken to the top of a cliff and released. End of section 79. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 28th of February, 2022.
Section 80 of The Strangest Things in the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strangest Things in the World by Thomas Henry. The Giant Insects of the Carolines. Giant walking sticks 7 to 9 inches long, Titan spiders that walk on water, little black crickets that dive and swim long distances underwater are some of nature's curiosities on mountainous, jungle-covered Kusai, easternmost of the Caroline Islands. Especially unusual are the winged blue and green walking sticks with their fantastic hand-over-hand way of walking. Among the largest of all insects is a walking stick found on the nearby island of Truk. It is reddish-brown and wingless with a body 9 inches long. The huge spider's usual abode is the foliage of long grasses overhanging jungle streams. There it lies in wait for the insects which are its usual prey. When alarmed, the big spider drops off the grass into the water and starts running swiftly over the surface. It is provided with water shoes, bristle arrangements on its feet. Probably it does not even get its feet wet. The submarine crickets are little black insects about 1 inch long which live on damp basalt rocks along the sides of and in the streams. They are almost invisible in the dim jungle light, but make themselves known by their continuous chirping. When frightened, they make long, high dives from the rocks and swim for undetermined distances a few inches underwater, where they are invisible. By far the most fantastic spectacle found on Kusai is that of the ghostly light which marks the banks of rivers. It is due to some species of ground-growing fungus. A Smithsonian party once was overtaken by darkness high in the mountains where no trails could be followed through the dank jungle. They started wading down a stream which, they knew, eventually must lead to the lowlands and the coast. They waded, sometimes neck-deep, in a tunnel of overhanging branches through whose thick foliage no light could penetrate. But always, glowing on both sides of them, were the lines of luminous fungi. End of section 80, read by Andrea Kotzer.